Shipstar by Gregory Benford and Larry Niven, DB 82826. Copyright 2014 by Gregory Benford and Larry Niven. Read by Joe Peck. This book contains 483 pages. Approximate reading time, 14 hours, 10 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, cast of characters, parts, and afterword, and at Level 2, the chapters and the sections within the afterword. Library of Congress annotation. In this sequel to Bowl of Heaven, DB 81753, an expedition to another star system is jeopardized by an encounter with an immense bowl-shaped structure. It cups a star, contains extensive habitable space, and is heading towards the same planet they hope to colonize. Some violence and some strong language. 2014. From the Book Jacket. Science fiction masters Larry Niven, Ringworld, and Gregory Benford, Timescape, continue the thrilling interstellar odyssey they began in their New York Times best-selling Bowl of Heaven. In the not-too-distant future, a human expedition to another star system is placed in jeopardy by an encounter with an astonishingly immense artifact, a bowl-shaped structure cupping a star with a habitable area equivalent to many millions of Earths, and which tantalizingly is on a direct heading toward the same planet the humans seek to colonize. Investigating the bowl, or Shipstar, the explorers are separated. One group is captured by the gigantic structure's alien inhabitants. The other is pursued across its strange and dangerous landscape, while the puzzle surrounding the Shipstar's origins and purpose will challenge the human voyagers in ways that shake them to their core. About the authors. Gregory Benford is the winner of the Nebula Award and the John W. Campbell Memorial Award for his classic novel Timescape. He is professor of physics at the University of California, Irvine, and lives in Irvine. Larry Niven is the multiple Hugo and Nebula Award-winning author of the Ringworld series, along with many other science fiction masterpieces. He lives in Chatsworth, California. Other books by Gregory Benford and Larry Niven. Bowl of Heaven. Books by Gregory Benford. Jupiter Project, The Stars in Shroud, Shiva Descending, Artifact, In Alien Flesh, Far Futures, Beyond Human. Books by Larry Niven. In Space, Destiny's Road, Rainbow Mars, Scatterbrain, Ringworld's Children, The Draco Tavern, Stars and Gods, Playgrounds of the Mind. This book is for John Varley, Arthur C. Clarke, Bob Shaw, Paul Macaulay, Alistair Reynolds, Ian M. Banks, Robert Reed, and others of the Big Object Society. On to larger things. Acknowledgements. We conferred on scientific and literary matters with many helpful people. Eric Max Francis, Joe Miller, and David Hartwell gave detailed comments on the manuscript. And, of course, Olaf Stapledon and Freeman Dyson were first. Reader's Note. The graphs found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of Reader's Note. Cast of characters, common terms. Sunseeker crew and terms. Captain Redwing. Cliff Komish, biologist. Myra Vikram Singh. Pilot with Beth Team. Abdus Vikram Singh, engineer with Beth Team. Glory, the planet of destination. Sunseeker, the ram ship. Beth Marble, biologist. Eros, the first dropship. Fred Ojama, geologist with Beth Team. Ibe, general engineer officer with Cliff Team. Howard Blair, systems engineer with Cliff Team. Terrence Gould with Cliff Team. Irma Michelson, plant biologist with Cliff Team. Tananarive Bailey with Beth Team. Lau Peen, engineer with Beth Team. Jam Pudvipa, shortened to Jam, an Indian petty officer. Ayan Ali, Arab woman, navigator, pilot. Claire Conway, co-pilot. Carl Lebanon, general technology officer. Astronomer folk. Memor, attendant astute astronomer. Bemor, contriver and intimate emissary to the ice mines. Aseneth, chief of wisdom. Ikahaja, ecosystems savant. Omana, ecosystem pack mistress. Ramanuji, biology savant. Kanamata, biology pack mistress. Taji, judge savant. Unaji Yuhana, senior mistress, keeper of the vault library. Other phyla. Finger snakes. Thisther, male. Foshtha, female. Sturk, female. Ice mines. Cold life of great antiquity. The adopted. Those aliens already encountered and integrated into the bowl. The diaphanous. Folk terms. Analyticals, artificial minds that monitor bowl data on local scales. Trans-language. Long records. Late invaders. Undermined. Surf ones. The builders. The mix of species that built the bowl. Third variety, astronomer variety. Astronauts, astronomer variety. Quick lands, Kahala. Part 1. Essential error. It is better to be wrong than to be vague. In trial and error, the error is the true essential. Freeman Dyson. 1. Memor glimpsed the fleeing primates, a narrow view seen through the camera on one of the little mobile probes. Simian shapes cavorted and capered among the understory of the mirror zone, making their way to... what? Apparently, to the local express station of Magrail. Very well. She had them now, then. Memor clashed her teeth in celebration and tossed a squirming small creature into her mouth, crunching it with relish. These somewhat comic late invaders were scrambling about, anxious. They seemed dreadfully confused, too. One would have expected more of ones who had arrived via a starship, with an interstellar ram of intriguing design. But as well, they had escaped in their scampering swift way. And, alas, the other gang of them had somehow evaded Memor's attempt to kill them when they made contact with a servant species, the Sill. So they had a certain small cleverness, true. Enough of these irritants. She would have to concentrate and act quickly to bring them to heel. Vector to intercept, Memor ordered her pilot. Their ship surged with a thrumming roar. Memor sat back and gave a brief clacking flurry of fan signals expressing relief. Memor called up a situation graphic to see if anything had changed elsewhere. Apparently not. The late invader ramship was still maneuvering near the bowl, keeping beneath the defensive weapons along the rim. From their electromagnetic emissions, clearly they monitored their two small groups of late invaders that were running about the bowl. But their ship made no move to directly assist them. Good. They were wisely cautious. It would be interesting to take their ship apart in good time, and see how the primates had engineered its adroit aspects. Mimor counted herself fortunate that the seeking probe had now found this one group. Running through the interstices behind the mirror section, she watched vague orange blobs that seemed to be several simians and something more as well. Tentacular shapes just barely glimpsed. These shapes must be some variety of underspecies, wiry and quick. Snakes? The ship vibrated under her as Mimor felt a summoning signal. A zenith called, her irritating chimes sounding in Mimor's mind. She had to take the call, since the Wisdom Chief was Mimor's superior. Never a friend, regrettably. Something about a zenith kept it that way. A zenith was life-sized on the viewing wall, giving a brilliant display of multicolored feathers, set in purple urgency and florid rainbow rage. "Mimor, have you caught the late invaders?" "Almost." Mimor kept her own feather display submissive, though with a fringe of fluttering orange jubilance. "Very nearly. I can see them now. The primate named Beth has a group, including the one I've trained to talk. I'm closing on them. They have somehow mustered some allies, but I am well armed." The zenith made a rebuke display, slow and sardonic. "This group you let escape, yes?" "Well, yes, they made off while I was attending to—" "So they are the escaped, I take it. I cannot attend to every detail, but this was a plain failure, attendant astute astronomer. They eluded you." Mimor suppressed her irritation. A zenith always used full titles to intimidate and assert superiority, usually, as now, with a fan rattle. "Only for a short while, Wisdom Chief. I had also to contend with the other escaped primates, you may recall, your justness." "Give up everything else and get us that primate who can talk. We need it. Don't fire on them. If they die, you die." Mimor had to control her visible reaction. No feather display, head motionless. "Wisdom Chief? What has changed?" No answer. A zenith's feather display flickered with a reflexive blush of fear just before she faded. She was hiding something. But what? Mimor would have to learn, but not now. She glanced at the detection screen, ignoring her pilot. Beth's group had disappeared into a maze of machinery. There were heat traces in several spots leading toward the docks. Yes, toward another escape. There had been 6 of these late invaders when they escaped. Now the heat traces found only 5, plus some slithering profiles of another species. Had one died or gone astray? These were a social species, on the diffuse hierarchy model, so it was unlikely they had simply abandoned one of their kind. "Faced Blatt," she said to the pilot. "Make for the docks. We'll intercept them there. Fast." 2. Tananarive Bailey looked back, face-lined, sweat dripping from her nose. Nobody behind her now. She was the last, almost keeping up. Her injuries had healed moderately well, and she no longer limped, but gnawing fatigue had set in. She was slowing. Her breath rasped and her throat burned, and she was nearly out of water. It had been a wearing, sweaty trip through the maze she thought of as backstage. The labyrinth that formed the back of the bowl's mirror shell was intricate and plainly never intended for anybody but workers to move through. No comforts such as passageways, poor lighting, twisty lanes a human could barely crawl through. This layer underpinning the bowl was the bigger part of the whole vast structure, nearly an astronomical unit across, but only a few meters thick. It was all machinery, stanchions and cables. Control of the mirrors on the surface above demanded layers of intricate wiring and mechanical buffers, plus the route twisted in 3 dimensions. Tananarive was sweating and her arms ached. She couldn't match the jumping style of her companions in 18% gravity, without a painful clicking in her hip and ribs. Her pace was a gliding run, sometimes bounding off an obstructing wall, sometimes taking it on her butt, all assisted by her hands. It demanded a kind of slithering grace she lacked. Beth, Laupine, Myra, and Fred were ahead of her. She paused, clinging to a buttress shaft. She needed rest, time, but there was none of that here. For a moment she let the whole world slide away and just relaxed as well as she could. These moments came seldom, but she longed for them. She sighed and let go. Earth came to her then, the quiet leafy air of her childhood in evergreen forests where she hiked with her mother and father, her careless laughter sinking into the vastness of the lofty trees. Her heart was still back there in the rich loam of deep forests, fragrant and solemn in the cathedral redwoods and spruce. Even in recalling it all, she knew it had vanished on the tides of time. Her parents were dead for centuries now, surely, despite the longevity treatments. But the memories swarmed up into her as she relaxed for just a long, lingering moment. Her moment of peace drained away. She had to get back to running. In the dim light she could barely make out the finger snakes flickering ahead of the long, striding humans. They had an amazingly quick wriggle. Probably they'd been adapted through evolution to do repairs in the bowl's understory. Beth had gotten fragments of their history out of the snakes, but the translation was shaky. They'd been here on the bowl so long their own origins were legends about a strange mythical place, where a round white sun could set to reveal black night. Beth, Tanana Reeve sent over short-range comm. I need a rest. We all do, came the crisp reply. Beth turned up ahead and looked back at her, too far away to read an expression. Next break is 5 minutes. Here I come. She clamped down her jaw and took a ragged breath. Their target was an automated cargo drone. The snakes had told of these, and now the bulkheads and struts they passed were pitched forward, suggested they were getting close. Up ahead, as she labored on, she could see it emerge, one in a line of identical flat-bellied cylinders. Tanana Reeve could see the outline of a great oyster-colored curved hatch in its side, and was that? Yes! Stars beyond a window wall. She felt elation slice through her fatigue, but now the hip injury had slowed her to a limping walk. Without the finger snakes, this plan would have been impossible. She limped up to the rest of them, her mouth already puckering at the imagined taste of water. The 3 snakes were decorated in camouflage colors, browns and mottled blacks, the patterns almost the same, but Tanana Reeve had learned to tell them apart. They massed a bit more than any of the humans and looked like snakes whose tails had split into 4 arms, each tipped with a claw. Meaty things, muscular, slick-skinned. They wore long cloth tubes as backpacks anchored on their ridged hides. Beth's team had first seen finger snakes while escaping from the garden of their imprisonment. Tanana Reeve surprised a nest of them, and they fled down into deep jungle carrying some cargo in a sling. The snakes were a passing oddity, apparently intelligent to a degree. Her photos of them were intriguing. Now it was clear the finger snakes must have tracked and observed their party ever since. When Fred led the humans to an alien computer facility, they were not in evidence. Fred had found a way to make the computer teach them the bird folk language. Among his many talents, Fred was a language speed learner. He got the quasi-linear logic and syntax down in less than a day. Once he had built a vocabulary, his learning rate increased. A few more days and he was fluent. The whole team carried sleep learning, so they used a slip transfer from Fred's. By then he had been somehow practicing by himself, so it was best that he got to talk to the snakes first. They just showed up, no diplomacy or signposting. Typical snake character. Do, don't retreat into symbols or talk. When the finger snakes crawled through the door, somehow defeating Laupine's lock, Fred said hello and no more. He wasn't exactly talkative either, except as he often rejoined when he actually had something important to say. So after his hello and a spurt of snake in reply, Tananarive was able to yell at them. "Give you honor! We are lost!" 5 snakes formed a hoop, which turned out to be a sign of fruitful endeavor commencing. Tananarive made a hand gesture she had somehow gotten from the slip transfer. This provoked another symbol plus talk. Formal snake protocol moved from gestures and signs into the denser thicket of language. Luckily, the highest form of snake speech was a modified bird folk structure that stressed lean and of sinew as virtues, so their knotted phrases did convey meaning in transparent staccato rhythms. The finger snakes were rebels, or something like it, as nearly as Tananarive could untangle from the cross associations that slithered through snake speech. Curious, also. Humans were obviously new to their world, and therefore they began tracking the human band in an orderly, quiet way, shaped by tradition. The snakes worked for others, but retained a fierce independence. Knowledge was their strong suit, plus the ability to use tools of adroit shape and use. They went everywhere in the bowl, they said, on engineering jobs. Especially, they maintained the meters-thick layers between the life zone and the hard hull. In a sense, they maintained the boundary that separated the uncountable living billions from the killing vacuum that waited a short distance away. The snakes wanted to know everything they could not discover by their intricate tracking and watching. They knew the basic primate architecture, for their tapering arms used a cantilevered frame that bore a warped resemblance to the human shoulder. This, plus a million more matters, flew through their darting conversations. Snakes thought oddly. Culture, biology, singing, and food all seemed bound up in a big ball of context hard to unravel. But when something important struck them, they acted while humans were still talking. When it was clear that humans would die if they stayed at low gravity for too long, the finger snakes led them here, to a garage for magnetically driven space vehicles. Snake teams did the repairs here. One of the finger snakes, Thisther, she thought, clicked open a recessed panel in the drone so the ceramic cowling eased down. Thisther set to work, curling head to tail so his eyes could watch his nail-tipped fingers work. The wiry body flexed like cable. Fochtha turned away from him, on guard. Tananarive was still guessing at genders, but there were behavior cues. The male always seemed to have a tool in hand, and the females were wary in new surroundings. Thisther was male. Fochtha and Sturk were female. Fochtha's head dipped and curled as she turned around, seeking danger. Sturk wasn't visible. She must be on guard. Tananarive sensed no obvious threats, barring perhaps a whistling just at the edge of her hearing. Fochtha wriggled to meet her. "Thisther knows computers speak," she said. "King of computers equals persons. Will write thrust program for us quick. Person, comp, adept, she is. Are you sick?" "Was injured," Tananarive said. "Not sick. Am healing." Both spoke in bird talk, its trills and rolled vowels chiming like a song. "Is well we know." The curved side of the cargo drone slid up with a high metallic whine. Green verdant wealth. The drone was filled, jammed with vegetation. Live plants standing forth in trays, rich hanging streamers. Lights in the curved ceiling glared like suns. Thisther continued to work, and suddenly trays were sliding out and falling. Half the trays had piled up on the deck when it stopped. "Keep some plants, air for us while we travel," Fochtha said. She wriggled away. Laupine jog-hopped in the light grav, springing over to help Tananarive. "You okay? Shall I carry you?" "I'm fine." "What's that whistling?" It was loud, and now had a low rumble to it. "We need to get aboard," Laupine said, glancing around at the snake teams at work. "Quick." He tried pulling her along by her belt, desisted when he saw her pain. Tananarive walked over to a copper-hued wall, leaning against its warmth. The finger snakes chattered in their jittering bursts and oozed across the platforms with wriggling grace. She studied them amid the noise and let herself go. She was back in the leafy wealth she had grown up in and, yes, knew she would never see again. She allowed her head to tilt back and felt her spine kink and lapse as it straightened and eased. Amid metal and ceramics, she thought of green. This odd construction they were moving through, a weird place bigger than planets, had its own version of green paradise, and was the only reason she had survived in it. The vast, strange canopies with their chittering airborne creatures, the stretching grasslands and zigzag trees, animals so odd they threw her back into her basic biology. They were all natural in some way, yet not. Someone had designed their setting, if not their species. Those sprawling lands of the bowl had been tolerable. These mechanical labyrinths below the bowl's life sphere were not. She had seen quite enough, thank you, of the motorized majesty that made such a vast rotating artifact. Rest, that was her need now. She had to descend into blissful sleep, consigned to her unconscious the labors of processing so much strangeness. She let go slowly, head lapsing back. Easing was not easy, but she let herself descend into it for just a moment before she would get up again and stride off, full of purpose and letting no soft moments play through her, just for a while. "Looks like the male has finished playing with the controls," Laupine called. Dimly she sensed the snakes moving by her. Thisther wriggled into the hold, then Fochtha and Sturk. Tananarive came out of her blissful retreat slowly. Voices echoed odd and hollow around her. Lead infected her legs. They would not move without great strain. She made herself get unsteadily up onto 2 uncertain feet. Clouds in her mind dispelled slowly. Something about green wealth, forests of quiet majesty. Her parents. She made her chin snap up, eyes fluttering, back on duty, and slowly turned to survey the area. "Where's Beth?" Clouds still grasped at her. Breathe deeply. Keep it up. Tananarive strode off to check around some angular buttress supports. No human about. The snakes had crawled into the ship, fitting somehow into open spaces. Laupine jogged to join them. He glanced back at her, waved a hand, turned, went away. Still there were clouds. She listened intently as she tried to put one small foot in front of the other. Remarkably difficult it was. Rumbling, sharp whistling, chatter. Tananarive walked a bit unsteadily back toward the ship. Her vision was blurred, sweat trickling into her eyes and stinging. The great curved door closed in Tananarive's face. "Hey," Tananarive said. She stopped, blinked. Clouds swept away on a sudden adrenaline shock. "Wait!" The drone slid out of line and away, slow at first, then faster and faster. "Damn it!" she shouted. "Damn!" She couldn't hear herself over a whistling roar. Hot air blasted her back. "Wait!" Beth Marble shouted. She could feel the acceleration building. The finger snakes were wrapped around support pillars, and her crew were grabbing for tie-downs. She found handholds and footholds while thrust pulled massively at her. She wailed, "Tananarive!" She was sick, Fochtha said, recessed eyes glittering. "Thrust would have killed her. She would have slowed us." "What? You let—" Beth stopped. It was done. Handle the debriefing later in calmer moments. The snakes were useful but strange. They were accelerating quickly, and she found a wedge-shaped seat. Not ideal for humans, but manageable. There was little noise from the magnetics, but the entire length of the drone popped and ponged as stresses adjusted. Laupine said, "I have Sunseeker online." "Send Red Wing our course. Talk to him." Beth couldn't move. She was barely hanging on to a tie-down bar. "Use our best previous coordinates." "Okay. I'm having it compute from the present force vectors. Laupin turned up the volume so others could hear. Laupin here. Jampudvipa here, Bridge Petty Officer. Captain Redwing's got some kind of cold, and Ayan Ali is bridge pilot. What's your situation? We're on our way. It went pretty much as we'd planned, hardly anything around on the way but finger snakes. We've got 3 with us. We lost Tananarive Bailey. Drown it, the officer said. All right. But you're en route? Hello, I see your course. Yeah. Wow, you're right up against the back of the mirror shell. Jampudvipa. This drone is driven by magnets in the back of the bowl. Most of their ships and trains operate that way, we think. It must save reaction fuel. We don't have much choice. Some microwave noise blurred the signal, then, Call me Jom. And you don't have pressure suits? No, and there's no airlock, no way to mate the ships. A pause. Well, Ayan says she can get Sunseeker to the rendezvous in 10 hours. After that, what? Stet. Laupin, we can maybe fit you into the bay that held Eros before we lost it. If not, Laupin said, the finger snakes don't keep time our way. I think it's longer for us. I'll make regular checks and send them. We'll be there. And you all need medical assistance? 4 months in low gravity out in the field. Yeah. We'll have Captain Redwing out of the infirmary by then, but it only holds 2. Pick your sickest. Would have been Tananarive. The drone was gone. The system's magnetic safety grapplers released with a hiss. Tananarive stood in the sudden silence, stunned. A high hiss sounded from a nearby track. She turned to find a snake to stop the drone, call it somehow, and saw no snakes at all. All 3 had boarded the drone. Now the shrill hiss was worse. She stepped back from the rising noise, and an alien ship came rushing toward the platform from a descending tube. It was not magnetic. It moved on jets. Tananarive looked around, wondering where to run. The ship had a narrow, transparent face, and through it she could see the pilot, a spindly, brown-skinned creature in a uniform. It looked not much bigger than she was, and the tubular ship it guided was enormous, flaring out behind the pilot's cabin. The ship eased in alongside the main platform, jetting cottony steam. Tananarive wondered what she should do. Hide, flee, try to talk to... Then, behind huge windows in the ship's flank, she saw a tremendous feathered shape peering out at her, and recognized it. Quick flashing eyes, the great head swiveling to take in all around it, with a twisted cant to its heavy neck. She gasped. Memor. 3. Redwing looked out across the yawning distances, frowning. Far down, there were all the artful graces of land and sea, suspended before a warming sun like a rich, steaming dish offered on a steel-hard plate. Everything was larger, grander, and strange. The bowl seas were light blue expanses larger than Jupiter, bounded by shallow brown edges. Across those ran arcs of grand wave trains, immense ripples that must roll on for years before finding a shore. At finer resolution, sediment plumes of tan and chocolate spread across shallow seabeds, feeding kelp straits of festering ripe green. Rumpled hill ranges were larger than Asia. Never driven by continental drift, these cross-hatched the vast lands, carved by rivers that could cut no farther than the bowl's hull. Indeed, he could see places where wind or water had worn away the living zone, leaving patches of rusting metal. Under close-up, he and Carl watched teams repairing such erosions. The deserts were huge, too. Tan lands of grass went on over distances greater than the moon was from Earth, with only dots of green beckoning where an oasis sprouted. Sprawling dry lands ended where water found its way to make moist forests. Storms spiraling in immense white bright pinwheels churned with ponderous energies, raking across deserts larger than planets and over forests so deep no one could ever walk out of them. How did anyone design a thing like this? A vast, trapped atmosphere, oceans the size of planets, lakes like continents, yet no real mountains. Maybe that was a clue. Of course, putting an Everest on the bowl would make it lopsided and complicate dynamics. There could be no plate tectonics and so no volcanoes. But how did this biosphere circulate carbon and water? On Earth, a complex cycle 100 million years long did the job. As well, Earth's tectonic ranges forced air over and around them, generating the moving chaos humans called weather. The bowl's dwellers did not suffer from mountain wind shadow or the combing winds that raced through narrow passages. Mountains made for stormy trouble on Earth. The bowl was a milder place than planets could be. But why build a whole contraption like this when you could just move to Florida? The question wasn't just rhetorical. If he could fathom what built such a thing and why, he might have a clue about how to deal with them. Ping! His auto-sec reminded him of lunch. He thought of it as the mess, very old school, but Fleet said it was a starship wardroom. He sat as usual for meal 47, his current choice. Classic turkey dinner, rich cream sauce and cranberries. He made himself not think about the simple fact that it was all made of ingredients centuries old. After all, so was he. He had kept mistaking what Myra Vikram Singh said at every meal. Nosh for me, it sounded like. After she and her husband, Abdus, went down in the disastrous descent to the bowl, he had looked it up. The linguist AI had a transform function, so it learned even through his mushy pronunciation. The AI found it was an Indian phrase, Nosh Faramai, meaning, please accept the pleasure of savoring this meal, which seemed like bon appetit to Redwing, suitable. Nosh Faramai to you all, Redwing said, bowing his head. The crew bowed back. Claire looked puzzled. Captain, I'm having trouble with the artilect coherence, Jampudvipa said. Redwing still used AI as a shorthand for the shipboard systems that patiently oversaw operations, since that's what everybody called them when he was growing up, but artilect was the actual fleet term, since integrated artificial minds constituted a collective intellect. It was useful to think of the systems as different people engaged in a constant congress discussing the ship's current state. What's their problem? They want to go back into full scoop mode. In a solar system, we can't get the necessary plasma densities. I know, Jampudvipa shrugged. I think they're showing mission fatigue. Have you tried to give them some shut-eye time, one by one? They resist it. Enforce it. Tell them they need a psych reboot, only make the language prettier. This got rueful laughs around the wardroom table. Diplomacy, not our strong suit, Claire Conway said. She was more personable than most pilots, one of the reasons she had made the crew. Redwing had gone through her file while making his selection of whom to revive. Ayan Ali frowned. It is serious problem, artilect coherence. They start to disagree, to have their own ideas. Trouble. They want what's impossible, Carl Lebanon said. He folded his hands and leaned back against a bulkhead. As General Technology Officer, he shepherded artilects through daily problems, plus a dozen other jobs. We can't go back to interstellar mode. Claire sipped her coffee. They have to adjust our ramscoop intake in 10-second intervals to optimize. That burns their attention reservoir, makes their duty cycles long, stresses them pretty hard. We're getting system clash in our magnetic scoop system, Carl said. It'll tire the artilects, and we'll start getting torques, surges, inductive effects that wear down our gear. Same small-scale coil problem? Yeah, the system's pretty stressed. Never made for this kind of low-velocity maneuvering. We can't get into the magneto components to adjust them. Claire said, "A mechanical problem fixable, but only if we could get a bot in the inductive chamber. Those we could maybe make, but present bot complement can't do it. That choice set is not even in the partition menu." "We can't downtime them?" Redwing knew the answer, but if he let people talk, they felt better. All three chimed in with their versions of the same hard fact. A ship designed to work at interstellar speeds was a bitch to control in planetary orbit and have any actual maneuvering capability. The Artilects were taking the brunt of it. Redwing nodded as each spoke, but ran his own inventory as well. By this time his knees were sending angry messages that they wanted a trial separation. His weight workout this morning had pushed the limit too far again, a warning sign. When he overexerted, he was working out unconscious worries, so he concentrated on Claire's detailed tech talk and focused outward, nodding and keeping his gaze on her while thinking about all the crew. They worked well together, as the Psych Artilect Adept predicted before Redwing had wakened the new members. How well would they do when Beth's team came aboard? Only 4 left out of 6, but the ship would get more crowded and irritations would begin to build. He had a time window before he would have to decide whether to get out of this entire situation and cast off into interstellar flight again, or what? Go down onto the bowl in enough numbers to accomplish a resupply and what? Too many unknowns. He let the crew run on for a while, noting that their uniforms were getting a tad messy, hair uncombed, beards a few days old. He would have to sharpen them up a bit, and now might be the time. At least this crew would look better then. When and if they got Beth's team aboard, they'd have to double on berths. Working spirit and order would be more difficult. A clock would start ticking. He said mildly, "Officer Jampudvipa, with the Artilects going moody, should we be letting them run the bridge alone while we have lunch?" Blinks, nods. Jampudvipa looked rueful, mouth turning down, and got up hurriedly. "Yes, sir. They're in collective agreement mode, but—" "Yes." That let him focus on the others. "Beth's team will be aboard in a few hours. That's if we're lucky and solve the problem we have to focus on now. Still, I want everybody spruced up, clean, shaven, bright-eyed." Nods all around, some repentant. He turned to Carl. "But the major problem is, how do we get them aboard?" "I've got her photos of the vehicle they're in, basically a magnetic train car with locks facing outward to vacuum," Carl said. "But they don't have their suits. The aliens, these folk, took those at capture." "So," Redwing let them think a moment, "can we match velocities and run a pressured conduit?" "Not easily," Carl's mouth fretted as he thought. "We've got EVA gear, sure, but it's one man for repairs." "How about the Bernal?" Claire asked. "It's for freight transfer, but we could maybe refit it for a fix-up flexi passage." "I don't trust anything flexi to stand up to torques and stretches," Carl said. "If we try it, yes, Bernal is the best craft." Redwing had used the repair bots to inspect Sunseeker's hull soon after entering the Bowl system, and he privately agreed with Carl. In interstellar mode, their strong magnetic fields had kept the ship from the blizzard of neutral atoms and dust. Sunseeker was less effective dealing with erosions while it maneuvered at low thrust around the bowl. The externals looked pitted and scarred now, and he wondered about whether the repair bots could spot flaws that could prove fatal in a personnel transfer, or if the flexi would sustain pitting from random debris. 1,000 questions nagged at him. Redwing said, "We could try a fit with our dorsal hatch. We'd have to rig some kind of docking collar." This they liked. Redwing let them toss ideas around for a while as he tried to envision exactly how that configuration might work. Ayan Ali had little to say, but he saw a quick widening of her eyes and nodded at her, holding up a hand to draw attention. "I have an idea," she said quietly, "but we must work quickly." 4. Beth watched the bowl's outer hull, a fast-forward world flittering by below the hard black of space. Even protrusions the size of skyscrapers were just passing gray blurs. In contrast, though the bowl itself had a surface rotation speed in the range of many kilometers a second, the array of gas clouds and nearby suns hung still. Even high speeds on the interplanetary scale meant nothing to the solemn stars. Their tubular craft traveled down the outside of the bowl, hovering close on magnetically secured trap rails. She watched enormous planes of gray steel and off-white ceramic flash by. Images jittered so fast she could not tell what was important. A wall with crawling maggot robots doing unknown labors, a sliding cascade of liquid metal fuming in high vacuum as it slid into jet-black chunks, then ivory cylinders, then shapely gray teardrops, all to descend into intricate new works, objects meant for mysterious use. All that went by in a stretched display she processed in a few seconds. An entire industrial process carried out in cold vacuum, far from the bold star's intrusions. It seethed with robot motion. Fumes danced, billowed, and evaporated away in lacy blue streamers. Now enormous tangled structures the size of mountains flowed by them. She could see lattice-works and cup-shaped constructs, but not what they did. It was difficult to keep perspective, and their speed seemed to increase still, pressing her at an angle. She was sitting in a chair designed for some other being, one wider and taller. Windows on all sides showed landscapes flitting by, lit by starlight and occasional bright flares amid the odd buildings. From above her head came occasional clanking noises and whispery whistles. Sounds of the mag rail. "All this industrial infrastructure," Fred said quietly beside her, "kept out of their living zone." "Ah, yes," Beth said, not taking her eyes from the images flashing by in the big board window. "We hardly saw any cities before either." "Sure, the bowl's land area is enormous, but then you realize that their whole mechanistic civilization is clinging to the outer skin. So they have twice the area we thought." Beth glanced upward into the sky, where the hull's burnished metal gleamed beneath fitful lights. "And anyone who lives here does so wrong way up. Centrifugal gravity pushes them away from the hull, so the bowl is always over their heads. The stars are at their feet." Beth laughed softly. "An upside-down world of its own." "Smart, really." Fred was watching, too, his eyes darting at the spacious spectacle zooming past. "You can do your manufacturing and then throw your waste away in high vacuum." Beth shook herself. "Enough gawking. Look, we're in a cargo drone. We have to be ready in case we stop and get new passengers." "Relax. We'll feel the deceleration. Get ready. At least we should search for food dispensers. This passenger compartment is for whoever's accompanying the cargo." "Plants, yeah," Fred said distantly, still distracted by the view. "Those finger snakes arranged to escort the plants fit us in. Neat." Beth smiled. Fred had summed up days of negotiations. Their halting efforts had been beset by translation errors and mistakes. Even sharing a sort of common language, a mix of bird and English, there were ambiguities that came from how different minds saw the universe. The snakes used wriggles and tiny movements of their outsized faces to convey meaning, and it took a while to even notice that. Words meant different things if a right wiggle came with it versus a left wriggle. The snakes had similar troubles reading primate face gestures, as they termed it. Fred turned to her. "You're worried about Tananarive." Yes." "You're surprised I noticed?" "Not really. Look, I know what's in my personnel file. I'm classic Asperger's, yep, but I hope I make up for it by, well, my quirky ability to see how things work. Or that's what the file says. To stall for time, she asked, "How did you see your file?" Fred was honestly surprised. She realized he did not actually know how to be dishonest, or at least without detection. An easy hack? Well, yes, I read everybody's file before we left. Sunseeker. Standard field prep method. So I should overlook how you fret about us, especially Tananarive. She's not really recovered, and I should have noticed she didn't get in here with us. Fred gave her an awkward smile. Look, the place was confusing and we didn't have any time. She wandered off. There were the finger snakes making a racket and shooting questions at us. A sigh. Anyway, put it aside. We've got the boarding problem coming up. She sighed. Right, of course. So much for Asperger's patients not picking up on social signals. What had that training program said? Cognitive behavioral therapy can improve stress management relating to anxiety. Yet Fred seems calmer than the rest of us. Fred pressed on. The snakes say we're due for a stop about where Sunseeker could rendezvous with us, but we have to come out at high speed, so they have to match us. But nothing like pressure suits aboard, Laupin said. The snakes say they can't make anything like that, not in time. He and Myra had come up carrying a bowl of what looked like gruel. Myra scooped some out with a spoon, tasted it. Bland, but no harm on my bioregister. This comes out of a dispenser in the next car. So they all fell to eating. Beth was hungry, so the lack of taste in the muddy mixture of carbs and sugars didn't stop her. She was thinking, anyway. Silence, except when two snakes came by and chattered in their high, fluting voices. Beth ignored them while Myra carried on a halting conversation with the aliens. Intelligent aliens, the goal of centuries of searching, and I don't have time for them. Her hand stopped with her spoon in midair as she stared into the distance. Slowly she turned to Myra. Ask them if we can disconnect this car from the track, she said. The big problem was hard to sense when you were blithely standing in fractional gravity and not paying attention to the sky. Here on the mag train, that sky was filled with stars, and it took an hour or two to notice that they were moving. As she thought, Beth watched a bright star move off the window where she sat. The bowl rotated in 32 hours, so the night sky seemed to move a bit slower than it did on Earth. She recalled how, in elementary school, she had been amazed that while sitting at her desk she was really whizzing around at well over 1,000 kilometers an hour. The Earth's rotation did that, and its orbit moved her at 30 kilometers a second, too. Now she was sitting in a fast train car and also moving with the bowl's rotation hundreds of kilometers a second. Leaving the bowl meant launching into space at that huge velocity. Myra said, "They're scared. Why would you want to?" Can they do it? Yes, at the next stop. There's a launch facility they use for traveling off the bowl, but how do we shed the velocity? Fred said. Beth said, "Carefully, I bet. If they can launch, they must fire us off against the bowl's rotation to bring the exit speed down to a manageable level. Sunseeker must be moving at a few tens of clicks a second," Fred said. "To lose 1,000 clicks a second?" His voice trailed off into a croak, apparently at the magnitude of it. "That's not the way to do it, though." Beth watched the landscape zoom by outside. Were they slowing? Myra said, "They call it the jumper." "A launch facility?" Beth asked. "Fred, what did you mean?" "The obvious way to get off the bowl is to go near the axis, where there's nearly no centrifugal grav, so not a high speed, then leap off into vacuum." "We're headed that way, but—" Beth stopped. "Where is this jumper?" Myra chattered to the snakes and then said, "The next stop, if we take the right shunt, They say—" She looked doubtful, as if this was all moving too fast. Which it is, Beth thought, in more ways than one. The finger snakes rattled their shells, which seemed to work like fingernails. She had seen them use those with lightning-quick skill to manipulate the intricate tools carried in their side pouches. Now they made a noise like castanets, or, she noticed, like a rattlesnake about to strike. Each snake had 4 of them on their 4 fingers. Beth saw Myra drawing back, her face a mask of alarm. "What's—" "They sense great risk," Myra said slowly, "in taking a jump in this hauler." "Not space-rated?" "No. A lack of life-carrying habitat gear, I think. That noise, though. Ew." "Yeah, kinda hard to take," Beth said. The snakes were weaving now, standing on leathery, strong arms and straining up into the air. Their bodies seemed all ribbed muscle, eyes glittering as they glanced at each other. Fred said, "Maybe they're deciding whether the risk is worth it." "Worth what?" Myra asked, her face still tight with alarm. "Worth going with us," Fred said. "That's what you meant, right, Beth?" "I figured there had to be a way to launch into raw space without going to the pole, the knothole, to get the speed down. I guess there is." Myra said, "That's what the finger snakes imply. They're working out whether to help us do that. I think." A wry shrug. "Not really sure." Beth leaned forward, eyes still on the scenery flashing by above the perpetual night sky below. Yes, they were moving slower. Definitely. And was the grav here lighter? So they were moving toward the knothole? They can handle the tech for a jump? Yes, they say, but they say it will be hard on us. A lot of acceleration and— The snakes chattered and rattled, and Myra bowed her head, listening. "The seats will self-contour, so we will survive." "It's that hard?" Fred asked. "Hi. We don't have suits that baffle us against sudden surges," Myra shrugged. "It is not as though we could have carried them with us all these months." A slow, sad smile. Beth saw she was recalling her husband, who had died when they broke out of confinement, crushed by a hideous, spider-like thing. "What else?" "They say there is little time to do it. As soon as we reach the next station stop, they must gain control of the shunting system. They say they can, the attendants there, mostly finger snakes, are old friends. Then they must move us into a cache that will ratchet us into a departure slot, as they call it. Then we move into line and get dispatched by an electromagnetic system. It seizes us in a manner independent of the precise shape of this hauler, and flings us into space along a vector counter to the bowl's spin. Myra had not spoken so much in a long while. Beth chose to take that as a positive sign. She was right about gear. They had little and would be forced to use whatever came to hand. The seats here were oddly shaped and not designed for humans. The finger snakes had couches to strap into. Not so the bare benches she was sitting on. Still less so for the latrine, which turned out to be a narrow cabin with holes in the floor, some of them small, others disturbingly large. She signed. "I know it may be uncomfortable, but it's the only way." Silence. Even the snakes had gone quiet. Lao Peen said, "We're dead if we stay down here. They'll catch us again. We escaped once. That trick won't work again." Myra and Fred nodded. "Collective decision. Great." Beth noted the snakes watching her. They had somehow deduced that she was the nominal leader of these odd primates who strode into their lives. Maybe all smart species had some hierarchy? "Okay, we do it. Notice we're slowing down." Fred nodded. "Yeah, felt it." Lao Peen said, "We don't have much time. Got to hit the ground and move fast. The snakes will tell us what to do." "Right, good," Beth said. She glanced at Myra. "And what else?" "Well," Myra hesitated. It's the finger snakes. They want to come with us. 5. Redwing plucked a banana that grew in a weird toroid, peeled and ate it, its aroma bringing back memories of tropical nights and the lapping of waves. "Captain's privilege." His comm buzzed, and Claire Conway said, "We'll need you on the bridge presently." "On the way." Yet he hesitated. Something fretted at the back of his mind. Redwing had read somewhere that one of his favorite writers, Ernest Hemingway, had been asked what was the best training for a novelist. He had said, "An unhappy childhood." Redwing had enjoyed a fine time growing up, but he wondered if this whole expedition was unfolding more like a novel and would be blamed on one person, one character, the guy in charge. Him. Maybe you got a happy childhood and then an unhappy adulthood, and that's how novels worked. His mother had made it happy. His father was away at one war or another while he grew up, and when he was home seemed absorbed by sports and alcohol. But that didn't include playing catch with Redwing or coming to his football games. His mother had given him a birthday gift of a telescope and microscope and a big chemistry set. He bought chemical supplies by selling gunpowder and other pyrotechnics to the local kids. So science had been in his bones from the time he could read. But there were other currents in the mix. He bought a bicycle and a better telescope with gambling cash. His mother, who was a bridge grand master, always played penny-ante poker with Redwing while they waited in the car for his music lessons to start. He then applied what she had taught him to the neighborhood kids. They didn't know how to count cards or compute probabilities from that. They also paid to see him blow something up or dissect some poor animal as a bio-experiment. He was without principle, but soon had enough principle to advance. A university career and Ph.D. led to space where he really wanted to go. But this far? Maybe considering a fault tree analysis of his life, having a father who never gave him much time, Redwing figured he was socially unhappy enough to satisfy Hemingway. But finding fault wasn't like solving a problem, was it? He had been gaining belly weight in these long months skimming along the bowl structure. On board, physioanalysis said cortisol was the culprit, a steroid hormone prompted by the body's fight-or-flight response to stress. It had bloated him, listening to the plight of his team's fleeing aliens, and damn near nothing he could do to help. He paused outside the bridge, straightened his uniform, and went in with his shoulders straight. "Captain on bridge," Ayan Ali said crisply. Unnecessary, but it set the tone. Going into battle, if that's what this was, had a way of quickening the heart. "We're skimming as close as we can to the bold rim," Ayan Ali said, "having thruster problems." Redwing made a show of staying on his feet, taking in the screens, not pacing. "Seems like cutting it pretty near." Carl Lebanon, neatly turned out, with his General Technology Officer uniform cleaned and creases stiff, said, "That magneto grip problem is back big time." "Sir." Redwing gave him a nod. "Hand manage it, stay with the scoop artillect all the time, ride it." "Yes, sir. It knows what's up, is running full complement." "Stations," Redwing said quietly. "Old trick, speak softly, make them stay sharp to hear." He didn't want to call out of the cold sleep enough people to crew this any better, much less to populate some kind of a big landing expedition. Defrosting and training them would burn time and labor. Even after the reawakened came up to speed at Glory System in some far future, the whole crew would all have to triple up on a hot hammock schedule, skimpy rations, and shower once a week. Under such stress, how could they perform? He didn't want to find out. Not yet, anyway. Sunseeker had 5 crew defrosted, including Captain Redwing. Beth's remaining 4 would make 9. If he had the chance to rescue Cliff's team, they'd be 14 aboard. A bit crowded, but they could do it. "Coming up, sir." Ayan Ali stared intently at the screens. "Rim looks the same, but that big cannon thing is swiveling to track us." "We're in that slot." "See those walls?" Below he saw where the atmosphere screen was tied down. There was a rim zone with big constructions dotted across it, out in the vacuum. Ayan had found a slot between two of them that kept below the cannon declination, and now they were gliding through it a few kilometers above the edge zone. Complex webs of buildings and immense articulating machinery slid by below. The bowl's outer edge loomed before them, bristling with knobs and bumps the size of nations back on Earth. Looking at the rear screens, he saw the thin, smart film that held in the bowl atmosphere shimmering in slanting sunlight, blue-white. This was the closest they had coasted into that atmosphere blanket. He hoped they wouldn't take ground fire, though the bowl's great plane was 1,000 kilometers away, and any projectile fire would puncture their filmy cover. But yes, Carl was probably right, just from elementary geometry. Still, we're low enough? Yes, sir. They can't depress that snout to aim into the bowl structure. Smart sociology. If there are wars here, at least nobody can blow a hole in their life support. We keep below their firing horizon, so we're safe. Or so went the theory. So many theories had gotten blown away ever since they sighted this huge spinning contrivance. But if this one failed, they'd be in easy range of what looked like, Carl said, a gamma-ray laser. Carl, what's the emission gain? They're running something that gives off a lot of microwaves. Chargers, probably. Running up capacitor banks, I'd guess. To discharge against us through some plasma implosion, giving them the gammas? That's my estimate, sir. What do you make of our situation? I had the usual basic training in remote warfare, the find, fix, track, target, engage, assess decision tree, with Artillex providing the live data. That's all I know. No course in alien strategy and tactics? This got him a round of chuckles around the bridge, as he had planned. Let them get a little steam out. No, sir. Not on the curriculum, couple centuries back. A quiet jab, well delivered. Redwing nodded and smiled in tribute. Then full speed ahead. In a tribute to ancient naval traditions, he added, "Give us some steam." I don't like to flex our magnetic scoop system anymore, sir, Carl said. Same small-scale problem? Yeah, the system's pretty compressed. We can't get into the magneto components to adjust them. It's a mechanical problem, not just some digital e-management thing. Do your best. Not the time for more techno-speak. Though that was all that kept them alive, of course. Relay any repairs until we get Beth aboard. How's the flexi gear straightening? Programmed on the printer, Jampudvipa said. Fold points and tension webs seem sturdy enough to compile at pickup. Excellent. Claire? Look at the screen. The laser pods are above us now. What's the old saying? Come in under their radar means something else. This is running in under the guns of a fortress that cannot fire down into the bowl life zone. Can we skim that close to the atmosphere? Carl pointed to the blue sheen cast off by the boundary film of the atmosphere. This close in it spread like an ocean landscape. Yet the eye saw through it to lands and seas below. These stretched away in infinite perspective, intricate layers basking in unending solar radiance, free of night. The eggshell sheen of the boundary tricked the eye into seeing it as an ocean with lands on the floor below. There were even long rolling waves to the boundary, flexing in slow marching rows. Redwing had to admit the design features here were clever beyond easy measure. Rather than fading off in the familiar exponential like planets, the bowl's air ran up and into a hard boundary. The air was thin there, hundreds of kilometers high, but the multi-layer smart film kept the errant wind streams and vortices at bay, spreading the energies across vast distances, smoothing them out. No molecules leaked away forever, as they had for poor Mars. The Bowl's own magnetic field gave a spiderweb defense against cosmic rays and angry storms flailing out from the persecuted star that powered all this. Its fields were like spaghetti strands wrapped around the atmosphere, layers of argument against intruding particles wanting to plow into innocent gases. Redwing said, "What other weapons does this place have?" "More than we do," Claire said mildly. "Look," Jampudvipa said with an irked twist to her mouth. "This thing's unknowably old, ancient beyond ancient. On Earth, a century was a huge time for weapons to evolve. I read up on this in pre-outbreak history, back when we were on one world. Amazing stuff. In the same century as the first nuke got used, we also killed each other with bayonets and one-shot rifles. So how can we think about this?" This outbreak of consternation made them all sit back, think. Carl said solemnly, "The laws of physics constrain everybody, even the Bowl folk, whoever they are, or whatever." "Tech has its own evolution," Claire said. "What's in those big domes at the Bowl rim?" "No way to know. Fly low is all we can do," Redwing said, taking my ship into uncharted waters. It was liberating to be simply honest. They slid on a blithe arc over the quickly spinning lip of the Bowl. Sensors set on the big domes and their enormous snouts registered no change. Cruising over the Bowl's lip and down the swiftly rushing hull brought quick, instructive views. Sunseeker had come at the Bowl from the side and below, along the axis of revolution and through the knothole. Now Redwing could see the detailed and intricate lattice that framed the hull's support structures, threaded by long-ribbed structures that looked like enormous subways and elevators, some with spiky turrets protruding at the junctions. But here and there were sections clearly retrofitted, yellow and green splotches of newer joints and fix-up ornamentations of mysterious use. Additions and afterthoughts, he judged. Some reminded him of accumulated grime, touch-up attempts and insertions. Like the yellowing varnish on a Renaissance masterpiece, he thought. Strip away the accretions, and beneath is the original brilliance. Interstellar archaeology. 6. Carl deployed the smart flexi with an electric shock. Under a kilovolt surge, the velvet blue shroud billowed out, so thin he could see the gyrating hull grinding past in the distance. Starlight lit its eternal churn. A certain serenity enveloped the view, for the background was the eternal spread of stars. The approaching dot was for the moment nothing. He had static fixed the flexi to the Bernal's hull. Its sensors would follow inbuilt commands he could activate. Well, here goes. The flexi popped open at the electro command, yet the microsensors at the far end remained live and ready, he saw from his wrist monitor. The flexi bubble furled out as liquidly as a cape cast off a shoulder, though all this was in high vacuum, no gravity or atmosphere to command its dynamics. Such a thin fabric of layered smart carbon could be made and trained in the ship printers, but he had never tried anything this complex before. Now they had to use it to rescue Beth's team from the big train car that came swarming up at them, the dot assuming a velocity a bit too high. Problems, yes. Perhaps not fatal, entirely. Yet. Carl had not been thawed when Sunseeker shot through the knothole, so all this gigantic architecture was new to him. He stared, momentarily lost in detail. "Coming up on rendezvous prompt," Jom sent on comm. "Bogey on vector grid." "Got it." He eased the flexi controls using both hands. For ease of manual operations, there were no left-handed crew on Sunseeker. Carl had made the crew cut because he was genuinely ambidextrous. In college, he had made extra cash as a juggler. "It's coming up too fast," Jom said urgently. "I've got mag fields on. Maybe I can push it off." Carl ran the mag amplitude to the max. That was a stressor in a thick-hulled freighter like the Bernal. He could hear tinny pings. He was looking out a true port, not a screen. Living inside a starship with only screen views felt disconnected. There was something about capturing the actual starlight photons bouncing off the bowl that made it more real. This huge thing had to have incredible strength to hold it together, he realized. Sunseeker had a support structure made of nuclear tensile strength materials, able to take the stresses of the ramjet scoop at the ship core. Maybe the bowl material was similar. So he scanned the bowl's wraparound struts, the foundational matter, on the long-range telescopes on his bridge board. It was only a few tens of meters thick, pretty heavily encrusted with evident add-on machinery and cowlings, which meant the bowl's stress support material had to be better than Sunseeker's. What engineers they were. Jom said, "It's braking. Must have some maneuvering ability." "I can see them," Kurt said quietly. He ran his scopes to the max. There were windows in part of the hauler and human heads peering out at him. He had to admire them. They had made it through captivity, struck out across unknown alien territory, stolen transport, liberated themselves, and were coming back to the ship to report. Jom said, "Ease them in. Careful." "I read their roll at near zero, yaw 0.35, but correcting, and pitch 7.5 degrees, Kurt rattled off the numbers just to be saying something, while he used hand controls to turn Bernal into a plausible alignment. "Bearing in," Jom said. "Just got confirming signal." "Ha! As if anybody else were meeting us out here." "Aligned. Now's the hard part." Center ball was smack on, horizontal bar of the crosshatch dead center with vertical bar, and the bulky burnished train car that looked like a shoebox came to rest in the Bernal rest frame. With both hands he triggered the flexi with an electrostatic burst. The flexi skirted across the gap like an unfolding velvet blue scarf. It unfolded and clamped on to the boxcar metal around the simple airlock. It anchored and popped him a message. "Pressure seal secured." "Got it." Kurt palmed the pressure valves, and air rushed into the flexi corridor between the ships. Of course, the craft weren't perfectly matched, but the flexi compensated, extruding further lengths of itself to accommodate the vagrant torques and thrusts as the two spacecraft wobbled and rocked in the magnetic grasp. Pressured, secure. "The flexi's working," Jom's words came compressed, excited. "Ayan was right. Programming them to double seal solved the pressure problem, straightened them out." The boxcar's lock popped, and he saw the first head appear, looking around. Beth, he recognized from her photo. "Tag 'em through." It happened fast, and he had to keep them aligned with the mag grapple. Kurt watched the people come out through the boxcar airlock. The flexi was so transparent, he could see them kick against the sides for momentum and glide through the channel into the Bernal. He counted them, but... "What's that with you?" "Snakes," Jom sent the audio through a direct link. It was Beth. "Smart snakes. They helped us." "Trouble," Kurt said to himself. 7. It was a rough ride, irritating for Memor. She was cramped in the rattling hot cabin, subjected to rude accelerations. Her pilot seemed to take relish in throwing them into wrenching swoops and pivots. Magnetic ships moved more smoothly, of course, but Memor had chosen a rocket vehicle. It would not have to hover so close to the outer hull of the world. Memor braced against the surge and wondered if her pilot could be among the disaffected. This might be a small way of expressing smoldering anger. Best make a note for future use? Surely not. Faced Blot was of an adapted species, but he had been with her for years, back before Memor became female. Faced was too smart not to be loyal. Ah, and there her prey were in sight. That limping one was Tananarive, and those ropey things the probes had seen, now wriggling into one of the cargo cars in a magnetic train, were finger snakes. Treason. They must be assisting the escaping bipeds. Finger snakes were a useful species, but their adaptation to civilization had always been chancy. The car's side closed. The whole train lifted, eased away from the docks, and moved into star-spattered space. Memor considered. She had the acceleration to catch the train. Could she shoot out the magnetic locking plates without harming those inside? But Asenath had forbidden that, and the primate Tananarive, Memor saw abruptly, was still standing on the dock. Tananarive had been the language adept of this band, with many sleeps spent acquiring the folk language. Thus the most important, for Asenath wanted a speaking primate for reasons unknown. But the creature seemed ready to fall over. How far could she get before Memor claimed the rest of them and came back for her? Perhaps she would not even be needed. But wait. Faced Blot, land near the biped. Not too near. We don't want her fried. Yes, lady. So what was that about? Memor had countermanded her own decision. A moment's brief look into her undermind told her why. The abandoned female looked to be dying, and she was the one whom Memor had inspected, had trained, had grown to know. The others, perhaps they could be caught, perhaps they might all be killed by Memor's overbuilt weapons, true. But they weren't needed while Tananarive was here. Tananarive wiped sweat away and watched the bulbous vehicle settle a good distance away, engines throbbing. Still teetering a bit, feeling woozy, she stood in the hot, moist wash of rocket exhaust, waiting. Running wouldn't help her. She'd seen the tremendous creature's speed. Memor opened the great target-shaped window and rolled out. It looked painful. The rocket vehicle was cramped for her. Memor walked to Tananarive, huffed, and bent low, her eye to the woman's eyes. In her own tongue, she asked, "Where have they gone?" Tananarive groped for a lie, and it was there. Beth's team had discussed destinations and rejected. "They've gone to join Cliff." "The other fugitives? The killers?" "Cliff's team, yes." "Where?" She said, "I don't know. The aliens knew." "The limbless ones? They are adopted, but often rebellious. We must take action against them. Tananarive, how goes your adventure?" "We were dying for lack of weight," she said. "Lost bone and muscle. What choice did we have?" Memor seemed to restrain herself. "No choice now? Come. Or shall I carry you?" Tananarive took 2 steps, wobbled, and fell over. She woke to a vague sensation, a hard surface with big ribs under it. Memor's hands. She flexed her fists and shook her head, trying to get her mind to work. Now they were in the ship, her face close against a wall dotted with icons for controls. Something rumbled, vibrated. Language? And now the wall took on the appearance of a distant forest of plants grown in low gravity, like the place she'd escaped from. A creature like Memor stepped into view and flexed a million multicolored feathers. No way could Tananarive follow a conversation that was largely the flexing of feathers and silent subsonic tremors that shook her bones. Memor was holding Tananarive like a prize, and the other was snarling. Asenath, the wisdom chief, was not of a mind to be placated. "One." You have one, and it is dying. I will save it, Memor said. I will take it, her, down to the quick lands where spin gravity can restore her muscle and strengthen her bones. I know what she eats, and I will procure it. This female is the one who understands me best. Gifted, though in many ways simple. She knows rank 1 of the trans language. Wisdom Chief, will you question her now? What would I ask? Asenath's feathers showed rage, but that was a plumage lie. Memor's undermind had caught the truth. She was in despair. Memor found that revealing. Earlier, the Wisdom Chief had been trying to bring about Memor's disgrace and death. What had changed? Memor decided to wait her out. Asenath broke first. There comes a message from the target star, from our destination. All Memor's feathers flared like a puffball. The human, engulfed, tried to wriggle free. Memor said, That is wonderful. And dangerous, yes? Can you interpret? There are visuals, complex ones. The message seems aimed at these creatures, at your late invaders. Memor's feathers went to chaos, a riot of laughter. That is endlessly interesting. You must care for your talking simian. We will try to make sense of this message. It is still flowing in. If I call, answer at once, and have the human at hand. Tananarive had caught little of that. She was nibbling at a melon slice now, slipped to her by Memor. She was enraged, tight-lipped, squinting in the strange glow, that she'd been caught again, but grudgingly grateful that Memor had brought provisions. The huge thing did not seem to mind carrying on conversation in front of a human either. What was that about? Hard to follow. Was Glory inhabited? And had someone there sent a message? Surely not to Earth. That would be foolish when the bowl was straight between Earth and Glory, and so much more powerful. The captain should be told. He and his crew would figure it out. Rockets fired, accelerations gripped her, and Memor's ship was in flight. Tananarive sagged into the pull. The hard clamp was too strong to allow movement. She relaxed against the floor and tried to get into Shavasana pose, letting her muscles ease, hoping that her dinosaur-sized captor wouldn't step on her. 8. They couldn't all get into Sunseeker's infirmary. Beth and Fred and Captain Redwing hovered around the door, watching as Myra and Lao Peen were led to elaborate tables. Tubes and sensors snaked out to mate with them. Jom, acting as medic now, watched, tested, then asked, "Are you comfortable?" Myra and Lao Peen mumbled something. "I'm sedating you. Also, you're being recorded." Myra Vikram Singh, I understand you lost your husband during the expedition? Expedition my arse. We were experiment. Animals for testing. Big birds had us. Redwing said, "Come with me. You'll both be on those tables soon enough, but for now we'll give you gravity and normal food." Beth resisted. "You're testing her while she talks about Abdus? He was slaughtered by one of those monstrous spider things." "We'll need to know how badly that traumatized her. The rest of you too. How are you feeling now?" Fred said, "Hungry." He lurched up the corridor toward the ship's mess, then sagged against the bulkhead. "Feeble." Beth asked, "How is Cliff? Where is he?" Redwing allowed a vexed expression to flit across his face, then went back to the usual stern, calm mask. "Holed up with some intelligent natives," Cliff's last message said. "The folk tried to kill them all. They were shooting down from some living blimp. Sounds bizarre, but what doesn't here? The locals helped Cliff's people get away. Ivy sends us stuff when he can. We have pictures of a thing that looks a lot like a dinosaur, plus some evolved apes. I sent those to you. Did you get them?" Fred spoke over his shoulder. "We got them, Captain." The bull must have stopped in Saul's system at least twice. Once for the dinosaurs, once for the apes, I figure. And we found a map in that museum globe. "You sent us the map," Redwing said, ushering them along the corridor. A pleasant aroma of warm food drew them. "How did that strike you?" "Strange. Might be history, might be propaganda for the masses." "There's a difference." She smiled. "It was in a big park, elaborate buildings, the works." Fred wobbled into the mess. Beth was feeling frail, too. There were handholds everywhere, and she used them. Surely she'd been longing for foods of earth. There had been almost no red meat in the parts of the bowl she'd seen. Beef curry? Its tang enticed. The mess was neat, clean, like a strict diner. Already Fred had picked a 5-bean salad and a cheese sandwich. Redwing dialed up a chef's salad. "We're recording everything we can get in electromagnetics from the bowl's surface, but there's not much," he said. Beth asked, "What are you doing with our allies? I mean the snakes?" "They kind of give me the willies, but they seem benign. We're helping the finger snakes unload that ship you hijacked. Those plants will do more for them than for us, don't you think? Shall we house them in the garden? We'll have to work out what to give them in the way of sunlight and dirt and water." "Want to watch?" Redwing finger danced before a sensor. The wall wavered, and yes, on the visual wall there were finger snakes and humans moving trays out of the magnetic car. Beth saw these were new crew. Ayan Ali, pilot, Claire Conway, co-pilot, and Carl Lebanon, the general technology officer. The ship's population was growing. They moved dexterously among the 3 snakes, struggling with the language problem. Beth muted the sound and watched while she ate. Silence as she forked in flavors she had dreamed of down on the bowl. No talk, only the clinking of silverware. Then Fred said, "The map in the big globe. It looked alien, but it's blue and white like an Earth-like planet." "Could that have been Earth in the deep past?" "Yeah. 100 million years ago?" Redwing said, "Ayan says no. She pegs that clump of migrating continents to the Middle Jurassic. Your picture was upside down, South Pole up. Argue with her if you don't agree." Fred shook his head. "I can recall it, but look. I sent Ayan my photo file, so—" Redwing called up a wall display. "There is a lot of spiky emission from that jet. Seems like message-style stuff, but we can't decipher it. Anyway, it fuzzed up your pictures, and Ayan had a tedious job getting it compiled. She compiled, processed, and flattened the image store, piled it into a global map, stitching together your flat-on views. Here." Fred read the notes. "Of course. All those transforms have blurred out the details, sure. So now look at South America. Just shows what looking at things upside down and only one side will do. Now right side up and complete, I can see it. How could I have missed it?" Beth said kindly, "You didn't, not really. We were on the run, remember? And this doesn't look a lot like Earth, all the continents squeezed together. But you were right about the bowl having some link to Earth. Tell the captain your ideas." Fred glanced at Redwing, eyes wary. "I was tired then, just thinking out loud." "And you were right," Beth opened her hands across the table. "Spot on. Sorry I didn't pay enough attention. So tell the captain." Fred gazed off into space, speaking to nobody. "Okay, I thought... Wow, Jurassic. 175 million years back? That's when the dinosaurs got big. Damn. Could they have got intelligent too? Captain, I've been thinking that intelligent dinosaurs built the bowl, and then evolved into all the varieties of bird folk we found here. Gene tampering too, we saw that in some species. You don't evolve extra legs by accident. They keep coming back to Sol's system because it's their home. Fred remembered his hunger and bit into his cheese sandwich. A smile played around Redwing's lips. If they picked up the apes a few 100,000 years ago, then they could have been en route to glory for that long. They're definitely aimed at glory, just like we were. Beth? Beth's mouth was full, so Redwing went on. All that brain sweat we spent wondering why our motors weren't putting out enough thrust. The motors are fine. We were plowing through the backwash from the bowl's jet, picking up backflowing gases all across 1,000 kilometers of our ramjet scoop for all the last 100 years of our flight. Beth nodded. We could have gone around it. Too late now, right? We'll still be short. Short of everything. Fuel, water, air, food. It gets worse the more people we thaw, but what the hell? We still can't make it unless we can get supplies from the bowl. And we're at war. Cliff killed birdfolk? Yeah, and they tried to repay the favor. Beth had expected some shipboard protocols, since Redwing liked to keep discipline. But the first thing Redwing said when they got to his cramped office was, "What was it like down there?" Across Beth's face, emotions flickered. Imagine you can see land in the sky. You can tell it's far away because even the highest clouds are brighter and you can't see stars at all. The sun blots them out. It gives you a queasy feeling at first, land hanging in the distance, no night, hard to sleep. She took a deep breath, wheezing a bit, her respiratory system adjusting to the ship after so long in alien air. The rest of the bowl looks like brown land and white stretches of cloud. Imagine being able to see a hurricane no bigger than your thumbnail. It's dim because the sun's always there. The jet casts separate shadows too. It's always slow twisting in the sky. The clouds go far, far up. Their atmosphere's much higher than ours. You can't see the molecular skin they have keeping their air in. Not a chance. Clouds stacking up as far as you can see. The trees are different too. Some zigzag and send long feelers down to the ground. I never did figure out why. Maybe a low-grav effect. Anyway, there's this faint land up in the sky. You can see whole patches of land like continents just hanging there. Plus seas, but mostly you see the mirror zone. The reflectors aren't casting sunlight into your eyes. They're pointed back at the star, sure. So they're gray, with brighter streaks here and there. The knothole is up there, too. Not easy to see because it's got the jet shooting through it all the time. It narrows down and gets brighter right at the knothole. You can watch big twisting strands moving in the jet if you look long enough. It's always changing. And the ground, the animals. Impossible to count how many differences there are. Strange things that fly. The air's full of birds and flapping reptile things, too, because in low-grav everything takes to the sky if there's an advantage. We got dive-bombed by birds thinking maybe our hair was something they could make off with. Food, I guess. Redwing laughed with a sad smile, and she saw he was sorry he had to be stuck up here, flying a marginal ram scoop to make velocity changes against the vagrant forces around the bowl. He didn't want to sail. He wanted to land. She sipped some coffee and saw it was best that she not say how she had gotten a certain dreadful electric zest while fleeing across the bowl. Redwing asked questions, and she did not want to say it was like an unending marathon. A big slice of the strange, a zap to the synaptic net. The shock of unending otherness moistened with meaning, special stinks, grace notes, blaring daylight that illuminated without instructing. A marathon that addicted. To wake up from cold sleep and go into that, fresh from the gewgaws and flashy bubblegum of techno-Earth was, well, a consummation requiring digestion. She could see that Red Wing worried at this, could not let it go. Neither could she. Vexing thoughts came, flying strange and fragrant through her mind, but they were not problems, no. They were the shrapnel you carried, buried deep, wounds from meeting the strange. Part 2. Sunny Slaughterhouse. After the game, the king and the pawn go into the same box. Italian proverb. 9. Cliff stood at the edge of the ruined city and tried to get his eyes to work right. This world looked strange. Shimmering green and blue halos hovered around the edges of every burned tree and smashed building. The jet scratched across the sky, had its usual twisting helical strands around its hard ivory-bright core, but there too an orange halo framed it, winking with vagrant lights. Okay. Shake the head, blink. Repeat. The colored halos dimmed. He made himself breathe long and slow and deep. Acrid smoke tainted the dry air. In the second folk attack, he had gotten hit again. Irma had stitched the wound in his right shoulder, and then he slept. It was strange to sleep for days and nights. Though those words meant nothing here, where the ruddy star hung forever in the same spot in the sky. Yet he had slept long, his irked back and aching bones told him. He had come out of it stiff and dry and jerky. A bit foggy, he watched the sill deal with their wounded and put out the widespread fires. He had just woken up and now, after a breakfast of odd foods and stale water, felt pretty well. The halos ebbed, faded. With Irma he stood watching the sill work. Their lithe bodies slumped and sagged. They were naturally limber, dexterous creatures, but not now. Irma said, "The skyfish came over this part while you and I were trying to help carry that heavy ammo the sill use. Blasted everything." He nodded, dimly recalling the fevered hours of carrying heavy cargo on rolling flat cars. Their wooden frame carriers held long cylinders of shaped shells with elementary fuses on the underside. It paid to be careful with them. Hard, dumb, sweaty work it was, while they heard hollow hammer blows rain down like a distant drumming wrath of sky gods. The concussions rolled over them, and he had learned pretty quickly not to look up or back too much because the occasional orange-hot fragment or buzzing shrapnel came that way. Once he had seen a zigzag tree burst into flame after a sizzling meteor slammed into it. He had helped throw water on it, then dirt when they had to. The burning city took all the reservoir water, and then that ran out too. After they got it put out, the humans went back to hauling ammo. The sill guns hammered hard, trying to take down the skyfish. The brown and green football blimps churned across the sky and aimed lasers, antennas, and some kind of fire weapon down on the city. He distracted himself by thinking how the skyfish could work at all. Its elaborate fins could flare out, capturing wind like a sail and driving the gas bag forward. He guessed the huge creature could trim on this by shifting mass inside itself, getting a torque about its center of mass to navigate. This can be somewhat like a ship sailing at angles to the wind, tacking with its big side fan fins spread out. It had big eyes and blister pods, maybe evolved from some balloon-like species. A bioengineered creature used to slowly patrol the air above the bowl. He had watched the battle and recalled how this place had been only a short while before. The sill had their pride, of course. Their first full awake time in this large Sill city, the 5 visiting humans had to be led around, shown the town. They saw ancient, majestic buildings of stacked stone, gleaming, shiny statues to great dead savants, beautiful swooping curves and ramps and towers, then spindly ceramic bridges over moist green gardens and sprawled homes. They exhausted their reserves of oohs and ahs. It was indeed a fine city of untold ancient origin. Not now. During the battle, at least 5 of the living skyfish had circled, covering each other against any Sill artillery. When the guns barked up at them, a shower of beams and missiles cascaded down, silencing the crews. The pain beam was terrifying. When it struck, Cliff could see the shocked fear come into the Sill faces. They turned and ran, some snatching at their skins as though they were on fire. At the sensory level, they were. The pain gun was a microwave beam that excited Sill nerves with agonies that made them fall, writhe, scream. It deranged some who howled and jerked and ran in chaotic bursts. Others had the sense to run steadily out of the beam if they could. The effect was intense, immediate, and ended Sill resistance where the beams struck. The pain projectors were soundless, which made them even more horrifying. These were the standard folk weapon to panic opponents, and they worked their silent terror well. But humans did not feel it at all. Some difference in the neural wiring made them immune. So Cliff, Ivy, Terry, Howard, and Irma hauled ammo and tried to stay alive. The skyfish wallowed across the air above the Sill city and brought flame spouts to bear. Some forked down green rays that seared buildings and people alike. The enormous living sky creatures systematically burned along geometric paths, and whole blocks of homes and factories burst into yellow flame. The Sill brought their archaic weaponry to bear and blew shredding blasts into the skyfish underbodies. Once Cliff heard an enormous hollow whoosh that thundered down like a bass note. He and Irma looked up and saw a skyfish belly explode. A huge yellow ball licked around the green skin and trailed up the sides. "Hydrogen," Irma said brightly. "That's their buoyancy gas." Howard said, "Helium must not give them enough lift. Tricky." "Oh, come on. Where would they get helium?" Another skyfish was floundering now, spewing fluids from multiple wounds, losing altitude, veering erratically. The city below it boiled with flame. The great beast slid down the sky through realms of smoke. Its crash was like a green egg crumbling in slow motion as it burned. The destruction lumbered on amid roars and bangs and the sour stench of flame. Not long after, a nearby explosion Cliff never saw caught him. He took hot fragments in his left side and arm and went down. Then it all got fuzzy, the licking flames filmed over by a gray screen of pain. He recalled seeing the skyfish turn and begin their ascent. They rose quickly, buoyed by the spreading fires below. Someone said the huge blimps would mend and rearm at higher altitude and might come back. And then it all went vague, and he fell away into troubled sleep. So now, getting his eyes to see this place right again, it seemed odd to have the big world go rolling along without him. Sills labored nearby and gave the humans no notice whatever. There was a gray silence to their movements, but they kept on stolidly. Just like it will keep on after you're dead, Cliff thought. The wide, busy world of muscle work, weather changing, window washing, future judging, fast, joyous dancing, racing heart in great passion, nose picking, fun talking, and bug swatting. All that will go merrily, yea, merrily along. If these aliens were never aware of your presence, they won't be overwhelmed by your absence. But the same is true of the people you know, too. The world picks up the pace and moves on, eternally. They were standing apart from the men, Terry, Ivy, Howard, at the city's edge. The humans had all slept in a makeshift cave in the surrounding hills to avoid the constant light. Here there were scraps of the lush greenery on the slopes amid the rocky landscape, with some odd trees and big-leafed plants rich in fruit. They were eating some of these, rather bland, with lots of pale blue juice. Irma said, "Quirt looks worn down." Cliff turned to see the slim alien approach, its usually light-footed stride slow and lame. Quirt's voice was grainy, flat. "On to here, we came to speak," a jerky hand gesture, "and share help." Quirt's English was still improving, and quite a few of the other Sill had managed to share the language upload and integrator AI. Cliff still found it striking that the astronomer folk had widely distributed, among the hunters, Quirt had said, a software that taught English with a few immersion sleeps. He had seen the squat little machine that learn us, as Quirt said, but had no idea how it really worked. Irma said, "We can labor beside you." Quirt's large yellow eyes studied them all in turn. "Medical we are now at. The dead rot." "They be many," Irma said. The Sill had the most trouble with the irregular forms of to be, so they tried to use simple forms. "I said be for our acts." "You could not know the folk would exact such a price," Terry said, coming up to the group. "Many dead have not known before fire on our city." "You have lost the city too," Terry said. "No, do not hurt for the city. We build again fast." Quirt paused for a moment, eyes distant, then said, "The city speaks what has happened to us. Everywhere on the bowl, the wounds, they show." "Sure," Irma said. "When we have more to say, we rebuild. The city speaks again," Quirt said. Irma didn't understand then. The astronomer folk had apparently hoped the varying species of this area would rally to the folk cause and use the English to somehow ensnare Cliff and the others. For the Sill it had worked in reverse. The Sill had been festering under folk rule for a long time and had seized the opportunity of uniting with their small human band. Now they suffered for it repeatedly as the folk tried to find the humans. How long will they bear up? Cliff wondered. We've caused them huge losses. "How we help?" Ivy asked. Quirt stood silent as its large eyes elongated up and down rhythmically. The yellow eyes closed and the eyelids vibrated as if shaken from behind. These expressions had no human parallel. Cliff had thought before that this must mean surprise or puzzlement, but now the alien made a curious squatting motion, its sinewy arms knotted in front of it. With the large Sill pancake hands and thick fingers, it shaped a twisting architecture in the air. Then its eyes jerked open, and it stood. Cliff was cautious in inferring emotions from facial signatures in the Sill, but this case at least seemed clear. The constricted face oozed sad resolve. "Dead are many. Have time now little," Irma said softly. "You wish help with the dead?" "We may share violence, share our ends also." The finely tended Sill City was now a chaos of jagged building shells, of splintered statues to great sills now shattered into lumpy gray shards, of cratered streets, of angular trees sheared off at their roots or burned to cinders, of vehicles sitting gnarled and toasted, and the only sounds those of stones falling from half-crumpled walls. No groans any more. A city of dead. A grim procession clogged the few cleared routes. Sill shuffled along with blackened faces and torn skins, mournful angular faces with eyes that saw little before them. Some of them bore wounded, others bore their dead. None spoke. None needed to. The stench came to Cliff as they strode down from the surrounding hills. It rose as they entered the ruined precincts. Terry made masks for them all that proved essential as they labored through the endless day. There was a code for burying the dead, something to do with recycling their substance into the bowl's sealed ecology. Especially here, water seemed scarce, and the bodies went into a kind of pit that had a flexible blue cover and drains at the bottom. Cliff hated going into the buildings and avoided them. He came upon a big sill body that had a family gathered around it. They were rolling it in a pale green sheet. They stepped back and looked at Cliff. They were short, thin, and probably could not easily carry the body. He nodded and squatted to pick up the stiff, fragrant mass. He got it standing on the rigid legs, then tipped the body onto his shoulder. As he stood up, the pressure forced gas through the voice box, and a ragged croak rattled out. It sent shivers down his back. For a long second he wondered if the alien was protesting. He made himself look into the contorted sill face, gone rigid. A purple tongue stuck out between the small knobby sill teeth. The eyes had burst, and goo ran down the angular cheeks. Cliff looked away, stopped breathing. He took short, jolting steps, and the family followed him silently all the way to the pit. He was sweating when he edged the body gently into the opening flap. The family just stared at the green sheet as it slid in, murmured to each other, then turned and walked slowly away. No sayings over the body, no ceremony. There was something dignified in the utter lack of ritual. None of the sill had looked him in the eye. He wondered what that meant. The first day was hardest. After that, a numb resignation set in. The bodies got loaded on wagons and taken to parks, the only large open areas in the city not filled with rubble. Some places the sill got funeral pyres going, burning the bodies to keep them from stinking and from spreading disease. "Dirt takes not all," Quirt said. Cliff supposed that meant the soil processors were overloaded by such massive numbers. Many corpses were underground. The job became an elaborate Easter egg hunt, Irma remarked sourly. They would bust into a shelter where often sill had taken refuge, sitting in orderly rows. The humans were just helpers beside the sill, who would gather up valuables from the sill laps, where often the dead had held what they felt was most dear. The sill did not attempt identification anymore. They just turned the valuables over to an escort team. Then sill would come in with a tubular flamethrower and stand in the door and cremate those sitting rigid inside. Get the precious metals and jewelry out, Cliff supposed, and then burn everybody inside. An alien Belzen, he thought, and in the end, our fault. The first bodies the human team had carried out they treated with care and respect, loading them onto stretchers provided to give some semblance of funeral dignity. But after the first day of working on the piles and acres of wrecked bodies, humans and sill alike became more casual. Bodies got stacked and carried for convenience. After that, a rank callousness descended, and they used racks to group the bodies, then dragged them with electrical haulers like sleds of dead. The sill called this entire bleak spectacle, the elegant stonework buildings smashed and seared brown and hard black, something that sounded like Sklilacherhoft. But they all spoke little. In answer to questions, Quirt mostly had an eye move that meant yes, or a side nod that meant no. Then came the patient patrols through the gray stone rubble. Here a leg, there an arm. Just pickings at first, parts to bag, but then they hit a treasure vault of tragedy. A reeking hash of 100 had assembled in a basement. Cliff stepped in and found the tiled floor was awash in a still warm broth of rank water and viscera. When the burst water mains had erupted, Cliff deduced, some of them had tried to escape through a narrow exit in the back. Their bodies were packed in a tight passageway. The dead did not bear burns. From their stiff, bloated condition, he gathered they had died of the smoke or oxygen loss as the firestorm sucked it all away. Their leader had made it halfway up a ramp, only to be buried halfway up to her neck in a plaster goo and stone chips. She looked delicately young, smooth of skin still, though it was swollen and had begun to pucker with brown and blue welts. He carried her out himself. Humans were bigger and stronger and came from a higher grav world, so they got assigned the harder jobs. When they went into a typical shelter, usually an ordinary basement, it looked to Cliff like a streetcar full of Sill who'd simultaneously had heart failure, just sitting there in their chairs, all dead. A firestorm may occur naturally in forests, but in cities becomes a conflagration attaining such intensity that it creates and sustains its own wind system. Cliff had watched the first stages of it from a distance as wind whirls darted among buildings like dust devils of pure yellow and burnt orange flame. Those danced among tall apartment buildings like eerie flame children having fun. Cliff became used to the hovering, ruddy heat that seeped through the clouds still overhead. Smells came rising from the dead and made all the work gangs speed up their work. The bodies were not alike but strangely specific. Some clutched purses, others wore jewelry, and a few who had prepared for what they thought the worst wore rucksacks full of food. Some of the Sill work teams took these, and Cliff just looked away, not knowing what to say or do or whether to care at all. A young boy Sill had a pet, a four-legged furry thing Cliff had never seen the likes of, still leashed to the boy, eyes still gleaming. They were at their work, doggedly going from apartment to apartment, when a Sill woman suddenly appeared and hurled herself at Cliff. She shouted incoherent abuse and battered at him with tight fists. Another Sill rushed over and pulled her off him. She broke down sobbing, chanting, and was led away. He stood stolidly for a long while, emotions churning. Once some Sill work partners found a small cellar of what seemed to be a wine-like drink. When Cliff passed by them a while later, carrying a Sill body, they seemed to be roaring drunk. He saw them later, too, and unlike those teams nearby, were working energetically and maybe even enjoying it. So whatever they drank, it seemed a blessing. It went on, and Cliff stopped even estimating the dead. The number was beyond thousands and probably in the tens of thousands, and he did not want to think about it any more. The fiery death penalty applied to all who happened to be in the undefended city, babies, old people, the zoo animals. The teams talked less and less, and the work days seemed to go on infinitely, down a dwindling pipe. A day toward the end, when they could see there were few streets left to cover, they were combing the shattered shells of the last buildings. With scarcely a whisper, a flittering craft came over and dropped filmy oval leaflets that drifted down from the sky. The curious script meant nothing to the humans, of course, but a Sill read it in broken English. "We destroyed you because you harbored the late invaders. They will damage our fragile eternal paradise and bring disease, unease, and horror to your lot, and to all who dwell beneath the perpetual sun in warm mutual company. We struck at the known location of late invaders and those helping them to elude our capture. Destruction of other than targets of high security value was unintended, and an unavoidable consequence of the fortunes of safekeeping of our eternal bowl." The Sill became angry when reading these notes. They hurled them to the ground, stomped on them. Then others gathered them up and marched off with piles of the filmy sheets. Cliff wondered at this, and so followed. The Sill went to their collective lavatory. Since he was in need, he went in and found the propaganda stacked for use in wiping asses. He understood all this emotionally, gathering up body parts in bushel baskets, helping a sorrowed male Sill dig with hands and shovels where he thought his wife might be. The events blended endlessly. 10. Irma said, "You have a flat affect." What's that?" Cliff had just awakened from another long sleep. He looked out the narrow opening of the cave they called home. Beyond lay the same stark sunlit landscape of despair he had become accustomed to. He yawned. At least the halo effect in his vision had gone away. Not much else had. It's a failure to express feelings either verbally or non-verbally. That would be just using your usual grunts and shrugs. He kept watching the view out the cave opening and shifted uneasily on the inflatable bedding the sill had given them. It was a bit small. Can't say much after what we've been through. I learned this in crew training. They gave it to us because we could go through traumas if we get to glory. When we get there. This is an interlude. Okay? When? There might be pretty heavy events to get through on glory, our trainers said. So we trained to deal with shock, combat fatigue, stress disorders, recognize the symptoms, apply a range of therapies. You've had low affect for days now. He could not claim he didn't feel differently, so he said nothing. That was always easier. Look me in the eye. Reluctantly, he did. Somehow it was easier to peer out at the blasted and sunny landscape, though now that he thought of that, it made no real sense. Still. Irma leaned forward, took his head in both hands, and looked fiercely into his eyes, shaking his head to get him to focus on her. Good. Trust me, this is a problem, and we both need to work on it. They told us to expect it, especially when a subject... Now I'm a subject? Okay. A fellow crew member. It's when people talk about issues without engaging their emotions. I'm sorting things out. Another symptom is lack of expressive gestures, little animation in the face, not much vocal inflection. So? Do you split your feelings away from events? Not by design. I'm just trying to hold it together here. Taking pleasure in real things can help that. Pleasure. Good idea. Quite distant from here. He looked out at the ever-bright sunshine that was beginning to weigh on him. The stellar jet cut across the sky, adding its neon glow to the hammering sunlight. They had experienced some darkness here and there on this long expedition through the strange, incomprehensibly large bowl, and in his dreams now he longed for more darkness. He dreamed of diving into deep waters where a murky, cool, leafy world wrapped itself around him. He was always sorry to wake up. He was thinking of this when he realized she was deftly pushing his buttons. Her voice turned furry, intimate. Hands stroked, caressed. Pretty clearly she wasn't being made wanton and reckless by his fabulous magnetism. This was therapy. Not that the fact mattered. It became a matter of silky moments and building readiness. Then a gliding delight, sweetly enclasped, and a long, exultant shudder for both of them. The artful ease lasted him into a sliding sleep. When he woke, she took him through some softly worded moments he only later saw were exercises. Irma asked him in her soft, insistent voice to report the lurid, dark nightmares he had. She walked him through those, tracing out moments like the rattling wheeze of corpses, the leaden weight of stiff bodies, the sharp, acrid stench of rot. And then she asked him to watch her hand weave, left to right to left, a sway of motion that somehow called up calming spirits in him, let him lapse into a silent, quiet place where he could rest and feel, and not swirl back down into those tormented whirlpools. She sighed and stayed with him while he sobbed silently, yet at least not alone, and slept again. He woke while Irma slept and reflected on good old plain human sex among all this strangeness. Making love worked just fine here. He knew that aliens would have other such modes, and they would be odd indeed. Earthside, male honeybee genitals exploded after sex. Wasps turned cockroaches into zombie incubators. Male scorpion flies produced wads of saliva to feed their mates. A nuptial gift that distracted her front end while her hind end mated. He had learned a basic lesson here. Expect the unexpected. More dozing. A lot later, it seemed, he asked vaguely, "We should go somewhere." "The mass funeral festival of the Sill. We must go." "When?" "Get dressed." She had gotten him into a halfway presentable mood with the most direct possible method. Smart, with talents he could not anticipate. He had always tried to work with people who were smarter, quicker, and more naturally adept than he was, plus those who had talents he could not even anticipate. Irma was all of that. In this incredible mess of an interstellar expedition, she kept her wits. He realized that he, on the other hand, had exceeded his limits. He had no combat experience and yet had somehow gotten through the first folk assault with just a wound. That had nearly healed when the folk came back with not one skyfish but 6, to kill so many Sill that nobody could count them. No doubt the folk hoped to catch the humans and burn them too, but that could not have been the reason for the hours of unrelenting flame war. The folk wanted discipline and knew how to get it. Discipline meant punishment, meant order, meant stability, meant this giant spinning contraption could go on its ancient trajectory, bound for glory and stars beyond. Learn to think the way the folk do, he thought. That was the only way to survive this bizarre, strange, and wonderful place. He slowly got from quirt a way to deal with all the violence. After all, loss was everywhere. Everyone on Sunseeker knew when they departed Earthside that they would never see family or friends again. Cliff tried to phrase what seemed to work. You will lose someone you can't live without, and your heart will be badly broken, and the bad news is that you never completely get over the loss of your beloved. But this is also the good news. They live forever in your broken heart, a wound that doesn't seal back up. And you come through. It's like having a broken leg that never heals perfectly, that still hurts when the weather gets cold, but you learn to dance with the limp. 11. Cliff listened to the deep rolling music of the Sill dirge. This was an honor, he realized, to witness the public mourning of these lithe aliens, their voices soaring in a long rolling symphony he could understand, at least emotionally. It was truly so. Music had fundamentals common here. Their flowing melodic line had tricky interior cadences, sub-themes, and as it gathered force, these merged to become a high howling remorse, laced through with beautiful somber notes. In the carved rock amphitheater, the Sill stood as they sang, sat when they did not, their angular heads lifted up to show faces twisted with grief. They had lost many in the assault by the remorseless, hydrogen-fueled sky beasts. Those vast creatures had killed so many Sill almost as an afterthought, punishment for hiding humans. Apparently, firing into crowds was permissible, and the Sill seemed unsurprised by these events. Cliff sat and thought of that as the music wrapped around him. It immersed them all. He could see this strong music had its effects on those beside him. The Sill had many subtle eye gestures, and the odd elongation of the flesh around the eyes apparently meant mourning, all because of the humans. His small band had been on the run for a long time, and now had met the sobering fact that those folk who ran this huge spinning machine would kill others just to stop a few humans. But why were they important? It puzzled him and gave the slow, solemn proceedings of public mourning a gravitas he respected. Their song rose and fell, their long bass notes reverberating from elaborately carved walls. The Sill leader, Quirt, stood tall and splayed arms to the sky as the large wind instruments among them, not separated as in a human orchestra, joined in the deep notes, pealing forth as the longer wavelengths resonated with those reflecting from the walled basin. It was eerie and moving, and Cliff let himself be drawn into it. Grief made its same choices for the sill as among humans, gliding, graceful themes, deepening as the growing amplitude plowed into more somber courses. Then suddenly, that ended in a stunning trill the voices held for a long while as their instruments boomed forth. The silence, no applause, just grief. They all, Howard, Irma, Terry, and Ivy, sat respectfully until told to move, as they had learned was considered polite here. Howard was nursing a bad cut and a bum knee. Terry and Ivy had burns and bound-up wounds, but altogether the humans had minimal damage. They kept their heads down, perhaps from politeness, but Cliff lowered his eyes because he did not want to look into the eyes of the sill more than he had to. The sill filed out, their slanted faces seeming even longer now, no one speaking. Their instruments caught Cliff's eye. The laws of physics set design constraints for woodwinds and stringed players, long tubes, resonant cavities, holes for tuning. But the music that bloomed from these oddly shaped chambers and strings was both eerie and yet familiar. It had an artful use of counterpoint, moments of harmonic convergence, repeating details of melodic lines. There were side commentaries in other keys, too. Was music somehow universal? As they emerged from the stone bowl, he looked back at the now empty crescents, where the seats each had a slight rounded depression for sitting. Once in Sicily, he had seen an ancient open theater that looked much like this. But here the stones were pale conglomerate, not limestone, and far older. Yet the same design emerged. Still obeying the code of silence, they walked into the sprawling community. This part of the Sill cityscape had escaped the firebombing. It was a vast relief to be away from the charred precincts where he and the others had worked for... He could not even recall the count. At least a week, though now it seemed a boundary between a past where he had felt in control of his world, and now, this. He pulled his mind away from the memories. Focus. His crew training made this possible, but not easy. The sill chose habitats, he noticed, the way a seasoned soldier instinctively chooses cover. Here, a wall gave an angled exposure to the star. Another wall stood oblique to that, to allow the jet's glow to have its say with redder luminosities, so each shadow had different colors at play. One wall gave protection from the prevailing wind, with an apartment perched to take advantage of the cooler prospect, big open windows facing away from the field of bright, fine sands that bounded the Sill town. There was a lake nearby, not deep, but enough to fetch a tranquil blue from the hovering sky. Sills lounged in shadows for delicious rest, on a spongy plain, their bodies prone on the soft jade green. Sill crowds gathered there, their trilling speech low and reflective. A moist breeze blew through the crowd, and streamers of fog danced among the zigzag trees. All eyes followed the humans. They had all agreed to affect a casual disregard of this. "Think of it as like being a movie star," Irma had said. And it was. The Sill at least hid their sliding gaze by turning heads a bit away, but Cliff felt the pressure of their regard. "They wonder what to make of us," Howard whispered. Ivy said, "We're enough like them. 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head. Maybe that's an optimal smart alien design. Makes us sorta simpatico. Better than the bird folk, anyway." "And the Sill know to keep a distance, give us some room to take them in, too," Terry added. "It's kind of fun. Here are real, smart aliens who aren't chasing us." "Or killing us," Irma said sardonically. "Beth's team wasn't so lucky." This memory sobered them as they passed by a truly ancient-looking stone edifice, erect on its bare site, the huge blocks sweating with every gush of mists from the lowlands. Cliff savored the moist breath. The winds here stirred with minds of their own, sinewy and musical as they hummed through the sill streets. The homes somehow generated music from the wind, hollow woodwind notes in lilting harmonies that seemed to spill from the shifting air. The sky was clear, a flight of huge lenticular clouds sliding past like a parade of ivory spaceships. The sky creature had been of that size, moving with ponderous poise. Beautiful in its way, and lethal. These clouds poured rain onto distant hills, and the fragrant breeze brought the flavor to them. As they often did, the humans watched the strange landscapes around them and tried to figure out how it all worked. Ivy and Terry maintained that there had to be tubes moving water around the bowl, since otherwise all fluids would end up in the low-grav regions near the poles. Irma pointed out that some photos of the bowl taken when Sunseeker was approaching showed just what Ivy and Terry thought, huge pipes running along the outside of the bowl. Cliff listened to all this and sorted through his photographs. He had nearly filled his comm camera's digital storage with photos of plants and animals and had to edit out some to free up space. Already he had decided to ignore algae, bacteria, protoctista, fungi, and much else. He kept snaps of purple-skinned animals loping on stick legs across a sandy plain. He had captured flapping, flying carpets with big yellow eyes, massive ruddy blobs moving like boulders on tracks of slime, spindly trees that walked, birds like big-eyed blue fish. A library of alien life. Cliff knew he had missed a lot of creatures because they had quick and good camouflage to conceal themselves. They discovered this by stepping on what looked like limbs or lichen or dirt, and turned out to be small animals that knew the arts of disguise. He sucked in the moist air and recalled that on Earth, desert plants defended against losing moisture by keeping their stomata closed in the day. They opened at night to take in carbon dioxide without evaporating too much water away. On the bowl, though, without night, the air had to hold enough moisture to let plants respire, venting oxygen. That meant a lot of water. It explained the heavy rainstorms and thick flavored air, the sprawling rivers they had to work around, the mists that shrouded even small depressions in the land. Yet some aspects here were like an Earth that had vanished long ago. Standing nearby was an enormous version of something he had seen Earthside, embedded in coal beds: horsetails. These resembled a first draft of bamboo, thick-walled, segmented grass, tan and tall. The trunks popped as they swayed in the wind, eternally fighting for space and sun and soil just as did all the others. He had seen creatures that excreted through pores in their feet, surely not from Earth. Their speech sounded like whistling and farting at the same time. Both used flowing gases through a pinched exit, but... Quirt broke off from a murmuring crowd. Moving with efficient grace, it came up to them, its big yellow eyes heavily lidded, and said, "Thank delivered in kind. We now speak, want." Its language ability came in simple stutters of words. Cliff could usually guess the content. Quirt moved with rippling muscles, like brilliant gazelles, Cliff thought. The Sill were limber, dexterous creatures that worked on the bowl's understructure. They lived in small towns, mostly, so this now ruined city was unusual. Quirt said Sill were peppered through the immense lands of the bowl. They seldom met other Sill groups larger than the few thousand here, since distance isolated them. They received instructions from the folk and carried out their labors. Otherwise, they governed themselves. Populations were stable by social conventions handed down for countless generations. This was a standard folk method, apparently. Divide and rule, Cliff thought. Throngs of Sill followed their mourning with festival. The humans stood aside as the lithe forms began to move, sway, sing. All around them, spontaneous movement broke out. The warm sun and lancing jet stung their skins, and they danced until a kind of glow spread on their skins. Maybe the exercise changes their surface circulation? Irma wondered as the pumping music swelled, bodies glided and kicked, and the golden richness of Syl skins seemed to give off its own moist radiance. Quirt led them to a low building, its walls slanted sheets of ivory rock. Beneath their feet was blonde gravel that, as they entered a small room, turned green, each pebble wrapped in a translucent skin of slime. Quirt bent and carefully unhinged from some sculpted seats small blobs that seemed to be slugs that had adhered. They sat, and the seats adjusted to their bodies with a slithery grace. There was a long wait, but as protocol required, the alien spoke first. "We need no goal astronomers." "They want to catch us," Terry said, "or kill us." "Whichever is easier," Ivy added. "Capture best for them. Folk want know what you know." Quirt said this flatly. "About what?" Irma asked. "Ship you ride, plants you carry, bodies you have, songs. Possible is." The swift, slippery slide of Quirt's words belied a calm the feline alien wore, like a mantle. Plainly, Quirt was a leader. The talk went on, speculating on why the folk had fired into a Syl crowd. Yes, humans were among them, but why did that matter? Cliff watched the alien and reflected on what could come next. In his experience, people centered their lives around money or status or community or service to some cause, but the Syl seemed to live learning-centered lives. Here, little bits of practical knowledge were the daily currency. Howard had given them a Mobius strip to amuse the children, and their main vocation was to be preoccupied with some exciting little project, or maybe a dozen. As one Syl had told him, it was quicker to list the jobs he didn't hold than the ones he did. There were teams completing a pit to turn manure into electricity, plans to build a micro-hydroelectric generator in a local stream. They devised and built their own lathes and saws, tough enough to carve into the hard wood of the big trees that ringed their sprawling village. The Syl seemed shaped by what Cliff saw as a frontier-like culture. Here they drilled into trees to make body lotion or designed cement hives for swarming insects, as if to foil a creature that sounded to Cliff like honey badgers. They're isolated, Cliff thought. No other Syl for great distances or other intelligent species. Out here in the bush, lost in their experiments. His attention had wandered. Ivy had been peppering Quirt with questions, and nobody understood its answers. Then the alien leaned back, yawned to show big teeth, and held up its hands. "Not right thing you speak for. Folk want all adopted to obey. We, you." A liquid pointing gesture. "Not made in bowl. Danger badness comes from us, say folk." This came out as hard, clipped words, not the sliding sibilance Quirt usually used. It was tricky inferring emotions from alien facial signatures, Cliff's judgment warned him, but the narrowing eyes and tensed lips made a constricted face that oozed resentment. Cliff said, "You came before us." A quick blinking which seemed to convey agreement among the Syl. "Not adopted over long time. We move, live, work. Folk give us things. We do their commands." Irma said, "You said earlier that you move often?" Quirt looked puzzled, as it always did, by the human habits of conveying a question by a rising note at the end of a sentence. "Our kind rove." "But you have buildings." "Young must learn by doing. This we know. Costs to know, must pay. No such thing as free education. And buildings, cities used to talk." "Talk?" "Adopted can see our work from everywhere in the bowl. We shape our cities to make messages. Small messages, big shapes for streets, parks, buildings. When we know, they know too. What folk want from you. The sill had a way of leading you toward what they meant, then letting you go the rest of the way. Maddening at times. Asking them again or in a different way got nowhere, banging on a door that wouldn't open. The sill preferred to show them. Quirt took them to a site where the ground seethed with a tan stretching substance. It came out of the bowl when the sill triggered it, Quirt said. Then they tuned it somehow. Cliff inspected one of their handheld devices, but could make nothing of the ribbed and fissured face of it. The sill apparently took in information and gave instructions by feel, not visually. This seemed odd for ones who had so many eye moves to express themselves. Cliff was still wondering at this when the slick tan surface began to ease upward. It became grainy as it rose, wedges emerging from the big bubble that blossomed above them. It firmed up into walls and crossbeams as windows opened like sleepy eyes along the edge. A thick, cloying scent like drying cement filled the air, and Cliff stepped back with the others, not able to follow the complex moves the constructors, as Quirt termed them, made to shape the thing through signals he could not fathom. After an hour or two, a fresh building stood 2 stories tall. The floors were rough, and there was no clue how the inhabitants could get water or electricity, but the oval curves of its walls and sloping floors of the interior were elegantly simple. The roof sported an odd array of sculptures that imitated sill body shapes, and cups pointed at the horizon. In the entire growth of the home, Cliff felt a tension between order, as seen in the room gridiron pattern, and a spontaneous, discontinuous rhythm to the wrinkled walls and oblong windows. It had just enough strangeness to be expressive, though he did not know what the sill made of it. They seemed to think it played a role in reconciling them to their lost friends and shattered city. Nomadic, Cliff guessed. Each generation set up shop in a new area, hunted and gathered, devised their own kind of town, a species with a wandering curiosity alighting on interesting parts of their environment. The bowl was big enough to accommodate that style, but buildings as messages? Do the bird folk read your building messages? Think not. Quirt made a rustling sound in its big chest and said quietly, we lost many. Sill, like you, many parts, all lost. There was a sadness in the long sliding words. The self-forming building seemed to play a role in their reconciling what had happened. Yet none cast glares or stares at the humans. He could imagine no reason why the sill should forgive the humans for bringing all this upon them. But then he was yet again seeing them as thinking like humans, and they did not. The talk continued for a while as Cliff listened intently, trying to judge how Quirt saw the world. Having an alien who had already learned English was an immense advantage, but Quirt's short, punchy sentences gave only a surface view of the mind beneath. If I were a lizard, I'd be a belt by now, Irma said at one point, and for the first time they saw Quirt laugh. Or something like it, barks that could just as well have been a summons, but accompanied by eye blinks and sideways jerks of the head. As Quirt did this, the eyes watched the humans, and there came a moment of— Cliff grasped for the right word. Yes? Communion. A meeting of minds. This cheered him up a great deal. Then Quirt said there were meetings to go to, clearly meaning to end on a high, light note. They broke up and returned to the cave-like place the sill had given over to the humans. It was a rude warren built of rocks rolled together to form corridors and rooms. A thick tent-like sheet drawn over the top of the whole sprawl of rock made a roof. At certain places, detachable patches let in sun for the rooms and were easily pegged back in place for sleep. Utilitarian and, Cliff realized, quite portable. Just roll up the sheet and find another field of boulders. The sill apparently used whole gangs to move the rocks, a communal effort. The whole team was tired, and somehow the sill dirge had quieted them. They went to their rooms. Cliff took a side corridor to his own small cubbyhole. Irma gave him a smile he could feel in his hip pocket. Cliff had never fancied himself much of a lover, but since they had been taken under the protection of the sill, they were at it every sleep period. This was no exception. They slept a while, then, and when he woke up she was looking at him. With a lazy smile she said, "When the chemistry is right, all the experiments work." "I'm more of a biology type." "That too. You know, you've learned how to keep this pack of people together, too. I watch you do it. You've learned how to pull their strings." Yours too?" "Not so much. Learning to pull men's strings is one of a woman's major skills, of course. I can see you do it in your own guy way." She softened this, though, with a grin. He felt uneasy thinking about being manipulative, but "I learned on the job." "You let everybody have their say, then let them do the calculation. Who's with them, who's not? Most of the time that solves the problem." "Well, they think I have your vote already." She laughed. "Touché, but not because of fun in the sack." They were indeed in a sack of sorts. The open, braced hammock fiber somehow stayed flat, though it hung from straps, a smart carbon sheet. He didn't like discussing how to manage their little team, though. He now trusted his intuition and was relieved not to think about it. He leaned over, kissed her. "What do you think we should do next?" "If you keep caressing my leg, I'll tell you." Cliff laughed and kept up a smooth, steady stroking of her tawny leg. He hadn't noticed he was doing it. "I don't see how we can find Beth or stay away from the folk, much less figure out this place." Irma shrugged. "I don't either. Yet." "What makes you think we can?" "Well, for one thing, it's us, and we have smarts." "Smarter than what built this contraption?" "Well, there's street smarts on Earth. Remember that phrase? Means you can get around on your own. Maybe here we have planet smarts." "Which means—" A pretty obvious way not to give away what he thought, but people didn't seem to notice it. "This place seems to be deeply conservative. You have to be to keep a contrivance like this running. Hell, even at first glance, I knew it wasn't stable. If the bowl gets closer to the star, the biosphere heats up and starts to fall toward the star. To correct that, I'd guess the locals have to fire up the jet stronger, propel the star away, and get back to the right distance for heating. Then there's the problem of what to do if I stamp my foot and the bowl starts to wobble. It must be they have correction mechanisms in place. On a planet, inertia alone and Newton's laws keep you going if you do nothing. Not here." "Ah, the spirit of an engineer. You didn't answer my question." She chuckled. "You noticed." "I'd say stay here, try to get back in touch with Sunseeker. Let Redwing figure a way to help us." "He doesn't seem to have a clue. Unless you're down here, it's hard to get a grip on the quiet, odd ways this place is so different from a planet." "Such as?" "It's impossibly big, but it's mostly vacant." "Why?" "It suits the folk mentality. Must be. Lots of natural landscape. Okay, not natural, but it's shaped to feel natural. It's a park, really. The sill fit in here, too. Nomad habits of mind, right. And the bowl is a nomad, too. Wanderers living on a wandering artifact. A big, smart object." She pursed her lips. "Smart? Because it has to be managed all the time, kept from falling into its star?" "It moves forward in a dangerous way, just like us. Any two-legged creature has to fall forward and catch itself. Aside from birds, there aren't many Earthside animals that do that." The most common two-legged one is us." She considered this. "The bird folk are two-legged in a way, though I saw them move on all fours too, since the forearms can help them for stability. Maybe they're concerned about not falling because they're massive. So they have the same gut instinct, move forward, even if it's tricky. Shouting in the distance, Irma got up and pulled on her rather tattered uniform, stuck a head out through the curtain of her chamber. "Quirt? What's—" The alien came into the room in the quick sliding way the sill made look so liquidly graceful. "Come. They." Cliff hauled out of the hammock, feeling his joints ache and eyes sticky. His fingers fumbled as he got dressed. Irma went with Quirt. By the time he got to the entrance, they were all staring up at something humming in the sky. Not the balloon creature that had fired on them all, something smaller, faster. It skimmed low, wings purring, a slim winged thing of feathers and a big crusty head that scanned the land below systematically. Its big glittering eyes saw the sill settlement and turned toward them. "Like a huge dragonfly," Irma whispered. Quirt said, "Scout, smart one, high value, so folk must." The thing surged as it turned toward them. Cliff said, "Inside." The nearest building was ceramic, coated with crusty bronzed metal. He ran toward it as he looked back. Howard was watching with binoculars the slim body as it canted in the air, wings furious. "Howard!" Quirt was faster than the humans and got into the building entrance. It caught the big hinged door and swung it nearly closed as people ran under its arch. "Howard!" Cliff called, and then went in. "We must be inside," Quirt said. "Scout smart with—" A humming in the air washed over them. Cliff saw Howard jerk and grab with frenzied fingers at his head. A startled yelp from him turned to a high, shrill scream. Howard fell and was snatching at his legs, head, chest. His jaw yawned wide with a colossal cry. His eyes bulged white. Quirt slammed the heavy metal door closed and drove a latch into place, cutting off Howard's shriek like a knife. Cliff stood blinking at the big door, unable to push away the sharp image of Howard, frantically slapping at invisible demons. The humans looked around at the crowds, dazed. There were many still already inside, providing a chorus of their sliding speech, feet shuffling, eyes shifting uneasily at this latest attack. Others, though, slumped against walls and let their heads rest back, eyes closed, as if resigned to absorbing yet one more disaster. "They get to shelter fast," Irma noted. "Seemed to be riding it out, pacing themselves." There were no windows in this place. Phosphors lit the narrow rooms. Cliff went through the sill crowds, their eyes tracking him, and down a corridor searching for a way to see out. The air hung thick and carried an odd, sour flavor. He turned back and found Quirt following him, who said, "Hurt come through glass." "You come here to get away from the folk microwave weapon?" Quirt made the odd waggling sign of assent. "They folk changed to do your kind." Irma had followed Quirt through the claustro corridors. This time it hit Howard. The folk must have found the right frequency or power levels. "Folk know technologies well, adjust fast, always have." "And sent it on that scout?" Cliff wanted to see how Howard was doing. "If I could get a look—" "No window, this place." Quirt made a hand gesture that they had learned during the long days of burying the sill dead meant rest peacefully, no cares. The sill would not let Cliff find a way to look out. One of them came down a chute and, speaking quickly in the sibilant squirts the sill used, through Quirt reported that the fast-flying scout with the big gleaming eyes had circled until it tired, fired down randomly at some sill, then flew away. Irma said, "It's come before." "Only metal stops hurt." Quirt looked weary, long lines running down its pale face and leathery neck. "Keep tight." Cliff knew that microwaves in the spectral region that plucked at the human nervous system were about 3 millimeters in wavelength. The sill must be vulnerable to a different wavelength, since humans had not felt the pain gun used in earlier assaults. So the folk must have developed something that hurt Howard a great deal, and done it within a short while, something around 100 gigahertz. Impressive. Irma said, "So they must know you, Sil, very well." "The Aculadatorpa knows us. It looked for you." "You've been living a long time with the folk. Under them, I should say. How do you bear it?" Quirt thought a while, and Cliff let him, not interrupting. Humans had a nervous, intrusive way of interrupting each other, a social gaffe of some consequence among the Sil. Then Quirt sighed and said slowly, "You have word enchant. Means our ochig, or like it. Enchant comes from light, from sun and jet. Living essence is enchant. Ochig comes down streaming. Plants, animals, Sil, and now human grow and learn and think from ochig. Bold turns to keep us here so ochig can bring enchant passing through us. Sil in world, human in world, folk more in the ochig, thick in ochig. Moving through world, ochig makes pattern. Folk see pattern, get pattern wrong, and folk do wrong." "They don't seem any better than you, Sil." "Not better, but in right place." "They're in the right place when they slaughter you?" "Right will come. Ochig endures." This was the longest Quirt had ever talked about anything, indeed the longest speech he had ever overheard among any of the Sil. They had an air of paying attention to the passing moment. He envied that. Cliff wandered aimlessly, still seeing in his mind's eye Howard slapping at himself and shrieking. He came upon Irma, who had found a little cranny and was sitting on the bare cold stone floor sobbing. He sat beside her and took her shoulders in his hands and drew her close. Soon enough he was murmuring and clutching her, letting out emotions he did not wish to name. Just holding her helped. He needed the tight muscles in her neck and shoulders. She did the same for him, and in the long, dim time between them, some comfort stole over their bodies, and then deeper. He could not cry, but she could, letting the soft sobs out one at a time. Time eased around them. They spent more hours inside before the Sil unwrapped the shelter. They coiled up shiny sheets that they had triggered to cover all the door hinges. Intense electromagnetic waves with millimeter wavelengths can leak around slim edges, even those less than a millimeter wide. Cliff looked out a small window and saw Howard curled up on the ground with no Sil within view. They came out a side door and surveyed the empty sky. Ivy rushed forward, unhooking the first aid kit, and they all stopped where Howard sprawled. Howard did not resemble a man now nearly so much as a twisted red roasted chicken. Lips blue and bloodless, arms a blotchy purple. His eyes peered up at them as though asking what had happened. Cliff stared at the face a long time. This man had been under his leadership since they left the ship, since they went through the lock at their landing, and then across long weary paths and through sudden panics. Howard had a habit of getting hurt, missing jumps and landing wrong, some scrapes and sprains, despite his physical stats. The ground truth, as their training had told them, was the final fact, and no tests or training could tell you what happened when plans met reality in a usually brutal collision. Swift came reality, and it took no prisoners. Cliff had not seen this coming, and Howard had lagged a step or two behind, and so was now forever gone. On his watch. Quirt said quietly, "Is quick. Hurt is where beam hits." They buried Howard with the other Sil in the collective gravesite. Cliff said little, and they were walking back from the site when a faint hum filled the air. Heads turned. Sil nearby rustled with alarm. The slim shape skimmed low, wings whirring in the sky. Sil began running. Their yellow eyes raced with jittery panic. "Go time," Quirt said. They went. Part 3. Status Opera. Scientists study the world as it is. Engineers create the world that has never been. Theodore von Karman. 12. Memor watched the primate scream. She tried to lunge out of the beam and tripped, sprawled, gasped. The armaments team dutifully tracked her as the poor dim creature scrambled to crawl away. She kept up the sobbing little shrieks as the weapons crew tuned their large antennas further. It went on until Memor waved an impatient fan display and the team cut off the pain beam. The team was pleased, their feathers fluttering with joy, though they kept discipline and said nothing. They had correctly adjusted their weaponry and hit the right resonance for nerve stimulation in the alien. "Tananarive," Memor in her best-learned accent, trying to address the primate by name in its own awkward tongue. "You can survive this level of agony for, you would say, how long?" Free of agony, the primate leaped to her feet, eyes narrow, mouth tight, voice high. "You torture me like a lab animal." "A legitimate use," Memor said mildly. "In warfare?" "War? We landed on your world thing, tried to open negotiations." "No use to revisit the past, little one. We are on to other matters, and this experiment was useful to us." "How?" The primate sagged to her knees, then sat, wiping sweat from her forehead. "How can slamming me with that damn fire beam help? We need to know how to negotiate with those of your kind." "You mean fight them?" "The opening struggle comes first, of course." Tananarive's face took on an expression Memor had learned to interpret: cautious calculation. These primates managed to convey emotion through small moves of mouth, eyes, chin. They had evolved on some flat plane apparently without benefit of the wide range of expression that feathers conferred. Tananarive said slowly, "I'm very glad they're still free. It means you don't know how to deal with them." Memor disliked the sliding logic of this creature, but knew she had to get around it. "We need the means to bring them to order. Inflicting pain is much more virtuous than simply killing them. I think you will agree?" Tananarive shot back. "Do you have anything you would die for? Your freedom to make your own way, for example?" "No. Dying seems pointless. If you die, you cannot make use of the outcome of the act." "Die to save others, or for a belief." "I certainly would not die for my beliefs. I could be wrong." Tananarive shook her head, which seemed to be how these creatures implied rejection. "So you experiment on me to see what power level of your beam works best?" "That and tunable frequency. How else are we to know?" Thin lips, narrowed eyes. "Anger, yes." Memor was getting used to their ways. "Don't do it again." "I see no need to. You obviously felt a great, terrible agony. That will suffice." "I need sleep." "That I can grant." In truth, Memor was tired of this exercise. She did not like to inflict stinging hurt. Yet her superior, Asenath, had commanded that a fresh weapon be developed, capable of delivering sudden sharp pain. The customary such radiator, which worked well on the sill, had failed in the first clumsy battle. Memor did not like to think of that engagement, which had killed the skyfish she rode in. Her escape pod had lingered long enough to witness the giant, buoyant beast writhe in air, its hydrogen chambers breached by rattling shots from the ground cannon below. Then the hydrogen ignited in angry orange fireballs, and the skyfish gave a long, rolling bass note of agony. The mournful cry did not end until its huge, cylindrical body crumpled, crackling with flames, against a hillside. What a fiasco! Now Memor had to redeem herself. She could do so by developing and delivering quickly a pain projector, one that could damage the primates without overloading their nervous systems and thus killing them. And now she had. Further, at the insistence of the weapons shops, Mimor's stroke of insight had been to carry out earlier testing on small tree-dweller primates, gathered from the Citadel Gardens for the purpose. They seemed to have similar neurological systems and vulnerabilities, and so were the optimal path to this success. Mimor swelled with pride. The trials on the Sill City had been preliminary, and it was difficult from the skyfish to discern if humans had been affected at all. But these tunings made that probable. The Sill had needed discipline, and the possibility of death stinging the humans hiding among them was a bonus, of course. "We will speak later," she told the primate. "I have more interesting experiments in mind for us to work upon together." The primate made a noise of deep tones, nothing more than grunts, really. Perhaps some symptom of a residual pain. Mimor thought it best not to notice this as she departed, her small attendants and the weapons team following dutifully. 13. Mimor hated when her insides wanted to be her outsides. She did not like the testing of new weapons upon her charge, the primate. To do so made her nauseated, her acids run sour. Yet Asenath had ordered quick results quite clearly, and to preserve her position, Mimor had to comply. She accepted the logic, however distasteful the experience. Looked at another way, the slap of pain did not merely withhold, the slap imparted. It conveyed precisely the knowledge of greater power withheld. In that knowledge lay the genius of using, the deep humiliation it imposed. It invited the victim to accept a punishment in pursuit of a larger purpose, one that might have been worse, that would in fact be worse if the use wasn't accepted. The pain slap required that the higher goal be understood. Of course, the primates could not understand this, but in time, with their adoption, that would come. If they could not be so opened, then they would have to be extinguished well before their vagrant abilities could be a threat. Mimor relaxed a bit by regarding the aged wonders nearby as she passed down corridors and through yawning archways. The teeth of time wore long on the bowl. By its nature, it must run steadily. Engineer species must fix problems without the luxury of trial and error experimenting. That meant engineer teams relied on memory, not ingenuity. Intelligence was less vital than ready response to situations that had occurred before, and so were lodged in cultural recollection. Species had their mental abilities shaped to do this. It was the way. Mimor thought on this as she watched some mutants being culled. They were small variants on the repair snakes, long ago acquired from a world with rapid tectonics. They had evolved swift, acute responses to those treacherous lands, a driver of their crafty intelligence. Mimor had witnessed the underground cities this kind built, when allowed, in the underskin of the bowl. Labyrinths of elegance and deft taste she had been much impressed by. Mimor remained surprised that these snakes had subsections of their genome that made them resist the nirvana of the bowl. Surely here they should be endlessly joyful, for they were free of the frightening ground quakes, foul volcanoes, and hammering ocean waves that often dashed their hopes and their subsurface homes to oblivion. These, however, had a touch too much of their crafty independence. They were in a nearby chamber with transparent walls, where another research team had tried to correct the mental errors in the snakes. Apparently, this corrective experiment had failed. The researchers were exterminating them by gas, and Mimor paused to watch the agonies of these smart serpents, who under duress flung themselves into twisting knots. It was revolting, writhing bodies and pain-stretched mouths. At least she could not hear them, as she had Tanana Reeves' shrieks. Gazing through the wall at this, she could not help but reflect upon the fate of the primates, should they continue to provoke. They would face the fate of the Sill, whose rebellion had united with the renegade primates and brought down Memor's skyfish, that had made the reprisal destruction of the Sill city inevitable, though it came first as an idea sprung from the slim though weighty head of Asenath, the reigning chief of wisdom. Memor sighed and trudged on, putting the image of the snake agonies behind her. Now she must go to Asenath and confer, though she sorely disliked and feared the chief of wisdom, who was known to be capricious. An oddity of long history had placed the confinement and punishment chambers together with ancient honoring sites. They were all now encased in a great citadel that loomed above the lush green landscapes here. She lumbered past large, luxuriant stone structures of vast age, moss clinging to the doorways of crypts polished by time. Some bore blemishes of tomb raiders, but even those harsh, jagged edges had smoothed. These chambers held ancient dead who had been allowed burial in a far distant time when that was possible, and before the realization that all mass and vital elements must be reprocessed. Surely that was the highest honor, to be part of life eternally, not a mere oxidized relic. The bodies inside had long returned to the air, of course, with only shriveled bones remaining as a small, unharvested calcium deposit. No doubt the grave goods, ornaments, and valuable family remembrance coffers that some added to the sepulchres of that age had disappeared long ago at the hands of vagrant intruders. The past was the easiest venue to rob, after all. Though not to fathom, came a vagrant sliver of thought. Memor stopped, shocked. Her attendants rustled, unsure what to do. With a feather rattle, Memor bade them stand away. The sudden thrust of not to fathom carried guilt and fear wrapped around it. Memor felt the thought voice and knew it had come lancing up from her undermind. Something had festered there and now propelled out, calling to her. She would have to deal with the unruly, understand what this shaft of emotion meant. But not now. She forced herself to resume her stroll, not letting her aides see her vexed condition. Best to rattle her feathers, sigh, casually move on. She noted there were pointless messages for the unknowable future here, to be read upon your waking, from some lost age when minds stored in silica or cryo could, they hoped, work forth from their decay into some future with vaster, smarter resources. None awoke, for there was no shortage of minds in the bowl, nor of bodies, for the number of walking, talking minds was a matter of stability, not wealth. Minds were not the point of the bowl, but the long-run destiny of the folk was, and of course of those lucky species who came on board through countless annuals of time, to help make the bowl sail on, to witness and grasp the great prospect offered by the whole galaxy's own vast, strange, ponderous assets. Whoever, or indeed whatever, wrote "to be read upon your waking," lived in some illusion of past times. They now drifted as fragrant dust beneath Memor's great slapping feet. She looked around, savoring. Some mausoleums carried chiseled epitaphs, noted for their charm, which may have preserved the blocky tomb's hard carbo-concentrated walls in their revered sanctity. Here one referred to I, the famous wit, Ploneyura, soothed pain with comedy and laughter, a performer of parts, sure I often died, but never quite like this. Another was more dry. Diurius saw the other folk beside him, guilty, true, and square, and worse, hung up on a higher cross than she. Diurius died here of furious envy. Pleasant to think that wit was ancient. She wished that the chief of wisdom, Asenath, had a touch of wit in her genes. One more tomb inscription caught well Asenath's melancholy spirit. They told me, Herodotus, they told me you were dead. They brought me bitter news to hear and bitter tears to shed. I wept when I remembered how often you and I had tired the sun with talking and saw a jet curl carve the sky. Since this passage was carved, Memoir noted, whole worlds had evolved to harbor life, and others had been scorched of life by ancient brutalities, yet the image saw a jet curl carve the sky endured. Ah, here was the entrance. No more time for rumination. Step proud and high. Memoir marched in grandly, head held high with casual grace, her attendants trailing beneath the grand arches of this citadel of remembrance. Herald music rumbled and sang to greet her. Pungent mists fell in tribute, and out of duty she sniffed, bowed, fluttered a quick ruby tail display. Skin-caressing life fell in curling display around her, caressing her head leathers, whispering faint blessings and salacious compliments. Invitations whispered in her ears, promising succulent delights, then fluttered away. Aromas of heady prospect swarmed up her nostrils and tainted the air with ruddy promise. Impatient, she shook these off and looked around for the right portal to find a zenith. From the court rabble here, dawdling, came much sensory babble, greetings, aromas, electric skin jolts, high hails, a murmur of veiled gossip, all usefully ignored for now to show that she was above the insolent fray. High ramparts trimmed in grace notes of colorful mega-flowers loomed like cliffs over the noisy gathering crowd, most of them come for the extermination ceremonies. They knew the ancient rules against recording in any medium, sight or sound or scene, a ritual death, and so came for the immediate experience. They did carry magnifier scopes and had an anxious, eager air. Skittering voices surged with a hunger that had no proper name. All these she avoided. Administrative high offices were disguised from those unwelcome, which meant, of course, the crowd schooled in mere sensation, and the even greater number of the unknowing, unschooled, blunt of mind. All got shielded away by pale luminances that misled the unwary, sending them down dank corridors to their elemental raw pleasures. In such holes the halt and lame of mind would find some passing delights, and forget why they came, forget for their short vexed time the whole point of the folk. Good enough. Yet the dancing sheaves of prickly glow were smart censors, and the walls knew well whom to admit. Those embedded intelligences, ever circumspect in their ways, sent fraying brilliant amber fingers to direct Memoir down somber ancient corridors. Crusty, glistening rock winked her forward past a censor net of embedded eyes. She drew in the soft, moist airs. There were always fresh changes in the citadel, yet the ancient zone captured best the colossal powers lodged here. The rough stones held much elegant and courtly wisdom of ages past, canny knowledge set in stone. Memoir heaved a sigh. She belonged here. A quiet, delicious blend of dread and strangeness flowed in her undermind. She sensed it with a tingle of relish. She forgave it the sudden lance that had jarred her and concentrated on the immediate. That strumming presence knew that this primordial, welcoming citadel could well be her place of execution. Should she not perform well and fail with the primates that were fully her charge now, she would receive little mercy. Yet this did not fully overcome her awe at the majesty here. Of course, her undermind often used its trickster mode, slipping words and even phrases into her speech, in its keen, eager way. Jokes about underminds escaping control were a staple of classic literature and current japes. She could feel its hopeful spikes of muted zeal and would have to keep it carefully controlled now. Though not to fathom, indeed. Drama entered seldom in an astronomer's life, and for that she was grateful. Ah, the correct portal. She entered into a small knot of astronomers to be greeted by feather rifts in orange and emerald, then small trill songs that echoed complimentary status signals. Heads turned, eyes widened. Bass calls of friendship resounded, a shield, of course, for what all knew. Memor had been summoned, and they were looking forward to the show. Anticipation danced in their eyes and neck feather flutters. She had to wait while a revealing ceremony concluded. It had been a passage of legendary ardor and travail. The recent male, unsteady and weak-eyed, now advanced toward the welcoming cadre, where she knelt with gravid solemnity. The new she looked around in a many-wrinkled face full of bewildered puzzlement. She blinked with surprise, her feather fan awash in ripples of wonder and flourishes of muted purple hope. Memor recalled this stage when the male dwindled away into memory and a new she emerged, dewy-eyed. From this fresh female's revealing she would, through the difficult next annuals, acquire the long views of a she, yet retain the robust memories of prancing, exploring thrill that had marked her vivid he era. Memor could not help joining in with her deep soprano, the rising, fulsome joy song, full of deep, welcoming tones, and from above the high tenor resonances, all celebrating the conferred judgment and sympathy from experience that the revealing summoned forth. This new she would in time, and with much further study of the essential astrophysics and the vast history, join the order of astronomers. From this essential balance, more assured dance truly, between the he and she, wisdom could and thus would come. Striding forward, clumping with big solemn feet, Memor took note of this new, her name, Tassa. In time, this new she could and so might bring a new, vital, stabilizing element to their colloquy. A wise method evolved by the folk over many 12 millennia in the truly ancient past. This was the essential, time-honored, and stabilizing truth. She relished it. Memor, came Asenath's solemn, deep bass voice. We have not greeted in long times, I do say. Untrue, but perhaps useful. I greet in tribute and wish to confer on present problems, Memor said in long sliding tones, with a penumbral light yellow feather display. This drew an attendant twitter of speculation. As tradition demanded, Memor ignored the light trilling soprano chorus of conjecture. Which have multiplied, I gather. I captured one of the primates and am learning much from her, Memor said. As we speak, skyfish descend upon the sill lands to either capture the primates remaining on the bowl or else kill them. Ah, as governors we must attend to the dismay of the bowl-crafters, who do not relish such punishments. Asenath made a flutter rush of red and gold to signal concern, but Memor thought it was only a pretense. Something else was in play. Please lead me, Memor said to place the conversation in the right ranking order. Asenath had to take the lead. You showed us results of your neural net and brain interrogations of these primates, I recall. Eukaryotic multicellular bilaterians they are, with unexposed underminds. Fascinating, I am sure. You then estimated their capacities as well below we folk, and perhaps somewhat above others of the adopted. Yet they continue to elude us, and now half of them have fled the bowl. The attendant minor figures drew in their collective breath at this. To escape was their clear, unspoken message. Memor made a half-turn to block most of them from Asenath's piercing gaze. She was saying, Now they have returned to their plasma scoop starship. Do you still feel they can be integrated into our way? Making a ritual humble flush, Memor said, Apologies most firm indeed for my failure to retain or recapture these strange primates. I believe their curious gait, a continual, controlled toppling upon those hind feet that have thick artificial coverings, must be a key clue to their ability to improvise. They can hop to new ideas far more readily than we anticipated. Their ability to form a quick bond alliance with the sill is an example, another two-footed species, I remark, which perhaps helps explain their rebellion. The primates arrived on train transport and immediately engaged with the sill in a battle against our skyfish. How this came about with such speed is a puzzle. Perhaps there is a species signal here that may explain it in part. I would think their two-legged forms were adaptive on a more aggressive and quick fighting world. So, you would urge extermination? Asenath saw she had been maneuvered into a hasty conclusion. Always a mistake. Perhaps not immediately. Their ship has interesting features of magnetic control I and others feel would be useful to examine. Ah, wise. Perhaps a consultation, then. Memor motioned Asenath into a speaking cloister. She took the feather flush hint. They made it seem they were merely strolling as they spoke. Memor dropped the shimmering electric blue sonic cloak behind them once in the narrow confines, where luminous walls gave a warm green glow. I did not want to refer to our continuing trouble with the jet flare guidance, Memor said. You venture that primates could help somehow? Asenath's neck fringe fluttered with skepticism. They are inventive. Surely you do not imagine that we could allow them to touch what is most sacred and vital to the bowl. I was trying to... The very idea would be transparent heresy to some of the folk. A slow, studied gaze, no feather signals at all. Perhaps, including me. There was surely danger here. Asenath's feather tones shifted from bright, attentive colors of rose-purple and olive into hues tending toward pewters and subdued, solemn blues. They rustled, too, with an air of menace. Betrayal by Asenath could take several avenues, all hard for Memor to counter. So, admit failure and do so quickly and first. I mentioned that possibility only because my own narrow escape, when they and the sill attacked my starfish, was essential. I had learned that the primates could quickly use the chemically driven sill weaponry. Our assault teams needed to hear that. The primates are swift, original, unpredictable. I wished to report this firsthand. Your death at their hands would have carried the same message, Asenath said dryly. Without hesitation at this sally, Memor said, I brought recordings, Wisdom Chief, to analyze, which show that these late invaders are erratic, impulsive, volatile, capricious, yes, all qualities we folk have suppressed in order to preserve the bowl of heaven. Yet these very same late invaders you now propose to use, to harvest, to... No. I think they could show us new technologies, aid us, and perhaps bring word of a world we do not know, have never visited. And then, of course, if they cannot be adopted into our society, then they and their odd ship must be erased. Asenath gave a subtle fan salute, undercut with a skeptical throat wash of dubious red. I must say, attendant astute astronomer, that you maneuver well here in chambers, though, alas, not on the battlefield. I was not commanding the skyfish. I hear otherwise. Too late, Memor recalled giving orders to the skyfish captain. She had been unnerved while the simple sill artillery hammered loud and strong at the great beast's walls. There was some panic then, before the hydrogen vaults were breached. Only her own quick commands had gotten her into her pod. Her parting sally to the doomed captain had been, Soon we shall have no further disputes. I will have my pod now. The captain had of course not appreciated the ironic tone. Memor had not looked back as she quickly departed. The captain had gone to his proper reward. Memor had been a bare short distance from the lumbering gray-skinned beast when a sill shot struck a girder bone and ricocheted into a hydrogen vault, then through the outer wall. Surely that had been a lucky shot, which Memor witnessed at a distressingly close distance. The hard slam of the exploding hydrogen had very nearly thrown her fleeing pod into a fatal yaw and tumble. She had shuddered as the skyfish bellowed a long, hoarse cry, realizing its imminent death. Memor sensed she had been silent too long, reflecting on the sudden memory welling up. Her undermind had not processed those harrowing moments then, but now was not the time to dally over the past. I made a few suggestions to the captain, all in the heat of the moment. "It became even more heated as you escaped," Asenath said with brittle brevity, eyes narrowed. "Had I not, you would know little of the engagement." "You are aware that you are already in disfavor?" "I know that my efforts have not been widely recognized. These primates are difficult to reason with, for their mental structures suffer primitive modes we have not dealt with for a great while." "At least you recaptured one of those who escaped in the original party. Yet the others now divide into two groups. Those ones we have never captured, somewhere among the sill, and as well a party of 4 who escaped the bowl entirely and now return to their ship. This last is most infuriating. Their ship somehow glides just below the firing field of view of our gamma-ray lasers on the rim." "Yes, most regrettable." Memor made an apologetic display of amber and blue-gray, rippling her feathers to convey remorse. "I did note that our defenses are deliberately unable to be aimed downward at our bowl, and this decision was made by elders long ago, after the Maxer Rebellion." "Your history is correct. Alas, the Maxer movement is not completely extinguished, and I fear this flaw in our defenses can be laid at their door." "I did not know." Memor did not have to pretend. This was indeed bad news, a defense flaw coming at the worst time with late invaders at large. "It is not your matter, Memor. Concentrate upon the late invaders." "You mean capture and kill?" That would be easiest and would get Memor out of the spotlight, though she would regret their loss, for they were intriguing in their odd mysteries. "No. I felt that way before, but there are now new issues. To understand and keep these discussions secure, we must visit the vaults." Memor felt a tremor of unease ripple up from her undermind. Grave matters came to those who had to consult the vaults. "But why?" "That you must ask Unaji Yuhana, keeper of the vault library." The idea itself was puzzling and filled Memor with dread. 14. About Unaji Yuhana there was a time-worn joke that she loved to sing the ancient songs at public events, even at funerals. Asked if she had performed at a recent high burial, Unaji Yuhana answered no, and the riposte was, "Then it was a merciful death indeed." "Compliments to you, Asenath," Unaji Yuhana began with a ritual rippling feather salute in gray and violet. This achieved the feat of representing the great seal of the vaults in an actual fluttering picture, a striking image on Unaji Yuhana's high fan display. Memor could even see a jittering vague white patch that stood for the formal writing of ancient times, indecipherable now, but signifying the weight of vast history. It shimmered like a mute reminder of the long purpose of the bowl and thus of the vault. Asenath introduced Memor, which proved unnecessary as Unaji Yuhana brushed aside a summary of Memor's life details and turned to address her directly. "Memor, I will entertain your notions because I knew your great ancestors and feel I owe them some indulgence. Indeed, I live because a certain fine she-folk many generations ago stood and fought against an insurrection that very nearly toppled all order in this vault. That forefolk stands before me now, represented by a minute genetic fraction. In you, Memor. I am most grateful, Memor said with a simple, mild flourish of ruby, embarrassed neck fringe. Now I have a surprise of sorts for you to bring you into our deliberations. Here is your other self. Unaji Yuhana paused, her voice rising to call, Be more, come forth. Be more, Memor heard, the very name plunging her backwards into her young days, while her eyes fixed on the big, somewhat ungainly senior male that was, she saw breathing hard, herself. At least genetically. Be more, lost brother. They had been separated long before Memor went through the revealing. Now with Be more, she heard again the joke between the two of them. It had been funny then while young, but had turned sour many 12 cubed annuals ago. Be more. More than Memor. Be smarter, swifter, know more, exert power, fathom more deeply, stand taller, command power. Be more. Brother, Memor called, for Bemor had not suffered the revealing's agonies and transformations, all done in their youth by high design. Be more. Be male. I thought this meeting should best come as a surprise, or else one or the other, or even both of you, would surely dodge it. Unaji Yuhana gave a mirthful display, fluttering ruby breast feathers discreetly. Clearly she was enjoying this. Your great turban of a mind reports you well, Bemor said as overture. I've sensed your reports, quite complex and deep. Sensed? Memor realized her own whole mind scans, carried out routinely to monitor performance, were not private. Usually they were, but of course not in matters of high security. They are also quite entertaining, Bemor said. You remember well, and your undermind is a source of insight. The facts you confronted alone are high drama. I could scarcely imagine such odd aliens as these late invaders. What zest! You mean, how did I let them escape? No, I mean they have a crafty nature we could use. Memor was sure your great turban of a mind was an ironic salute, but best not to draw Unaji Yuhana's attention to it. If we can adopt them, perhaps. I think not. Too unstable as species go, they can be better used to carry out our larger cruising agenda. This was new, beyond the time-honored precepts of the astronomers and, indeed, of all other castes. Larger cruising agenda? Memor should be shocked, she knew, but had no time for that now. I acted to constrain their actions under Asenath's direction. Bemor waved this aside with a cluster flourish in green and sea blue. Those orders now vanish. There is new wisdom falling upon us from the stars. Memor contented herself with a fan-feather gesture and let Asenath carry the conversation. She was still staggering mentally from the sudden meeting of her near self, the path not taken if somehow she could have stayed a male. Bemor had a quick, brusque way of saying things that swept away the niceties of diplomacy and polite evasion. Quite male. Best to change direction. I was discussing how I was forced to carry forward the reconnaissance of the Sill, who had sheltered the primates. They proved better at bringing down our skyfish with their simple chemical cannon, admittedly. I fled, as you should, Bemor spoke kindly, shuffling his large feet in a faint echo dance of welcome. To soften what was to come? The primate ingenuity combined non-linearly with that of the Sill, who were always an irksome and crafty kind. Destabilizing, Asenath added, still. But then she backed away, as if to let the twins negotiate their own newfound equilibrium. So did Unaji Yuhana, with a muted bow. Memor saw this meeting was arranged to divulge information in a way slanted to make best use of the perpetual jockeying for position in the astronomer hierarchy, and of course in the status of the vaulted who tended the most ancient records, integrating them with the emerging new. So take the momentum away from them. What new wisdom intrudes? Mimor chose to use an ancient saying said to come from the builders, though across the sum of bowl eras no one truly knew. We fathom more of the gravitational waves and their true origin, Bemor said. As I recall, they come from glory, or from some source well beyond, Mimor said, for this had been the received wisdom from before she was born. Not so, Bemor said. Not beyond. The source is in the immediate Glorian system. There is no plausibility, as some argued, that the gravitational waves came from a chance coincidence in the sky, from some cosmological source far away? Not even close. I see your early education has been a waste of time. Mimor knew this jibe. A lancing shot at her earlier ranking in the rigorous status quo of the elect pre-astronomer examinations. Quadlineal calculus had always eluded her somehow, and Bemor had never let her forget it. She now had to get back some position in this conversation playing out before their elders. But surely there cannot be heavy masses moving near a planetary system that would render unstable the orbits of any planet nearby. No, that must now be considered untrue. Facts say otherwise. We have heard from our web trading partners. What can they? Bemor beamed, yet kept to his clear factual mask. You may recall some long annuals ago we asked them to erect gravitational wave antennas to concentrate upon glory. They have so done, and with felicitous trading strategies we have secured their data. Very well, play for time. And think. I did not know that. Expensive, I suppose. Bemor was enough similar that Mimor could easily read the quick, darting expressions in feather flutter. Quill rattle, spines flexing so hues slid from steel blue to indigo sheen, that bespoke anticipation of an opportunity to make a veiled boast. The zenith raised some pink neck rustle as a deft, ironic signal. Mimor realized this was what some intimates of the court termed status opera, the only true game when the social structure must remain static for the sake of bold stability. Maneuver for position, yes, but carefully, deftly, for the system must always endure above all. Bemor was in his element, and so took his fulsome time. I engaged 3 other galactic web partners, one of whom knew nothing of gravitational waves whatever, and how to detect them. As expected, those who did know had technologies smaller and less sensitive than ours. Bemor delivered this in a flat, factual way, almost offhand and with a subtle wing shrug, a good precursor to a revelation. Mimor appreciated the method, as it was hers as well. They were twins, after all. Though Bemor seemed to do it with more verve, as if knowing their audience would approve verve. I had to trade valuable arts and science to induce their cooperation, Bemor said. We barter and gain, delayed for many annuals, of course. I employed a rich trading language to describe our wants, and used the artificial intelligent agents we had installed in those societies long in the past. Mimor was at a disadvantage here, since she had learned little of such distant diplomacies. She did know that the ancients had seen value in establishing agents transferred as sealed minds in code to distant worlds. Interstellar commerce over huge distances made sense only if exchange of knowledge, arts, science, engineering, the equivalent of patents, could be traded for some return value. Such a market occurred, mediated among artificial intelligences run solely inside mutually agreed-upon containment, the Mind Province established among alien societies. Elaborate protocols ensured that no artificial intelligences could run outside the Mind Province. They were safe there, too, to run their code without corruption. This protected bold secrets from the alien locals and, in turn, the local infosphere from the agent. I chose truly distant worlds for 2 reasons, Bemor said. They had to be displaced from our trajectory so that we could gain triangulation on glory. You transmitted double encrypted, Asenath demanded. You are sure the gravitational wave signatures were unwrapped in secrecy by our sequestered agent? I received the coded instant return notice, yes. I got it back many annuals before the official trading partner even acknowledged receipt. Meaning? That they pondered it long before even notifying us? Beemore was not disturbed by these thrusts. He seemed bemused. Caution is admirable, do you not think so? The first reply came from an insectoid civilization, apparently hungry for further astronomical knowledge. They trade such wares eagerly and built the needed detectors with speed. How distant are they? Over a 12 squared light annuals, at a high angle with respect to our trajectory. The second reply came from a similar distance and a different, large angle. We paid them with techno-lore, methods our prior history implied would interest them. These were duly lodged in the host species banking system. Credits not spent locally may be transmitted, securely encrypted, between solar systems, of course. Then came a third reply, also willing. Beemore made to condense around them a shimmering shell display of the realm around the bowl. The 3 agreeable trader stars shone bright yellow, all at considerable angles away. One lay very nearly parallel to the bowl, along the trajectory axis they followed, ending in glory. The simulation showed message flags denoting ongoing info commerce transporting among all 3, as well as their links to the bowl. So they set to work, these trade partners. Ran their gravitational wave detectors, learned our skills, and nailed firm the site of the waves. It is in our destination system. Glory. Memor said slowly, Agents do amass more and more knowledge about their host species. They report back. Do these worlds have any opinion about the cause of the waves? Beemore looked pleased with a body flutter of magenta flush. To Memor this was a giveaway. A salute, really, as if to say, I recognize, you can leap ahead, see what's coming. They could not resist diagnosing the long wavelengths and their resonances. And there are messages within. Asenath gasped and could not resist. Saying what? Beemore's elation collapsed, his neck wattles compressing to thin red layers. We do not know. These too are apparently deeply encrypted. Memor felt a tremor of awe, that emotion mingling fear and wonder, so seldom sensed in a calm, regular life. It swept her like a tidal slap. Sending coded messages by oscillating huge masses to make waves of gravity itself? In organized ways? That is, she was about to say impossible, but caution ruled. Improbable, in the extreme. Asenath added wryly, We are approaching something strange and perhaps quite dangerous. Glory seems innocuous, but they send gravitational messages somehow. The escaped primates are headed that way, too, or were, until they decided to land upon the bowl of heaven. They seem, she preened with an oddly insulting fan gesture, ominous and foreboding. Ambitious. Memor decided not to rise to the bait. They are able and may be of use. Unaji Yuhana came in then with a gentle, sad wing shrug. I enjoy your sparring, but there are larger issues, you twins. A nod to Asenath to proceed. Our larger cruising agenda, recall? Asenath said, The Glorians, as we term them, have sent an electromagnetic signal. Directed at us? Unaji Yuhana prompted. I suppose? Asenath looked puzzled. There is no distinction in spatial coordinates between the bowl and the primate star rammer, Beemore said. That may explain the content. Which is? Memor asked, impatient with this parrying. Cartoons, Unaji Yuhana said, such as primitive cultures employ. They might as well be painted on cave walls but for the fact that they move, showing violence often physically improbable. Silence. I would truly like to know some way to discover if these abject signals are insulting from a culture that has devolved so deeply that it thinks these are useful or even amusing. Bemore said, beings who can hurl huge masses to make messages would not be so. All our knowledge of cultural evolution gathered in your archives, Unaji Yuhana, says so. I would so believe, Unaji Yuhana said simply. Or else, Memor hesitated, we are mistaken in our assumptions. Whatever can you mean, Asenath said with a nasty rebuke rustle. Suppose they are not sent to intersect us, or the star-rammer, Memor envisioned the line of sight, Glory, the bowl, and upon it the alien ship, orbiting above, and beyond, at an unknown distance, farther from Glory. The Glorians may be transmitting to hail and instruct, and so to warn, the primate homeworld. But then Bemore hesitated. Fevered rattles came from his wing, a note of harried distress at what he glimpsed. Imagination helps, Memor realized. The insight had come from her undermind, direct and unsaid until now. She felt a rumble of discontent from deep within her, of knowledge pent up, unexpressed, and so vagrant and wild. Fear surged in her, but she suppressed it, focused on the moment. She had been in a duel with Bemore here, and now there was a sally she could use at last, an advantage coming from within, uninspected yet sure. She felt sure. Memor said, not without some pleasure, they are afraid not of us, but of the humans. Part 4. Sending Superman. Nothing fails like success because we do not learn anything from it. The only thing we ever learn from is failure. Success only confirms our superstitions. Kenneth Boulding. 15. It was possible to exercise at Earth gravity on Sunseeker just by jogging 6-minute kilometers in the direction the deck was rotating. Beth sweated but didn't make that speed, running on the spongy turf and sucking down the chilly ship air that always seemed to taste faintly of oil. An hour into her slogging, choppy run, she felt better in the odd way that returning to good gravs did, a sensation of solidity, of the body's chugging machinery settling back into its groove. If she ran fast in the same direction the deck rotated, she increased her speed of rotation, and so increased her weight. She reversed for her hard-pounding finish. Going fast against the rotation, she nearly floated like some sticky angel on air, her bare feet barely skimming the soft fabric. She sped around the outer habitat circumference in her shorts and sopping t-shirt and lurched into the showers, gasping and happy. The shower next to her went on. She leaned around the corner and saw a finger snake wriggling in the spray. Fashtha? Hello, Beth. This device is the light. The thin, sliding voice somehow fit the dancing eyes. Yes, but do not use it too often. We can't recycle the water very fast. Beth stepped back in and turned the shower on, a giggle tickling her lips. The finger snakes had no sense of privacy. She got herself in order, feeling much better. Exercise calmed, made her world brighter. Ready for Red Wing? Maybe. 10 minutes later she rapped on his door. He was wedged behind his desk, leaving her more room in the narrow captain's cabin. His wall display showed the slowly passing infinities of bowl landscapes. At the moment, low mountain ranges in a low grav region with cottony cloud masses stacked above them. She had seen such clouds from below while swinging through the spindly trees on vines of thin, flexing strength. The clouds were nearly as tall as Earth's entire atmosphere, and from the ground looked like an ivory cliff that tapered away to a speck. Hope you're feeling better, Redwing, rising, unusual for him, indeed, to shake her hand. Admirable performance down there. I'd like to get some background from you, away from the others. I think if we met as a group and a unit commander always reports first. Redwing's crusty face wrinkled into a grin, but she knew beneath the wry, leathery look he was absolutely serious. Oh, back in the Navy we are, yes sirree. Before we get to specifics, bring you up to speed, I want to know what it was like down there. She was prepared for this because the shipboard crew all asked the same thing. They had spent months eating canned food and breathing desiccated air, gazing down at a whole vast thing gliding by, like having a terrific top view and no way out of your cramped apartment. Still, she struggled to put the experience into words. Wonder, terror, hunger, spurts of fear, aching weariness fringed with a lacing anxiety that every time you closed your sticky eyes and fell into sweaty sleep, you could wake to find yourself about to die. A tailored wilderness. For days you forget you're not on an alien planet, but on the skin of a furiously rotating machine. The star is always there, and after a while, even after you've learned to sleep in shade and heat, you hate it. Darkness. I can't tell you what a luxury it is to turn out the light. There's weather for sure, lightning that seems to be sheeting yellow all around you, and the jet, like a golden snake twisting across the sky. Always on the run, looking to see if something's coming up on your tail to eat you, going for days without a bath, running without water even, feeling your steps get lighter because you've lost weight without even noticing it, hunger being sometimes the only thing you can think about. She made herself stop. With the crew she had been able to hold back, but here, with Redwing, she couldn't, and realized that something in the smile, his head nodding as she spoke on and on, the eyes dancing with interest, had made it happen. How did he do that? Maybe it was something you had to learn from commanding ships all over the solar system. I know some of that, he said, face now open and eyes far away. You don't get to pick the nightmare that wakes you up at 4 a.m. It comes looking for you, again and again. This was a startling moment, taking her unaware. He was a man in a hard place to be, and she read in his gentle down-turned smile a rueful regret that he could not possibly, as captain, go down there. She made herself sit up straight, regain some composure. Keep your smile in the upright and locked position. My mom used to say a truly happy person is one who can enjoy the scenery on a detour. He laughed a hearty, full-throated roar in the metal echo chamber of his cabin. Good one. Damn true, this whole thing is a detour. This last sentence came out of nowhere, with baritone notes of regret. He sat back and took a moment to see the mountain range far below slide away on the wall, a huge glimmering eggshell blue sea lapping against the mountain's slate-gray slopes along a narrow beach. He knows how to pace this conversation, let it breathe. He swiveled back to gaze at her with deep, blue, penetrating eyes. Tell me about the food. She held her breath for a long moment, comparing the bland, warm, forgettable dishes she had wolfed down in ship's mess, realizing that while she ate eagerly, it left no trace of memory. There was something we could shoot out of the trees when we were desperate, a fat primate thing in the low-grav region, stringy meat, yellow fat, looked like a big roasted monkey, but when you'd gone 2 days without anything but a kind of thick-leaved grass, it was heavenly. Taste human? How the hell would I know? Then she saw he was grinning and laughed. Not that I would have cared. You could digest it? Surprisingly, yes. Of course, we had all the biotech compatibility injections and a handful of pills. I had all of us start taking them as soon as the aliens, they call themselves the folk, just like primitives on Earth, gave us food. We held out on our own rations for a while, then I had us cook the live game they gave us. Live? Yes. They were smart enough to let us prepare it our way, which they watched closely. We dispatched them with our lasers, simmered some with some herbs tossed in. It stayed down pretty well. But once, when we were hiding near somebody, something, searching for us in the tall tree region, we ate fish, raw. In fact, I had to be still and not give us away, afraid to get out my knife or laser, so I ate it while it was alive. Not for long, I bet. Sashimi still moving. Unpleasant. For me and for the fish. You all lost weight. Even after eating yummy dried worms, very ripe, like sticky jello. Live ant-like things as big as dogs in the low grav zone. Crunchy embryos in the shell. Tasted good, but I felt horrid after it. Dunno why. A fried scorpion-like thing, 2 tails. The head was bitter, but I ate it anyway. She paused. It came back so easily. Trying to forget that one. Bizarre. Memorable. Redwing smiled fondly. Hey, I ate haggis once in Edinburgh, so, thanks. She blinked. Thanks for what? Then she saw. The yucky food made him yearn to go down there a little less. And he had gotten her to unload some, too, get some of it behind her. A ship's captain is always about moving on. So I wondered, what kind of weaponry can they have down there? Gray goo bombs, nerve flatteners, old-style shaped charged with spinning flechettes? I didn't really see weapons. Cliff did. I'll get to that in a moment. Cliff. The crew had been evasive about him and his team, but they did say the Cliff team seemed healthy and still free. Quite a tribute, they said, considering. She had thought to shoot back, considering how we got snapped up right away, but didn't. Point is, what can we expect from them? I think they want to control this, keep us around, preferably in a nice, spacious prison, like the low-grav one we were stuck in, while they figure out who we are and if they can use us. Use us? For what? Maybe make their big whirling machine work better? New tech? Though it's hard to believe we could tell them anything. They built this. You're sure? Well, they run it anyway. It must be really old. Maybe somebody else built it? The big one who interrogated us, Memor, was evasive on that. He frowned. Hiding something they don't want outsiders to know? Yes, it's a puzzle. Or maybe a really ancient mystery. I wonder if even the folk don't know where the bowl really comes from. They do know the terrain, though. There are life forms that dazzle any biologist, some I couldn't figure out at all. Cliff must be in heaven. He likes taxonomy. I filled up my digital photo files keeping track of the plants and weird animals. Some are bizarre, and others are kind of like Earthside, but changed. Larger, for one thing. Because the grav is less. 0.8. She nodded. That, yes, could also be the island effect. Which is? We see it Earthside. Small islands have smaller animals. The last mammoths lived on Siberian islands, the smallest of their kind because the resource base is less. So, continents here are sure bigger. Some are larger than Earth. So are oceans. Seas, I guess we should call them. They're shallow. I've studied them in close-up scan while you were down there. Redwing brightened. Here was something he knew, and Beth didn't. He flashed pictures on the wall, and she realized he had cooked up a slideshow. He went through it eagerly, describing how and where he had found the images. He and Carl had worked up a bold version of longitude and latitude. Numbers marked each slide. So much open territory. Forests as big as North America, not a town anywhere. But cities the size of countries back home, hell bigger than our continents. I'd sure as hell like to know who made it and how. Beth nodded. It had been an impressive show. The folk may have built it, or know who did. They're unlike anything I've ever seen. Think of elephant-sized, 2 feet and a heavy tail, big eyes and mouths. And feathers they flutter around all the time like it's some kind of coated fan dance. He grunted and frowned, which she took as encouragement. She knew she had to write a report, but telling it helped shape the story. Enthusiasm began to steal into her voice. They examined Tananarive for long times in a big machine that seemed, she said, to read everything in her body, plus her mind, somehow. She could feel tingling all over her, sensations like quiet little sparks, she said. There were plenty of other smart aliens around, most with hand-like things that Earth never evolved, a sort of wriggly tentacle that split out into feelers like you might see on an octopus that could make tools. They worked for the honcho, the big folk creature in charge, named Memor. Terrifying thing when it loomed over you, huffing hot, smelly air in your face. Memor was in charge, all right. Once I saw it, whatever, eat something that was still alive, a kind of crunchy armadillo the size of a pony. It bellowed as she chewed it up. Disgusting. But sights like that were just getting started. Redwing gave her a concerned look. If you could... Sorry, once I get started. Okay, it'll be in my report. Everything you recall, anything could be vital. We just don't know enough. Beth nodded. It had all come rushing out, the pent-up emotions and thoughts of months on the ground, every day tense and wearing. She took a deep breath. Anyway, this Memor seemed to read Tananarive and ask questions about how her mind worked, what she thought of, how it felt to think. Odd stuff. Redwing pursed his lips and looked down at the vast clouds coasting by far below. His wall screen amped the image to the max, so they both watched huge purple cloud anvils towering over a seemingly endless sea. There were sandbars the size of the Rockies lounging in the sea's green shallows, like tan punctuation marks. Vegetation dotted them, and one dot she judged to be the size of Texas. She had learned to let him have his silences as he let her experience settle in with all the rest of what she knew. Beth sucked in the dry ship air and tried to recall the cloying, thick, aromatic atmosphere they had wondered about. Alien air, they called it, because of the syrupy way it filled your lungs with a heavy, cloying sweetness, unlike any flower she had ever known. The smell was still on some of her carry gear. Up here, in dry antiseptic rooms, she sniffed it and liked the aroma and body. Breathing it in, she felt something like nostalgia. Redwing nodded as if making a decision. You can review Cliff's messages. Some text, some voice. Short, to the point. Don't be alarmed by them. He had not much time to report in. Reception is bad. We should have sent you down with more robust comm. Our good comm gear was in the landers. Of course, that's how the folk found out our operating frequencies, broadband patterns, encryption. For the landers and for the hand comms too, damn it. So he and you could get through only a short while, then the folk auto screens went up and it was all fuzz. Look, Captain, we had no way of knowing. I should have been more cautious. He shook his head abruptly, face pinched. I used the landing protocols we rehearsed Earthside. Simple stuff for an uninhabited planet. No defensive measures. I went by rote when I should have been wary of anything like this. An impossible machine churning through space, managing its own star to... He broke off, she saw, knowing he shouldn't vent his inner doubts to officers or crew. Yet it helped him, she was sure, and he needed it. A man like Redwing had spent his life wanting authority, getting some, then some more, all the time finding out how to make it work, how to move up a ladder everybody wanted to climb. Nobody had a captaincy forced on them. Nobody told them it meant keeping yourself to yourself for long years and decades and, for starships, the rest of your life. He swiveled his chair away from the constant landscape sliding by and looked at her with an expression made rigid by force of will. Cliff described a mass slaughter. He was hurt, not too bad, but he took days to even be able to call in. Wounds, fever, the cruds. We had the cruds a lot of the time, she said, to be saying something, keep him from lapsing into a monologue again. This captain needs help. But then we all do. I got reports just this watch, from Cliff, pretty noisy. The folk killed a whole damn city. Some kind of living blimp. He sent 2 pictures, hard to believe even then. And Howard died. Oh no, he was... Always thought he was a little too inquisitive, couldn't move fast. I downwrote him in an operations report during crew training, but command ignored me. He didn't come into a shelter fast enough, Cliff said. Got burned with a weapon tuned to our nervous system. Heats up the skin some, overloads the neurological system. Fries it, really. Pain like he'd never felt before, Cliff said. It was Beth's turn to look away. We had it easy. But these ally aliens, as Cliff calls them, the Sill, they had scavenged around in the blimp thing. Got some folk comm gear they'd never seen before. Those Sill are smart. They got it running, broke the encryption barriers on the folk message center, pried out all sorts of stuff they can use. And something bigger than that, lots bigger, that we can use. The folk had a message, just came in recently. The tags said... Redwing leaned across the desk, laced his hands together on it, spoke directly at her. From Glory. Beth had been in sympathetic mode, trying not to think about Cliff's wounds, Howard being fried, and all the rest. But this made her snap out of it. Earthside never picked up a peep from Glory. No leakage, no ordinary surface EM traffic. I know. This is plainly different. Directed at Earth. How do you know? Here. He thumped his desk, and the wall turned from sliding perspectives of a tan grassland, swept by waves the size of continents, and became a cartoon. Line drawings, vibrant color, purple background, traceries of yellow on the edges, twisting like snakes, a strange, red-skinned, asymmetric being with what looked like 3 arms stood alone, facing the viewer. It began a rhythmic move, arms rotating in their sockets in big, broad sweeps, except the third, which somehow lashed up and down, then made a wide circular arc with a sharp snap at the end. Athletics? Beth thought. Or some diplomatic pose, ritual, kabuki theater among the stars. The thing wore tight blue-green sheath clothes that showed muscles everywhere, bulging and pulsing. The covering seemed sprayed on, showing a big cluster of tubular genitalia? If so, male, not between the legs but above them, where a human's belly button would be. They, too, bulged as she watched. The skin-tight covering ran all over the body, including the wide-gripping feet, but the arms and its head were exposed. The head was triangular and oddly ribbed, 2 large black eyes, no discernible nose, but 3 big holes in the middle of the face, echoing the face's triangle, with big hairy black coronas around each hole like a weird round mustache. A large mouth with 2 rows of evenly spaced gray teeth. For a moment the viewpoint closed in on the head, which looked like an Egyptian pyramid upside down, ferocious, with mouth twisting, thin lips rippling with intricate fine muscles around the gray teeth, which kept clashing together. The front 3 teeth in both rows were pointed, evil-looking things, and the mouth had puffed-out lips to accommodate them. So far, just an introductory picture, looks like, Redwing said. No sound. But then we get action. Beth was still blinking in pure astonishment. Her father had centuries ago called this a what-the-hell moment. She had met uncountable aliens, fled from some, killed some, eaten many. But this? The viewing angle expanded, and walking in from the right was a human. Beth gasped. The man wore a blue skin-tight suit with a red cape, big head, black hair. Clearly a man, yes. Muscled, striding forward proudly, and the alien third arm struck out, caught the human in the face. A nasty slap. The man staggered back. The alien made a half-turn and thrashed the man, slamming him away, and then grabbing him by his right shoulder, twisting him into full view. There was a large red S on the man's deep blue chest. Superman! Beth did not know whether to laugh or just gape. She did both. The alien leaped, twisting in air, kicking Superman in the gut. He went down hard on the rocky ground. The graphics were good. Beth could see Superman's shock, surprise, pain. Dust puffed up where he fell. Vigorously, the alien leaped high, paused while it made more mouth gestures directly toward the viewer, and came down hard on top of Superman with obvious relish, slamming down with both big feet. Superman's mouth opened in shock and surprise, eyes bulging, showing white. The alien fanned its two arms, whipped the third one that seemed slim and sharp, and brought it down on Superman's head. The lash brought blood streaming from Superman's left ear and, incredibly, splashed big red gobbets on an imaginary window between the scene and the viewer. The blood ran down in rivulets while the alien raised all three arms into the air, head back. The effect made Beth rock back, as if the blood had flown in her face. She gasped. Prancing, whip-arm twirling, the alien proceeded to dance on Superman. It sent more kicks to the head and gut as the opportunity arose. The alien looked full at the viewer as it pranced, eyes even bigger. Its image swelled to fill the screen, and the eyes glowered at the viewer. Stop. A long silence. Pretty clear message, I'd say. Redwing clasped hands across his belt and leaned back in his flex chair. Beth could not take her eyes from the alien head, its threatening expression frozen. They eavesdropped on something. TV, I guess, or... and chose to send a message a child could understand. Stay away. 16. Cliff had handed him a problem from hell. How to stop the folk from killing a lot more of an alien species, to intervene with big things Redwing had never seen, minds unknown, or else do nothing. Nothing looked like the right answer, but he didn't have to like it. He had the ship mind call up readings on this from the ancients available on the ship's database of all human cultures. These long-dead voices had never confronted any remotely similar problem, but came as close as humans could. St. Augustine, Spinoza, Churchill, Lao Tzu, Kant, Aristotle, Niebuhr, Gandhi, King, Singh. Interesting, thick reading, but it made him think about his life in perspective. Maybe he could use that if he survived this whole huge thing. But for now, alas, no help there. The best solution was to get Cliff's team out of that place. Then the folk would stop trying to capture or kill them. Bargaining could begin. The brief comm burst Cliff had managed to get through to Sunseeker, fighting through the electromagnetic haze screen the folk had put up, gave the cartoon files and some optical spectral data that fit Glory exactly. No question where it came from. It couldn't be a coincidence. The Glorians were sending the bowl a threat. But it used imagery of Superman, of all things, an antique superhero, he had to look the term up, from the expansionist phase of the Anglo-Saxon era. Technically, of course, that era was not over. It had merged with the larger economic unification of Earthside. English was the obvious unifying language, larger, richer, with simple introductory grammar. Irregular verbs galore, of course, but by the time the interplanetary phase of economic expansion was well underway, there was no competition. Mandarin, Cantonese, they came from a productive society, as did Hindi, but nobody could write them well, and they didn't work simply with digital culture anyway. Plus, the Chinese culture didn't have the flexibility of the Anglo structure. The other Asian cultures did a bit better, but English was as set into the world culture as the QWERTY keyboard. History ruled. So a comic book figure like Superman, his Pedia base said, fit with the modern social structure too. Other archetypes like Dracula, Sherlock Holmes, Frankenstein had clear roles, but fit uncomfortably with the world culture. The other superheroes of the twin sin were modeled on men like animals. Bats, spiders, apes. Superman, tellingly, was an alien. Yet he fit into human society seamlessly. Superman's key assumption was that his disguise was just to put on glasses and business clothes and be an everyman. Then nobody, even Lois Lane, a character that reminded Redwing of his ex-wife, could spot him. Every man a Superman. What could be more obvious? Do your job, toe the line, the daily grind, but all the time you are free to imagine yourself leaping over buildings, flying through the air, flattening the baddies, maybe even getting a date with Lois. Redwing shook his head. Cultures could best be understood in the rear-view mirror. Superman might work among the multitudes of Earthside, but such guiding archetypes were not what you needed in deep space. The interplanetary culture spawned Smoke, Ellipso, White Thighs, and others. Such larger-than-life figures helped cultures understand themselves, turn their lives into stories. So, here among the worlds and stars, this was a frontier. Earthside hadn't had one in centuries. But the aliens spoke in that antique visual language. They must have used big antennas to pick up all sorts of popular media, broadcast over hundreds of years. Then, apparently, they finally saw the bowl headed toward them, so they sent a brush-off message using the cartoons that swerved around language and slammed home the point. Aliens stomping on Superman, beating him up, kicks to his head and gut, the finishing glower straight into the viewer's face. Classic in its way. Any chimpanzee would get that right away, even a smart one with a starship. There were intelligent technological Glorians who knew something about images with power, and they didn't want the bowl to appear in their skies. Well, who would? It had immense mass and its own star in tow. It couldn't approach a planetary system without scrambling up planetary orbits. Coming to call meant the bowl comes into your china shop and is in no hurry to leave. A warning was understandable. Threats, comic book or not, might work. But no curiosity, no desire to embrace the strange, the alien, the obviously huge technology the bowl implied. What kind of aliens were these Glorians, anyway? Beth had said shakily, "I need to think about this," and departed. A sharp rap startled Redwing. He glanced at his desk, which pulsed with a reminder color. Carl had knocked smartly on the door, right on time. Redwing got up and met him, shaking hands as he did sometimes with crew to show this conversation was more than ordinary. After all, the close quarters and endless waiting led, in classic fashion, to rumors, imaginary problems, and endless speculation. "I carried forward those points you brought up," Carl began. "You're done integrating the new crew?" "Nearly. They're slow, dazed. Some sleep pods didn't work just right, it seems." "Anything serious medically?" "No, just slow recovery rates." Carl looked tired. Redwing knew that rumor-mongering went double for the newbies. Some of the freshly revived had the checked my actual personality at the door look of people absorbing and not able to react. It was a surprise, yes. Not glory on the view screens, but an immense whirling landscape. Redwing had decided to let them get into the work cycle, then get to know them, see what teams he could shape from them. Dealing with the bowl to get what Redwing wanted was going to be a complex game. they needed supplies of volatiles and fusion fuel catalysts just to depart and head for glory. That was only the beginning, though. Best to get things back on firm ground. He leaned forward, hands clasped on the desk. You and I need to have a clear understanding of how the dynamics of this Bowl and star system work. It may be the only leverage we have over the folk. They've been running this place for a very long time, Carl said. I doubt it has any vulnerabilities. Start with that jet. You'd think they'd have reached cruising speed and been able to shut off the plasma jet by now, but never mind that. They can't. Redwing looked skeptical. He liked playing this role, letting crew educate him and tumble out their ideas. While a lower rank officer dealing with the myriad specialists a ship needed, he had learned that you could get to the point much faster this way. These were tech types first and crew members a distant second. Maybe they can't. Carl rose to the bait. Look, a grad student can show that the Bowl isn't statically stable. I know. I checked with a ship-mind non-linear analysis, and I'm just an engineer. Why not? The Bowl's not in orbit around the star. Turn off the jet, the star draws it in by gravity. It hits the star. So the jet has to stay on. This whole thing is dynamically stable, not static. Same as we are when we walk. We take a step, fall forward, catch ourselves. Only way to get anywhere. So what makes the whole star and Bowl scheme work? Redwing had a hunch, but he liked to check it against somebody who really knew. It helped the intuition. Carl was just the type he needed. The jet comes off that glaring hot spot. The Bowl reflects a lot of the star's own sunlight on that spot, making the corona far hotter than you ever see on the surface of a star. Somehow, here's the real magic trick. The star's own magnetic field gets wound up in that spot. Notice the star's spinning? So it generates magnetic fields deep in its core, a dynamo. That leaks out, forms the whole region dominated by the fields, the magnetosphere. And that hot spot draws field lines in, wraps them around the jet as it forms. Then the field takes off with the incredibly hot plasma, trapping that pressure in a wraparound like rubber bands, and it all escapes the star. The magnetic field lines wrap around the plasma like tight invisible fingers, squeeze it, make it spurt out. The jet carries forward, slim as you like, straight for the knothole, and passes through. The jet thrust makes the whole damned thing move forward, star and Bowl and all. So? Redwing knew he could appear incisive by just asking the obvious next question, interrupting the headlong spinning out of a whole complex story. It worked. Carl blinked, seemed to come out of his techno daze. So, the magnetic fields hit the Bowl's fields? What fields? The Bowl's a huge conductor, spinning fast with electrical currents running in it. It makes its own magnetic fields. I checked the lander data from when the teams went down. Strong fields, even at the top of that deep atmosphere. Keeps cosmic rays away, sure, but its real reason is... Carl blinked again and sensed he was going into lecture mode. Redwing just nodded. Keep 'em anxious but focused, his old cycle ship commander had said. They never really notice you're leading them. Carl slowed. The Bowl mag fields. They catch the fields from the jet. I've got plenty of mag-depth photos of this. The Bowl shapes the jet and binds to it both. That links the Bowl to the star. Of course, gravity's making the Bowl want to fall toward the star. After all, it's not in orbit or anything, just spinning around. But it can't fall into the star. There's a sort of dance between them. The star's running away thanks to the steady push it gets from the jet, so the Bowl is chasing it. To make the ride less bumpy, the system has those nice magnetic fields acting like rubber bands you can't break. See, magnetic fields always form closed loops. Why? Even Redwing knew this, but it was best to throw the occasional bone. Old Doc Maxwell. It's the law. So? Carl jumped right in, as Redwing had known he would. The fields massage the bowl, cushion minor excursions, smooth out the ride. So the folk can't turn it off. Ever. Do that, the bowl crashes. I estimate it'll take about a year to fall into the star. I'd love to see it. Gotta be spectacular. But it can't happen because of the jet. So, how do we screw around with it? Carl blinked yet again twice. But why? We have people down there. Must be billions of smart aliens on the bowl, too. We have to make a deal to get our people back, to get on to glory. Carl looked at the bowl view sliding by on the wall. Forest land now, dotted with twinkling small seas, whitecaps outlining some where a strong wind blew down from somber gray mountains. They've been safe for millions of years. Longer. How long? I don't know. But to make something like this, you have to have some large-scale ambition in mind. Redwing looked skeptical. Touring the galaxy? While you get a permanent suntan, yes, Carl grinned, and never get cold. Redwing nodded. Never get cold. Maybe a motive? Not just a small thing like going interstellar, but never leaving your home? Carl thought a while, and Redwing let him. When Carl spoke, it was a whisper. Taking a whole culture, a world, so many species, on a ride that could last forever. Not just colonizing some planet, an eternal voyage. That's got to be it. Redwing shrugged. Over millions of years, your own species has got to change. Maybe go extinct. The whole thing will go unstable if you don't have somebody to do the tweaks, keep watch, fix accidents. For sure. Then there's cultural change, but you can't let the society decide the whole bowl experiment is a bad idea. Then you die. Carl hadn't thought this way. Engineers don't, he mused, and then recalled that his 3 degrees were in electrical, mechanical, and astro-engineering. Okay, usually. Look, Carl, a few hundred years ago we called people savages because they pierced their ears, ballooned their lips, wore trinkets in their nose, cut their hair so it looked wild or had no hair at all. They did weird stuff, had strange, noisy dances and rites, and tattooed their bodies. Then, when I was growing up, everybody called that stuff hip and fashionable. So? The lands below were back to mountains and seas, beautiful expanses, larger than the whole Earth-Moon system. Redwing never tired of it all. We can take cultural change, even stuff that comes back from our ancestors and looks odd. But we're expanding, moving out into the stars. Well, sure. And so are the folk. I guess they can take tattoos. It's fashion, which means it's over by the time people like us even hear about it. But I doubt they can take big new religions or political mobs that want to, say, take over piloting this contraption. They can't allow that. Carl got it. He nodded eagerly. And we thought we knew what conservative meant. They can't risk the wrong kind of change. And that's exactly what we new kid-on-the-block humans represent. Part 5. Mirror Flowers. A man who carries a cat by the tail learns something he can learn in no other way. Mark Twain. 17. Cliff and his party followed Quirt at an easy loping pace. The lower gravity made long strides easy, but the humans could not match the ease of the Sill's fluid grace. There was no ground transport except the Sill City subway, but that had been damaged too. Quirt said it was intermittent and unreliable. Smoke go in there, and, some say, be worse things. They made their way beyond the ruined Sill City and broke into open woodlands. It was a relief to suck in soft, moist air and just move, escape. No one looked back. They paused on a short hill, and Cliff could not resist a last perspective on the blasted landscape. Its once proud ramparts and arches, its residential precincts, its lofty spires of what might have been elegant churches, all burned or hammered down to rubble. The folk had no mercy. Yet he could see rising from rubble the tan buildings they had watched self-forming with a quiet, eternal energy. Seen at a distance, the fresh shoots of new life moved like stop-motion videos, eager plants rising to begin anew a city that surely, in the immense history of the bowl, had been rebuilt myriad times. Cliff sighed and clasped Irma to his side. It's coming back, slow but steady. This place was made to replace itself, a technology that counts on having to regenerate. I wonder what it runs on. Solar energy, reprocessed waste. Did you see that molecular printer Quirt used to make us your new carry pack? She nodded and shrugged the new pack, easing the straps. Great, some kind of light composite stuff. Made a molecule at a time, Quirt said. It's built exactly like the old busted one, minus the broken frame from when I fell down. Cliff shrugged. If you hadn't been down, that flame beam would have burned you. Yeah, lucky break. She puffed her overhanging hair back from her eyes, a classic gesture of bemused frustration. Dumb luck. Poor old Howard ran out of luck. Damn shame. He was always getting hurt, breaking something, even getting lost to go pee. Some people are like that. Crew selection was by fleet merits, you know. Not backpack experience. Resumes don't account for plain old bad luck that keeps coming back. Sure enough. A big mistake. Next starship I'm on, I'll remember that. She laughed and punched him in the arm, which drew sidelong glances from Terry and Ivy. Even Quirt noticed. Well, let 'em, Cliff thought. Not like it's been a lot of fun lately. Then they pressed on, turning their backs on the burgeoning city that would live again. Quirt led the way, with other Sill flanking them. They all carried weapons, long, slim tube launchers. Their faces were grim, focused, and they did not seem to tire. Relentless sunlight streamed down through the symphonic play of ivory clouds. Tall and cottony, they were so vast that parts of them were laced through with blue tinges of moist anvils. Clouds as anthologies, the anvils hanging in the soft mist of larger puffballs, lightning sheeting across denser purple knots, all of it like separate cities of the sky, tapering away into the far heights. Here and there clots condensed out, their understories fading into rainfalls, sheets of pale blue falling great distances, then absorbed back into the air before ever striking the bowl. Cliff said to Irma and Ivy, "Relax into tourist mode." And they all chuckled, not because it was funny, but because everyone needed an excuse to smile. They came into a flash of green, almost pornographically abundant in the smoky, almost rotting aroma of turned black earth, rains sweating down from passing squalls, air thickened with rich purpose. A vehicle purred past, and from its big tailpipe a lush, pale blue cloud gushed. Irma drew in a breath of it and said, "You can almost smell dinosaurs in that. It smells like a fossil fuel." Ivy sniffed. "Probably ethanol, but it sure smells rich." None of them had actually ever smelled the exhaust of a true oil burner. On an Earthside that was scrupulous about emissions, only jet airplanes using turbines rated fossil fuel use, back when Sunseeker left the solar system, Cliff wondered if by now Earthside biotech had engineered anything like the skyfish here, living beasts that could float and fight. He doubted it. What biological substrate could they start with to develop such bizarre forms? That made him consider how the folk had ever engineered their skyfish. From some airborne floaters, found on some planet where thick air and light gravity made that an optimal path? Big, slow, made invulnerable by its size, like elephants or whales or a brontosaurus. This place is like a museum of other life forms, he thought, but one that keeps evolving. Maybe that was part of the point of building the bowl itself? An ongoing, moving experiment with more room than 1,000,000 planets? They entered a broad plain of short grass, and there was a trampled, much-traveled track stretching into the hazy distance. Straight up in the air, though, momentary openings between the towering clouds gave a dim vision of the bowl hanging in a pale eggshell blue sky. Cliff watched the watery vision of huge lands shimmer, a vision from all the way across this solar system. Only it's not any solar system we ever envisioned, he thought. More like a huge contraption made of a system's parts. Back on Sunseeker, before they came down, Fred the engineer type had estimated the bowl's mass and got more than Jupiter, more probably than there was in the Kuiper Belt or the Oort cloud. Somebody had scavenged an entire expanse of space, maybe all the worlds that circled Vikram Singh's star, to make this thing. Along the trampled path, occasional sill held out strings of fish, stringy root-like vegetables, a gauzy plant like a haze of wire. He realized these were for sale, but of course the humans had nothing like sill cash. Passing these hawkers, making poor imitations of the sill no eye gestures, they went by. Here and there a sill stepped forward, lowered its head, and held goods up, waving them toward the humans. An offering. This struck Irma as an eye-widening surprise. Cliff knew enough to take some food, with eye moves of thanks, and then wondered how to cook the food that began accumulating. All this occurred silently, for the sill seemed to relish a gentle, still presence. It was usually hard to get them to talk at all, and when they did, they were terse. Across the plain came small darting vehicles sheathed in shiny silver metal. Some moved toward the humans, though most went their own way. A knot of about a dozen sill cars eased up in the purring machines and shut them down. With proper greetings, they got out to address Quirt. They had a conversation taking at least 20 minutes. That was long enough for the humans to sit near the cars and find out which of the gift foods they could eat raw. Hand meal, the sill called this. Sill talked while they ate. When Irma asked about that, Quirt had consulted an electronic aid he sometimes used to translate and said, "Sportive verse." This apparently meant creating poetry, a ritual perhaps parallel to humans drinking alcohol and singing together. They were hungry. There was a pleasant, nutty spiral fruit that left a peppery taste. They ate it all, and had moved on to a nearly rhomboid-shaped bittersweet fruit. Quirt and 3 other sill came over to the humans, doing the head moves and eye signals that always came before an important discussion. Cliff reflected on how much they had learned about sill culture by simply watching their social cadences. Humans talked all the time, Quirt had noted with genuine wonder, as though that were uncommon on the bowl. Quirt said, "They gift movers to us." "We are gift-happy," Irma said, smiling and nodding. She was better at ferreting out the meanings of the clipped sill sentences and echoing their manner. She kept track of the myriad eye and head gestures and tried to imitate them, though not always with much success. There had been some amusing errors, such as when she had inadvertently asked Quirt if sex was part of their diet, or where the beds were to be, and then walked into the rather primitive male toilets. She could not then tell male from female sill and had to be told with furious elbow signals. The small, squat vehicles were actually simple to drive. They used hands and feet, just as Earthside cars did, and ran on an autogear system with adjustable constraints, mostly apparently magnetic. Indeed, its propulsion seemed magnetic, but it never rose more than a meter above the broad plain. Everything here, even the homes, seemed powered by electromagnetic induction through the bowl's substructure. There were solar collectors everywhere, befitting a land where the sun always shone, and the self-shaping buildings were driven that way too. Cliff could tell by the occasional tingling of electrical discharge that ran over his skin when he stood near the walls, as they surged up and formed elegant cusps and arches. Quirt showed Cliff how to drive the mag car, seeming to insist it was a guest's privilege. That let him take the little thing out onto the broad plain. Quirt in the co-pilot seat, and Irma and Ivy in the rather cramped rear seats. Their backpacks and gear went in racks on the roof, secured by a curious self-wrapping lattice that figured out its own way to secure the arrangement, tripped by a tiny tapping from Quirt. They headed on toward distant mountains, cloud-shrouded and mysterious. Quirt then went into comm mode, using the inbuilt dash system to get in touch with other sill, using a system Quirt said the folk could not intercept. Quirt apparently had embedded acoustic receivers, for it peered ahead intently and sub-vocalized, face giving nothing away. Irma sat in the back, and the others were in another car, following close on the right side. Cliff took the odd mag car up to its highest speed as other car traffic thinned out. They were moving away from the sill concentrations, but Cliff had no idea of their destination. He did not notice nearby cars or anyone following until abruptly one drew up alongside them. It deftly came in and blocked them from the other human car. The two sill inside did not look at him, but they matched exactly his velocity. Then the mag car started coming in closer. He thought nothing of it until they were only a car length away. He slowed, they slowed. He sped up, so did they. Another mag car came in from his left, moving fast. Its driver also didn't even seem to notice the three cars moving now together. They all peered straight ahead. Maybe they're a guard party, he wondered. Closer, closer. Cliff had time to say, "Quirt." "Quirt?" Interrupting the alien's concentration, its eyes slowly coming fully open, as if it had been in a trance. "I think something's—" A third car came over fast from the left, slightly ahead. It slewed hard and set itself up exactly in front of their car. Irma said, "Are these—" The lead car slowed, its big tail signal sliding in ruby-red pulses across the back. Cliff had to step on the mag brakes, and the car hummed loudly. He tried to maneuver to the left, then right, but there was no room now, and then the car ahead braked harder. Cliff slammed on the brakes. The three that had boxed him in hit theirs a few seconds later. The brake howl was a high screech, all of them losing speed as fast as they could. The cars were identical, so they hardly separated at all as the howling deceleration threw Cliff forward. They all wore odd net belts that stopped Cliff from being heaved onto the windshield. His few seconds lead in decelerating meant he was now about 10 meters behind them all as they slid to a stop, throwing gray dust and the humming loud and shrill. Irma was saying something, and Quirt too, but Cliff focused on the 6 sill, who jumped out of the mag cars. They called short, crisp orders to each other and reached into their work belts. Going for weapons, Cliff thought. Not guards. The sill ran around their cars and formed an orderly bunch, intent on Cliff's car, shouting now. Quirt gave its gravel growl and took off its web belt. Irma gave an alarmed cry. "The only weapon we have, we're inside." Cliff saw what he must do. He slammed on the acceleration and shot forward. The car shook as he hit the sill. Impact scattered them across the blunt, shiny hood. Bodies struck their windshield and rolled up it, tumbling over the roof. Dull thumps. And Cliff kept his foot on the accelerator until just before they hit the forward car. They slammed in hard, and the magnetic bumper pushed them back, lessening the impact. Their mag car's hood crumpled. Alarms blared an odd hooting call in Cliff's ears. Quirt cried out in surprise, and Irma went silent. "Okay," Cliff said, surprised at how mildly he said it. "Irma? Quirt?" "Oh, okay," Irma said, coughed, gasped. Ivy said, "What the?" Quirt caught Cliff's eye and gave the assent signal. Its mouth sagged open. He had scooped up all the sill. Some had rolled off to the side and others over the cabin. They had all absorbed the full hard impact of the car, giving off sharp, surprised cries. He watched where they had hit the plane. None bounced back up. They wanted to grab us, maybe kill us. No negotiation. Went for their weapons. Some of them had gotten their odd little guns free and lay stretched out, guns in hand but arms not moving. Cliff backed out, turning to his left so the car glided over the bodies on that side. They crunched beneath the mag car. He got 10 meters behind the bodies and shifted. He moved forward very deliberately and ran over the ones sprawled on the right. Moving fast, he slewed to ride over the two in front. Each body nudged the car up, no more, but that brought the full pressure of the mag car down on them. He knew the bumps meant smashed bones, organs, spurting gouts of fluids lost into the soil, agony, screams, the light fading behind terrified eyes. None of them moved as Cliff then backed all the way out and drove around the whole mess. No point in checking to see if anyone survived. Irma said, "The other car's gotten free, too. Looks like they have a sill driving." "My mate," Quirt said quietly. "She fine. Drive hard." Cliff glanced at the alien, who seemed as quiet and calm as ever. Terry was in the other car and waved at them, holding thumbs up. "They must have done something similar," Ivy said quietly. Wasn't watching. Cliff amped the acceleration and had them up to max speed by the time the cars and bodies were just a dot in his side rear-view screen. He was surprised that he did not need to think much at all about what had happened. The three-car team had tried to grab those he cared about and were willing to use force to do it. That meant they had crossed a line. Cliff had spent endless days stacking and processing bodies, and now knew he was not the same man. He had done what he had to, and had not taken any time to think it through. Before he came down to the bowl, he had been another sort of man entirely. This place had taught him a lot, and most of it he could not say, but perhaps comprehended it better that way. It was in his nervous system now, experienced, digested, and made part of himself. Maybe that was what Quirt had. Indeed, maybe the sill had it without having to learn. In the silence of the mag car he felt himself relax. The mountains ahead loomed large now beneath their mantle of anvil clouds, bellies ripe with purple richness, ready to rain as they climbed the slopes. Already he looked forward to that. He would get out of the car and let the falling big drops hammer him with their wealth and feel each moment for what it was, for the joy of it entire. "Those wanted capture," Quirt said. "I figured that," Irma said. "Killing us is easier." "Our chances would be not good in their tender care," Cliff said. "Give us to the folk. Show loyalty." Quirt made a head shrug. "So, you killed them," Irma said. Cliff nodded. "Probably so." Irma let that ride and then said, "They would have gotten in their cars and come after us." Cliff thought that was obvious and kept his attention on their rear views and the mountains ahead. No visible pursuit. He reminded himself that attack could easily come from above. A skyfish could be hovering a kilometer up and, he glanced out the window, not obvious until it was too late. Worrying isn't thinking, he thought, using a saying he had honed in the long, unending days of pursuit when they were first on the run across the bowl. Perpetual alert could degenerate into a floating anxiety that robbed the mind of concentration, sent it skittering into pointless knots. Not returning to the same damn subject was a learned skill, he saw. "Where do we go now?" he said directly to Quirt. "Into cold." 18. They went under the mountains, not up them. Before entering the underground maze, Cliff looked down through a short pass at the lands beyond the lofty mountains. Beyond lay the first mirror zone he had ever seen. Big hexagonal patterns gave some sparkling side scatter of sunlight. They filled a valley and dotted the hills above. Lush vegetation filled the spaces between, but clearly most of the sunlight reflected back at the star. This was how the bowl fueled the jet that boiled up from the hot arc light inferno at the center of the stellar disk. Expanses of mirrors, incomprehensible in scale, focused on the central fury. Somehow, the Sunseeker engineers said, magnetic fields got drawn into the perpetual hellhole. These fed outward with the jet as it escaped the focal point. The brilliant plasma billowed out at its base, and then the magnetic fields gripping it in rubbery embrace disciplined the flow, narrowing it. By the time the luminous jet reached the bowl's knothole, it passed through easily without brushing the heavily armored walls. As he watched the enormous sheets of reflecting metal in the distance, Cliff mused that this was how the star provided its own thrust. From sunlight that first bounced off the hexagonal mirrors, returned to its parent source, and propelled the jet. Riding on light, he thought, and held his phone up to the star itself, letting the device consider it. In a moment, the back panel said, K2 star, similar to Epsilon Eridani, K2-5, intermediate in size between red M-type main sequence stars and yellow G-type main sequence stars. Yet he recalled the watch officer who revived him had said it was an F star. It had turned out later that the spectrograph was saturated by the hot spot glare and got its signatures wrong. Classic field error. And indeed the star seen through the phone's polarizer was a troubled disk, speckled by dark blots that circled the base where the jet blossomed. The whole star rotated around the jet base, which meant the builders had started their mammoth final touch there, perching the bowl as a cup high above the original star's pole. Fascinating to consider. "Come." Cliff noticed Quirt glance back at him with irritation, eyes jouncing in the sill way. He rushed to catch up with the others. Their party neared the underground labyrinth and found they were not alone. There were zigzag trees in dense blue-green forests near the entrance. Sill moved under the canopy, bands trotting with deft speed. They kept to well-defined bunches entering the weaving corridors under the stony flanks. The corridor's external locks yawned. Even in the rock hallways, yellow-orange plants hung, emitting light to guide the constant line of sills and humans. The sill barely glanced at the humans. Quirt and mate moved together in the swift shuffle Sill used, like loping in light gravity, as easy as swimming in air. All in silence. Cliff saw as they fled that many sills had small, betraying injuries. Parts missing, splayed, knobby fingers with one gone, just a blank space of gnarled red skin. A conical sill ear half sheared away. Marvelous purple-irised eyes clouded by some past collision with life. Mottled skin, scars adorning slim legs, feet, inflamed two-step joints that served as elbows in their arms. Faces sporting red scars that wrapped around as though some enemy had used a curved blade. Cliff felt oddly embarrassed at the humans' smooth, clear skins, unmarked by a life of labor and hardship, or battle and disaster. Without even thinking about it, the humans paraded around with skins and sturdy limbs that spoke of city comforts, the easy life away from fear and pain, a softness not earned. The unseen sill damage was perhaps more lasting. He watched Irma as they sped down internal corridors of the bowl, following Quirt and its team along the gradual downward slope. She was changed, subdued and reflective. Her eyes peered ahead but were focused on some internal scene. He recognized the symptoms because he had known them, back there amid the wholesale slaughter of the sill. She had announced his own blunted responses to him, using her jargon: diminished affect, emotional isolation, 1,000-meter stare, a general emotional numbness, stress disorder. Now it visited her. Maybe Howard's death had done it, tipped her over the edge, or the fast way Cliff had crushed the sill who wanted to grab them. He thought of this as they kept their steady pace, moving away from the big, thick doors of what seemed to be the occasional airlock. Since he and Irma started having sex, neither of them called it lovemaking, and in a fundamental way it wasn't, they had drawn closer. The other team members had seen that, and aside from a few wry references, nobody said much about it, or seemed to let it irk them. They were a field team, not a social circle. Howard's death had made that clear enough. He watched Irma's concentrated expression, ever alert to what lay ahead, but clearly introspective. He cared about her now, and had to understand what she was going through. They had lost Howard in a way nobody saw coming, and for Cliff there were no afterthoughts, because he knew he could have done nothing different. In the sudden deadly moments, everyone was truly on their own. Maybe Irma didn't see that yet. Something would have broken her sooner or later. She would have come up against some hammering event that changed how she saw the world. If she had stayed Earthside, she might have gone into late old age before it happened. The ones with no give, the ones with the carefully guarded, clear-skinned little porcelain selves, shatter in the end. Some chips and splinters get lost so that when mended, little fracture lines show. Nobody gets through life immune to the hard collisions. The blackness always follows a step or two behind you, hand raised to touch you on the shoulder. That tap, when it comes, shakes you and hastens your step. When the indifferent world breaks your illusions, that shattering takes something out of your own inner cosmos. Something dies within. Irma will never fit together quite so well again. Neither will I, of course. They came through another of the bulky airlocks, and when the intermediate chamber closed, Cliff saw that their escort sill were the only ones left with the 4 humans. The fleeing sill had gone elsewhere. At the other side, the cool, clammy corridor sloped steeper still, and now they passed into a different kind of passageway. The flooring became transparent, and then the walls. The orange glow of luminous plants dimmed because there were few of them on the ceiling. Through the floor he could see nothing but black, and then abruptly, as they passed a ribbed steel seam, stars. Wheeling slowly across their view through walls and floor, red and blue and yellow. "Ah," Ivy said. Irma sighed. Quirt made the gesture of approval and eye bulge. "We're on the outside of the bowl," Cliff said needlessly, hearing the joy in his voice at the same moment he noticed the air before him fog with his breath. The wheeling sky lit a twilight world. They all stood and took it in. The whispering drone of the airflow masked any sounds that might come from the outside world. They stood on a pathway looking up at the bowl's skin, visible in starlight through cylindrical walls transparent in all directions. Their passage stretched into the distance below a flat plain above them that even looked cold, a land showing silver ice and black-ribbed lines that marched away like longitudes and latitudes. "Ice and iron," Irma said. Between the black support struts was a rumpled terrain of dirty ice. The stars moved in lazy arcs above. A few craters pocked the ice, broken by strands of black rock and glimmers on the plain. Cliff turned and looked behind them, where the long shadows of a quick dawn stretched, and sharp diamonds sparkled white and hard. "Reading 152K in starlight from that surface," Ivy said, peering at his all-purpose detector phone computer. "Nearly as cold as the Oort cloud," Terry said. "But why is there a tube to take people, well, Syl, up above the bowl skin?" Quirt said nothing. Irma pointed to bright spots of light winking on and, after a few seconds, off. "It's always dark here, just starlight. Maybe that's mica reflecting from rock?" "Too bright," Terry said. A flash came from nearby. They turned and looked at a pinnacle that forked up from the silvery plain below. "A flower," Terry whispered. Fronds spread up from a gnarled base which itself sat firmly on the icy crust. Light green leaves speared up, tilted toward them. "A paraboloid plant," Ivy said. The thing was at least 5 meters long and curved upward to shape a graceful cup made of glossy, polished segments. The plant turned steadily as they watched, and as the direct focus of it swept over them, the reflected beam was like a blue-tinged spotlight. Irma looked over her shoulder and said, "It's tracking that big blue star." The plant turned steadily away, and Ivy said, "Look down at the focus point." Where the glassy frond skins narrowed down, they became translucent, tight, and stretched. The starlight collected all along the parabolic curve, about a meter on a side. Cliff close-upped it in his binocs and made out an intricate tan-colored pattern of lacy veins. "Chloroplasts working in this cold? Impossible." "It's not so cold at the focus, I bet. That's the point of concentrating starlight," Irma said. She gestured at the horizon, which seemed sharp even though it must have been thousands of kilometers away. "A whole damn biosphere in vacuum." "Running on just starshine?" Terry asked. "Not much energy there." "So this plant evolved to work like an antenna," Ivy said. "They live here, hanging upside down on the outer edge of the bowl." "Where did a star flower evolve?" Irma asked wistfully. They saw now the thick dark stalk that supported and held the flower, swiveling it as the bowl's fast rotation swept stars across the sky. "To track starlight and digest it." Ivy snorted. "Life evolving in vacuum." Cliff noticed that Quirt was letting them work through this. "Doing its chemistry by starlight?" Disbelief made Ivy grimace. "How's that happen?" "Folk bring," Quirt said. "From where?" Terry asked. "Why?" Quirt paused and struggled with the language problem, eyes jittery and trying to convey nuances, Cliff thought, that were simply beyond human capacities. "Light life, we termed them. Here when we came. Learned to get out. Live from ice. Find star." Irma said, "Maybe they started in a warm core of an asteroid or isteroid, got to the surface and used sunlight. Far out from its star, maybe no star at all nearby. Survived. Made leaves to be sunlight concentrators, so then parabola flowers just evolved out in the dark." "Long time," Quirt said. Irma shrugged. "Maybe a long way from a star, too. So the bowl comes by, grabs some? But why?" Cliff watched across the flat plain, and yes, glimmers came from everywhere as he glanced back. Stars rose, and the light-seeking flowers tracked them. Or one of them. The slow, steady sway of the focusing plants swept the sky, selected the brightest, fixed on it. The big flowers locked on a bright blue-white star. Light vampires, Cliff thought. He judged the humans and Syl stood perhaps a kilometer or two above the bowl's outer shell, looking down at a wonderland of deep, cold night. Yet it lived. He watched a forest of strange, attentive life forms that tracked across the moving sky, clinging to the outer skin of this whirling top. All this cold empire, stretching far away, perhaps around the entire bowl, worked on as it moved through star fields and brought heat to kindle their own chemistry. An entire vast ecology lurked here. Sunseeker had flown by it and seen none of this, Cliff recalled. The whole bowl was so striking, nobody registered details. They had taken the huge ribbed outer structures to be the mechanical substructure, it seemed. Nobody noticed ice fields or plants. They were on too small a scale. He close-upped some of the points of light and saw shiny emerald sheets moving all together, following the brightest star visible. They never saw the star that drove the bowl, of course, only the eternal spinning night. There were translucent football cores at their central focus. In a nearby parabolic flower, he could make out how the filmy football frothed with activity at the focus, bubbles streaming, glinting flashes tracing out veins of flowing fluids, momentary earthly levels of warmth and chemistry, from hard, bright dots that crept across a cold, black sky. Flowers rooted in ice, hanging under the centrifugal grav, driven by evolution that didn't mind operating without an atmosphere, in deep cold and somber dark. Always, everywhere, evolution never slept. Irma said as they moved along the transparent tube corridor, "You know, we've found piezophiles that thrive under extreme ocean pressure, and halophiles grow in high salt concentrations. This isn't all that much stranger." Ivy said, "I wonder if they cover the whole outer surface. They could be the most common form of life in the bowl." Terry pointed. "Maybe even more than we thought." They gaped. Terry said, "Like a cobweb? Stretching up." The thing hung on several stringy tendons that sprouted from an ice field in the distance. Their eyes had adjusted so even in starlight they could make out 5 sturdy arms of interlaced strands. It climbed away from the bowl and into the inky sky, and all across it were more of the flowers, their heads slowly turning to track the brightest blue-white point of light above. It narrowed as it extended, and cross-struts met branches to frame the huge array of emerald flowers. These were larger than the ones on the ground. The colossal tree tapered as it reached out. "A cold ecology," Terry said. "The flip side of the bowl's constant sunlight. A steady night." Irma asked Quirt, "Why do the folk need this?" "Soft fur, sharp claws, same animal." This seemed enigmatic to Cliff, so he said, "They get something from it." "What?" "Their past." Quirt's slim face struggled for the right translation. In the dim starlight, the alien face showed its seams, its lines drawn by tragedy. He reached for his mate, a willowy Syl who seldom uttered a word, but whose eyes slid and danced expressively. She clasped Quirt to her. They embraced, and there was much eye movement between them. Apparently such signals were more intimate and effective among Syl, and certainly so compared to the talky humans. Cliff had learned to look away at such moments. Syl had a different code for privacy and display, and apparently did not mind expressing emotional intimacy in view of others. Cliff was not used to it, and wondered if he ever would be. Quirt turned from its mate and nodded toward the cold fields of paraboloid flowers. "Soft fur of folk." Quirt turned back to the humans and visibly made itself stand firmly, looking at them all. Speaking slowly to let its inboard translation training give it the human words, Quirt said, "The plants are always here. Stars power them. They store. Always bowl skin is cold. This be, Quirt gave a sweeping gesture, eye moves, and said in a whispery tone, sacred memory. Irma said, you mean their data store? History, Quirt said. Big history. Still want to read it. You can help. Part 6. The Deep. The mind, that ocean where each kind does straight its own resemblance find, yet it creates, transcending these, far other worlds and other seas. Andrew Marvell. 19. As soon as Memor sat down, she noted that the late invader Tananarive was carefully watching the bulk of contriver Bemor settle into place. Bulging eyes, lips tight-pressed and white, body tensed as if ready to flee, Tananarive showed the classic primate fear signals. Fair enough. Being the smallest creature in the ample cavern, more slight even than surf ones, must draw up primordial dreads of being trampled. Memor tossed Tananarive some glossy sweat fruit to ease her trembling. She took it, bit, considered the taste. Gave a small smile. No sign of gratitude, however. Intelligence generally emerged on worlds only after earlier forms exploited the advantages of being large, slow, and stupid. Size was a ready defense, inspiring no selection pressure toward more complex neurosystems and forward-seeing capability. Indeed, Memor had learned about such creatures as Tananarive in her study immersions. They were among the class that built models of their external world, all the better to predict where food might lie, or what predators would do, and still later what others of their kind would think of them. Somewhere along that axis of change, their internal models learned that other creatures also had models running behind their anxious eyes. Thus emerged advanced societies. We merely wish to question you about aspects of your species, Memor said as a preliminary. That last session, where you slapped me with that pain gun, was that asking questions? You understand we were developing, quite successfully I must remark, a tool to use in making contact with the others of your kind. They're still alive? The primate seemed to honestly doubt. Of course. They are taking their pleasure with travel about our vast lands. You haven't caught them, have you? One of Tananarive's least attractive qualities, as a medium-level intelligence, was her way of leaping ahead in a discussion. We have not exerted sufficient effort to capture them, if that is what you mean. They did elude us at the very moment we took custody of you late visitors. We decided to let them remain at large, as experience of our wonders is the best lesson we can give. Do you understand our word, smug? I do. Our reading of your entire dictionary, both active that you use and passive that you merely recognize, shows you have levels of nuance. Memor had meant this as a compliment, but Tananarive gave a dry little cackle that meant derision. I think you should consider our relative status before invoking your smug word. Smug is as smug does. This elliptical remark brought a dismissive rumble from Bemor, Memor's twin, though still held at the male first life. Let his words sprawl forward languid, as if he wished the small audience to savor them. We desire your counsel, little smart monkey. Your fellows have done harm to several castes, from Serf Prime to even a few at the lower rungs of the folk. All this, abruptly Bemor belched out a bass snarl, because they would not submit to diplomatic engagements. Tananarive laughed again. Loud bluster is still just bluster. Memor admired how Bemor did not allow emotion to flare further in his speech. This was evidence of an undermind fully and well integrated, unlike the turmoil Memor felt bubbling up from her own. His voice and feather display suddenly smoothed, becoming a cool refrain. I wish you all now to focus upon our slow, steady response to the Glorian crisis. This goal we have long sought, for it is the plentiful world long observed but never understood, and so we pursue it. Because we seek the origin of the gravitational messages, Asenath interjected. And now, the electromagnetic sendings from Glory are so simple, we can at least decipher those. Yet they do not speak to us. Bemor allowed this interruption, though only marginally within conversation protocols, and gave a feather rush of agreement. Indeed. As we approach, suddenly these late invaders appear in our skies. So arrive the primates in their adroitly engineered magnetic funnel fusion rammer, and we receive a message from our destination. The simple drawings carried in electromagnetic coatings are of the primates, not of the bowl. These two events are not coincidences. They come so very close together in the great abyss of galactic time. Bemor reclined in his chute, easing his bulk. The Glorians convey a strange warning message. As Memor noted, they warn away these smart monkeys. But not we of the bowl, so we must act. The vectors of our circumstance demand so. Memor turned to Tananarive. Your expedition knew none of this? Right, Tananarive said, eyeing them both warily. Your, what do you call it? Bowl, that was enough. Memor began. Their story is that they did not suspect our presence or trajectory. As well, their ship lacked supplies. I know all that, Bemor gave a feather fan shrug. And their star ram ship rode a prow of ionization that absorbed the microwave emissions we saw, so they could not have received them in flight. Their own communications are simple digital amplitude-modulated laser beams, and those are directed back toward their star, not ahead. He waved an arm fan at Tananarive. You have said your ship did not receive messages from your home world for a long time. Then did? Why? Political instability, we think. We did send reports, but apparently our people went through a phase of no interest in the interstellar expeditions. She sat stiffly, Memor noted, as though reluctant to admit this. Bemor looked skeptical, his eyes turned upward derisively. Though Memor knew Tananarive could not interpret this. Why this lack of concern? Bemor saw this primate was unable to follow their discourse, and so waxed prolific in his remarks. Memor cocked a scarlet at him in ironic interest, for this was unusual for him. Bemor said, We have only a few long-flight expeditions such as this one. Most are from stars we pass nearby, who see us in their night sky. Those mount an expedition, those who have interplanetary abilities. In that sense, we inspire progress among slumbering civilizations simply by appearing to them in passing. Those that have arrived had great trouble living in the biospheres they found. Microbial mismatches, food production difficulties, and some unknown health problems. But we did receive a message about the time we discovered your bowl. Tananarive was still edgy, and yielded this information only Memor saw because she feared Bemor. Something about an inherent caution with males? Bemor's rank musk was a bit overpowering. Or had the earlier pain gun incident made this primate more willing to cooperate? If so, it had been a good move. The primates did not expect to receive signals from Glory, suggesting that this is their first attempt to reach that star, so... Bemor turned to Tananarive and whispered in her tongue, I hope you are telling true. She returned his gaze. Right, we're the first expedition. Your bowl. We knew none of this. You had no plan when you invaded our paradise? Tananarive snorted. The team I was in, Beth Marble's team, until we escaped, we had as much control over what happened as a kitten does in a clothes dryer. Cliff's team is showing you what we can do, I hear. Beemore gave a bemused eye flutter with his delicate purple fringe. I saw in your vessel a high level of ingenuity, more than expected of first-stage intelligences. Which is? Curiosity, as you display in that admirably simple phrase. Artifice in magnetic engineering, particularly the ingenious flux conservation mechanism in your scoop. We have studied it, following the fluorescence of decaying ions, and so mapped your magnetic artifice. Your configuration can navigate on the skimpy ion density gathered from our star. Admirable. Tananarive blinked, unsure how to respond. Memor began. I, too, am surprised that you managed to— Moving on, Beemore said, turning away from Tananarive and Memor alike. I believe you, Asenath, have questions for the primate. Asenath fluttered forward, glad of some attention finally, Memor guessed. She questioned Tananarive, with Memor supervising occasionally, and learned nothing new. Beemore became bored. They were still close enough in manner, since, after all, they shared the same genetics, for Memor to know that Beemore was remaining politely present, but in fact was importing signals from elsewhere in the Citadel, perhaps from superiors. This late invader is most useful for studies of the structure of her mind, Memor said, trying to introduce what was for her the most original late invader trait, their submerged and unreachable unconscious. But Asenath went on, her agenda becoming apparent. The message from Glory is aimed at primates. The Glorians think primates are running the bowl. Cackles, hoots, coughs, and murmurs. General hilarity even among the assistants, who normally suppressed any show. Good, Asenath said. Let them keep that misapprehension. Make the true rulers, ourselves, unpredictable. We surely are that, Beemore said sardonically. Yet something in his tone conveyed ironic skepticism. Asenath made a submission display flutter, but it was unconvincing. Ideal setting for an entire suite of deception maneuvers, yes. We will need cooperation of the primates to bring this off. Beemore turned to the primate and said in its tongue, You follow this? Memor was surprised that Beemore articulated the alien fricative consonants quite well, directing breath with his tongue over the sharp edge of the teeth and into the capture hollows of his cheeks. It gave Beemore a solemn, echoing way of pronouncing the rather simple constructions the primates could manage. Memor had taken several sleep times to master that, and her words still came out reedy and thin. Worse, the primate understood Beemore immediately, saying, I don't know your language. So Beemore gave a guarded version of their conversation, keeping it minimal, giving away nothing, omitting, of course, anything the primate could use. Artfully done, Memor had to admit. Tananarive's first comment was a question. What about the light speed problem? Beemore said, We think long. Perhaps few of us will live to arrive near Glory. So you want to reply to their signal, deceive them? Memor felt the primate showed insufficient respect for their company, but Asenath chose that moment to recover some role in the conversation. My team is putting together a response for Glory. No great hurry, but there may be a time limit. Tananarive shot back. What if the Glorians send out an exploring expedition of their own? We can surely see it well in advance and defend properly, Asenath said, with a fan flutter in ivory that said, Such is obvious. You know about the gravity waves, right? Bemore said, "You imply we should be wary of what weapons might they have." Tananarive stood, stretched, plucked some sweat fruit from an ample bowl. A show of indifference? Perhaps this was all the primate could do, since it could not give feather displays or more subtle signals. With a mouth partly full of the fruit, a grave social error for the folk, she said, "Well, I sure would be." "I believe," Asenath said, "and contriver Bemore may amend this, that the lambda spear can be revived." Bemore made a ring show of blue and green, meaning yes, for he knew the primate could not grasp this. "What's that?" Tananarive said. "It is a truly terrible device, able to alter the fundamental constants of a small region of space-time upon command," Memor put in. Her eyes widened. "You use this? How?" "With great care, obviously," Bemore said. "We can project such an effect only over long distances, so to avoid being in the realm affected, it is appropriate for defense on a system-wide scale." "It comes to us," Memor added, "from the time of terror." "I'd love to hear the story," Tananarive said. "I can show you a worked example of how we avoid such dark times soon enough," Asenath said with a mild feather rustle. "I have an appointment at a justice rendering. Duty summons." 20. Cliff and the others were glad to get back into the warmer precincts of the bowl underground. They rested in a large view space that gave them warmth, yet through a broad portal gave a closer view of the vacuum flowers, as Irma termed them. They ate the food they carried, and the sill leading them brought water from a small delivery system lodged in the hard rock walls. The bowl's outer hull was intricately woven through with passages, rooms, narrow little living quarters, and shops for what looked like repairs. As well they passed by warrens that seemed to be where the finger snakes lived and worked. In some of the shops, snakes wearing harnesses labored at rack arrays, doing metal and electronics work. They were intense little creatures of glistening gunmetal blue skin, beady eyes focused at close range on implements usually smaller than a finger. A human finger, not the bigger boneless ones the snakes used. "You know," Ivy said, "it's kind of reassuring that in this incredible place they're making flanges and hex joints, pressure sleeves and shafts with ball joints." "Engineering," Terry said, "is a universal." Some of the snake teams were working now on a large, intricate wall. They worked with a fevered energy, clacking and hissing to each other and slithering adroitly over copper arrays. This wall lay behind where the humans watched the dim landscape of the hull. Hull ice was thick here, and vacuum flowers lapped against the transparent portal. Cliff touched the window and had to snatch his hand away at a sudden sharp pain. He feared it was so cold his fingers would freeze to it. Quirt had said there were multiple vacuum layers in these transparent walls, but the cutting cold came through. "That's it," Ivy said. "These corridors are below the mirror zone. We're at the edge of a big mirror area, too. This whole section of the bowl must be chilly." It seemed so. So the land beyond was extremely cold, dotted with rock that formed roofs over areas of gray ice steeped in dark. Following Quirt's advice, Irma played her laser beam, set on dispersed mode, into those dark spaces. In this flashlight mode, they were surprised to see odd, ivory-colored things moving with agonizing slowness. Ivy asked what these were. "On our way here, we saw bizarre life forms feeding on ice, but those," Irma said, "those slow creatures with mandibles and eye stalks, yes, like lobsters but living in high vacuum and low temperatures." Terry eyed the moving gray things. "These shapes are amorphous, more like moving fluids." "Ice life," Quirt said. "Kin to ice mines." Irma said, So, you brought us here to... Quirt let the silence lengthen, then said, Syl won't speak. To? Ice mines. What can we do? Irma asked. Ice mines speak to you. Quirt made eye moves that might imply hope or expectation. It was still hard to tell. Won't they speak to you? Terry asked. Not speak adopted. Irma said, You mean species brought on board the bowl? Why not? Ice mines old. Want only new. You know, those blobs in the shadows are moving together. Toward us, Ivy said. Watchers, Quirt said, allied with ice mines. Cliff said, So you were ignored before, and saw that now the vacuum flowers were opening and turning. Why are those doing... Quirt gestured at the vacuum flowers that abandoned their slow sweep of the sky, dutifully tracking nearby stars for their starlight. They rotated on their pivot routes toward this transparent wall. The company fell silent as the flowers began to open fully from their tight paraboloid shapes that focused sunlight on their inner chemistry. Slowly they nosed toward the wall where humans and Syl watched. As they did so, they blossomed into broad, white expanses, each several meters across. They're really large, Irma said. Still hard to imagine, plants that can live in vacuum and bring in starlight from over a large area. To feed. Quirt, did you mean these flowers provide energy for the whole biosphere living out there on the hull? Quirt simply gave eye signals, apparently a yes. Then the Syl said, Commanded by cold mines, and would say no more. The thin glow of the jet brimmed above the horizon here, and some flowers seemed focused permanently on that. It seemed an unlikely source of much energy, for the plasma was recombining and emitting soft tones in blue and red. On the other hand, that was steady though weak, and some flowers had perhaps evolved to harvest even such dim energies. They were all transfixed as the radiators spread open and completed their pivot toward the humans. There was silence broken only by the faint sound of air circulating. As the field of flowers, Cliff swung his head around to count over 100 within view, then began to pulse with a gray glow. Behind the flower field, the stars still wheeled, cutting arcs in the black. The humans stood mutely watching, their heads tilted up to see the spreading flowers, who in turn clung to the rotating hull. The gray glow built slowly, the whole flower display assuming a shape like a giant circle flecked with light, staring at them. Cliff felt a chill wash over his skin that was not from the temperature. This is truly alien. A pattern began to emerge. In the dim light their eyes had adjusted, and so the brighter flower circles made blotchy spots while the darker flowers accented a contrast, and the entire array began to form a speckled image. A picture came into view. Irma gasped. It's Beth's face. Again. The picture was crude because there were fewer pixels to be had from the flowers, but still Cliff found it unsettling. He gazed at the cartoon of Beth Marble while others talked on. Finally, he said, Reasonably close, too. Whoever commands these vacuum flowers knows the method they used with the mirror zones. They're using this to get our attention. Quirt gave a rustle of agreement. Ice mines. At least her lips aren't moving, Terry said. That gave me the creeps. So, no message, Ivy said. Just a calling card. Quirt looked around and pointed to the wall behind them. The snake team was still working, this time with some armatures like Waldo's. They had somehow extruded a flat tank from the wall, and snake-like machine arms were completing it. This was not repair but construction. They worked by coaxing features from a substrate that simmered with flashes of orange light. The whole working team was laboring with new members. A big lizard-like thing of crusted hide had 4 tentacles, each of which alone was larger than a finger snake, fissioning into more small ones that snakes did not have. Cliff watched one use fingernails too, that deformed into helical screwdrivers, snub pliers, a small hammer. It was trimming away and adjusting features freshly drawn from the wall. Cliff glanced back at the Beth portrait, still frozen in a smile. When he turned, the work team was slithering away across the wall, as the central oval they left brimmed with orange glows. Letters and then words seemed to drift to the surface of the wall, as if bubbling up from deep ocean water. "It's English," Terry said. "How do they know?" "Ice mines," Quirt said. Across the Sill's face and across those of the other Sill with them, who had been quiet all along, the skin stretched and warped, framing the eyes. Did this mean joy? Fear? Impossible to tell, but there were no other signs of concern in the body, which remained still. The script ran slowly. "We have ranged the deep and kept history near. We are not of you carbon children of thermonuclear heat and light. We ride here to preserve the greatness you have found now. Long ago we shaped this traveling structure when the warm folk came to us from deep within the whirlpools that girdled our suns. The warm folk gave us tools to build large. Some of us stayed among the comets, but we here have clung to the bowl. We lived through eons of time, and so have seen the many thousands of faces intelligence can assume. We dealt with them in turn. We are the bowl memory." Irma said, "This looks like a prepared lecture." Ivy nodded. "Must be. They've used it before. I guess if there are thousands of years between passes nearby other stars, you work up an all-purpose greeting." Terry smiled. "Boilerplate, huh? This doesn't look like a greeting, though. More of an announcement, I'd say." "Intended to awe. Yep," Cliff said. "As if this place didn't impress us enough?" "Their English is good," Irma said. "They must have access to the folks' experience. But are we missing a point? These ice mines claim they built the bowl." "Shaped it, designed it, maybe," Terry corrected her. "After intelligent, warm life found them, after they ranged through the solar system and then the planets of this other little companion sun, after they worked their way into, would you say, a mutual Oort cloud? And found these forests of supercold life, and the ice mines used them for engineering." "Or they could be bragging," Cliff said. Nobody laughed. They watched as the words faded and a long series of still pictures followed. Each came in at an easy pace, as though there were all the time in the world to show images of planets, crisp and dry, cloudy and cool, cratered yet with shimmering blue atmospheres, and stars, sometimes in crowded clusters, at times seen close up, and going nova in bright, virulent streamers, or in tight orbits around unseen companions that might be neutron stars or black holes. Wonders the bowl had seen while driven forward by its jet. Portraits of the early bowl years, Cliff gathered, the jet flaring and trembling in tangled knots of ruby and sharp yellow as the vast cup got under way. For these ones that Quirt termed ice mines, there was indeed all the time in the world. The screen visions streamed on, and the humans sat with backs against the rough walls to watch them. Strange landscapes loomed. "They call us warm life," Quirt added as the screen showed an ice world. Against a black sky odd lumps moved, in a lake lit by a smoldering red light. There were dune fields, ponds, channels. The lake sat in a convoluted region of hills cut by valleys and chasms. Ivy said, "I'd say that looks kind of like Titan, Saturn's moon." "There was small life there," Irma said. "Microbial, some pond scum, nothing more." "There are moving forms on that screen," Terry said. For this view, the screen showed sequential shots. The lumps seemed like knots of fluid, assisted by sticks that crossed through the globular bodies, blobs that somehow used tools like rods. These coherent colloids moved across bleak fluid that might be hydrocarbons like ethane. On the beach, the lumps moved ashore with viscous grace, pulling themselves forward with extruded feelers that managed the sticks. "They're clustering around that domed thing that looks like a termite mound," Irma said. "Even blobs can build." "Those forms we saw in the shadows out there," Terry gestured to the ice plains beyond, "might have some connection to these. Except these are on a planet." "Life adapts," Irma said. "A big leap from a Titan-like cold around 100 degrees Kelvin with high atmospheric pressure to those vacuum flowers and the rest of it, all holding on to the outside hull." "A big jump," Terry said. "But there must have been incremental steps, and they had billions of years to do it." By this time the image had faded, replaced by a view of a dense jungle. This one, though, had spiral trees, whipped by high winds against a purple sky of shredded clouds. The stilled storm had a big beast in the foreground, something like a dirty brown groundhog, its head tucked in against the wind. The show went on, and then on some more. After a while, even exotic alien landscapes became repetitious. Blue-green mountain ranges scoured by deep gray rivers, placid oceans brimming with green scum, arid tan desert worlds ground down under heavy brooding brown atmospheres. "All planets," Terry said. "They're not showing us comets, not showing us themselves. Ice worlds aplenty beneath starry skies, grasslands with four-footed herds roaming as volcanoes belched red streamers in the distance, oceans with huge beasts wallowing in enormous crashing waves, places hard to identify in the swirling pink mists." Life adapts indeed. After a while the slideshow was over, and more Anglish words appeared. "You warm life now learn to journey from star to star. We have seen your kind before. You expand outward at great cost to you, for fleeting quick life reasons. Most warm life comes in small ships, as do you. The dream of this bowl enticed us with its capacity. Its slow progress fits our minds, our style. Over eons we have seen little need to change its design. Through voyages we gain passengers warm and cold. This is only part of us. Other ice minds live elsewhere in the bowl's shadow. We deep life are one in fluidity. We address you now because this is an unusual time. This bowl approaches a fresh world, as do you. We have no reason to intervene in warm life affairs. We act when the bowl faces threats to its stability and endurance. You will help us." "We will," Ivy said. "They're probably listening in some way, you know," Cliff said sternly. Ivy blinked and said loudly, "Yes, we will. If we know how." Irma stood and gazed out at the dim icelands where the vacuum flowers still held Beth's image. She fanned her laser and said, "Those blobs, they're moving all right. Maybe these cold minds keep those forms around because they're related by mutual evolution?" Terry asked. "Hard to know. If these cold minds are as old as they say, there's not much that can be new to them." Cliff said, "And even less that's interesting." Liquid life forms, he thought. Trying to think on huge time scales was hard. Maybe warm life is just a buzzing, frantic irritant to them. And there is something in their manner, dealing with us warm life, that suggests immense distance, These things had probably evolved in the outer fringes of solar systems. They could travel on comets, maybe, bouncing from star to star. So maybe they freely roamed the galaxy while the most advanced worm life consisted of single-celled pond scum. None of this was reassuring. "What did you have in mind?" Irma addressed the screen. 21. Memor watched Tananarive carefully as their party entered the chamber for the justice rendering. The primate studied the walls and ornamental traces with a quick and ready eye, as though cataloguing all she saw. Quite natural for an explorer who expected to report back to her superiors. That might well not happen, but no need to give the primate a hint of that. They sat in high rows above the steeply inclined vault. Above them hovered ancient tapestries of gold and ivory, while the funnel at the vault's floor was an ominous jet black. Bemor sat higher than Aseneth, Memor, and the primate, as fitted his rank. He spoke with the hires, even the ice minds. Memor knew, and envied, of course. Though Bemor was her twin genetically, but for those genes that expressed sex, he had been reared to deal with long-term thinking and abstractions at a level Memor had not. Perhaps that explained, Memor thought, the tenor of irritation that crept into his sentences when discussions flagged or failed to reach a sharp point of usefulness. Male traits, indeed, she recalled. A clarion call sounded deep and long in the vault. It comprised some high trills, playing against long strumming bass notes that Memor knew were resonant with the body size of folk, and so would be felt rather than heard. Such musics instilled an uneasy impression of immensity and whole-body involvement, a tool persuasive yet hard to recognize. It instilled an apprehensive awe. Tananarive watched and listened, saying nothing. Her eyes darted with quick intelligence. Only her tight, pale lips told of some inner tension. Resonant chords came from the music walls. At a signal, a team of brawny folk strode from the witnesses gathered on the lower level. With prods, these forced each of the Maxer cult members forward, closer to the edge, their legs slipping in the slime, then at the teetering brink, as a deep voice extolled their violations of the Great Pact. At a second hooting call, the folk thrust the Maxers into the pit. Some flailed in resistance, others turned with resigned shrugs and jumped. Cries, shouts, shrieks. "This is a most useful spectacle," Aseneth said mildly. "Well done, too." The music rose to a triumphant chorus, high notes rejoicing. Barely audible beneath the sound was a chanting. "Live in this moment. Give in this moment. Ritual reprocessing is too good for those who undermine stability," Aseneth said, spitting out the words. "They endanger us all." "So may we," Memor said, and at once regretted it. Aseneth shot back, "Not if we exterminate the humans as we have these." They had apparently forgotten that the primate sat among them, Memor saw. Tananarive's head jerked up for a moment. Then she bowed it, which meant Memor knew that the primate had learned some of their speech, had understood Aseneth's remark. These creatures were smarter than she knew. There was a long silence after the ceremony. Hanging in the heavy air, Bemor said softly, "We folk must conquer our own festering anxieties as well. These reprocessings are necessary for stability and for life itself. We folk in our own wide variety, along with the multitudes of adopted, should accept the hard, simple fact that we ourselves and all we encounter are transitory, ephemeral beings of the moment. We matter little. We should embrace the beauty and pleasure of the world, knowing it will cease for us inevitably. We are not the ice mines. Such is the order of life." Memor added her agreeing fan display to that of Aseneth and other folk within range of Bemor's deep bass voice. For her it was a satisfying moment. Bemore could make these matters far more resonant and inspiring than she. Just another sign of his ability range. When they were both young, cared for by their long-dead principal mother, he had early on shown his ability to handle higher-level abstractions and find the nugget of wisdom in passing moments. She admired him. But Asenath would not let it be. She said, "These primates do not see such wisdom. They are an expansionist species, such as has been seldom seen in the bowl for great ages. Their ship has maneuvered below range of our defense gamma-ray lasers. Their parties afoot elude us. It is time to marshal efforts to eliminate them." A pause and vigorous fan rattle. "Obviously." Bemore gave an agreeable rainbow flourish with mingled eye frets, but then said soberly, "There have been, down through the vast generations, uncounted acts to restore stability. All these carried a penumbra of drownings, starvation, sad sickness, massacre, looting, ethnic scourges, laser conflagrations, air-cutting slaughters, assisted group suicides, expulsions into vacuum. The list trudges on." "You seem saddened by this," Memor said, a bit presumptively, but after all she was his identical. Bemore yielded on this with an embarrassed flutter. "I recall when young, you were spared this, my twin, assisting the more militant among us. We walked on corpses, sat on wrecked bodies to rest, stacked them as they stiffened to provide us a momentary table to eat upon. The delay in recycling them into the great soil meant they had to be assembled and even defended against predators both feral and intelligent. But it had to be done." Memor said kindly, in mellow tones, "Brother, I do not follow." The bowl grows errant beliefs like mutant species. There were obscure faiths and ethical theories that held the body was some kind of holy vessel, whose owners had not yet departed, or else such spirits would require the body, even though rendered into dust, to be made animate again. So they resisted return to the great soil, a true sin. He looked around at nearby folk who regarded him with varying displays of doubt. "You flutter your fan feathers with disbelief, yes, but I have seen this in historical records, and even in person. Sad sights I regret witnessing now." Bemore sagged a bit as if borne down by history, his feathery jaws swaying. "Alas, my memory is long, and I cannot erase those laid down with such feeling." Crowds, come to witness, now shuffled out of the vault. Other folk dispersed until it was Asenath, Bemore, and Memor, plus, of course, the primate. Asenath said, "Your report is due, Memor. Your hunt for the bandit crew still loose among the sill continues." Memor duly reported finding the late invaders among the sill. With a quick air display of images, she told of the attack upon the sill city, the vast destruction. "Approved by upper echelons?" Asenath asked severely. "I ushered it through," Bemore said mildly, eyeing Asenath but making no feather display at all. Lack of fan signal was a subtle sign of coolness, but Asenath missed this and rushed ahead, eager with a point to make. "And they are dead." Memor suppressed her usual feather rainbow to convey irked response and said, "No. I had surveillance auto eyes study the sill buildings. While they are rebuilding themselves, they involuntarily shape new messages in their forms. This is not a language, but a gesture speak. The influence of building style plainly shows a vagrant presence among the sill, and I deduce that the humans survived the assault." Asenath pressed forward with full fan clatter. "So, you failed." "I did not command the Skyfish. Those who did not achieve their goals were demoted. But recently, one fast flycraft caught this." Memor flicked an image into the air surrounding them. A down view showed a primate running between recently shaped buildings. A pain beam rippled over it, and the figure crumpled. The beam stayed on, and the writhing thing kicked and thrashed. and then lay still. "A single kill," Asenath said with downcast tones. "We now know we can hurt them at will over distance. My primate here," a gesture at Tananarive, "was our test subject, but I found also that the Sill have secured access to my own surveillance." Bemore said, "So the Sill are watching you, too." I withdrew immediately, of course. In that interval, the primates made their way toward a nearby mirror zone. Asenath brushed this aside, pressing on. "Memor, we have not heard your report on this primate of yours. I take it she has been well fed and often exercised." Memor puzzled at Asenath's apparently friendly tone, suspecting something. "Of course. I brought her here to higher gravities for her health. Her species was clearly not made for lightness. Indeed, their bone and joint structures suggest a world of heavier gravitation than even the Great Plain." Bemore asked, "You have read her mind structures enough? Your reports mentioned this odd character, inability to see her own undermined." "Yes, obviously an early evolutionary step. Imagine building a large, coherent society of individuals who could not know their own impulses, their inner thoughts. Touring her mind was instructive. I got most of what I need." Asenath fluttered with appreciation. "I shall depend upon your ability to monitor this primate. We will need her cooperation to convey our response to their ship's attempts at contact." Memor hid her surprise. "Now?" Asenath said sternly, "We must deceive the Glorians about who commands the bowl. Your primates can do this for us, if properly handled." Part 7. Crunchy Insects. It is a common experience that a problem difficult at night is resolved in the morning after the Committee of Sleep has worked on it. John Steinbeck. 22. "These snakes are incredible," Beth said to Carl. It was pleasant to have time to relax and just watch without feeling endlessly responsible. She had gotten used to that on the bowl. "If you'd asked me before I saw them, I'd have said more like improbable." Carl could not take his eyes from the screen. "Hard to see how evolution worked out skills like this." They were watching some aft zone electronic repairs carried out in the narrow spaces near the magnetic drive modules. The snakes wriggled into spaces that would have taken her and Kurt hours to unsheathe, disconnect, monitor, diagnose, and fix. Carl called to them. "Go left at the condenser bank. They're cylindrical drums with oil valves on the upper side, colored yellow. Then spin open the double diode. There, the blue plates." The maintenance artillect took this from Carl's mic and translated it into the sliding vowels and clipped sharp notes that made up the finger snake language. On the screen they both watched the snakes make the right moves. They each had a tool harness that they plucked small instruments from. With these they deftly inserted, turned, levered, and adjusted their way through one task after another, with speeds almost impossible to follow. The interior cameras were tiny light pipes and gave barely enough definition to make this work. All the while the ship hummed on, and occasional thumps and surges hampered the work. Sunseeker's mag scoop was operating close to its shut-down threshold already, and repairs while operating were the bane of all ships. But it had to be done. Beth was out of her depth here. "Hell, I'm a field biologist." But regs said nobody worked alone on ship maintenance, ever. Flight deck officers were full up, conning Sunseeker as close in to the bowl's atmosphere levels as they could, while still grabbing enough plasma from the star as they could. Just maintaining flight trajectories while watching for bogeys was burning up all their attention. Beyond tending to the hydroponics, certifying the air content, and helping turn algae into edible insects and porridge, Beth had nothing more to do. She helped a little with the preliminary fault tree analysis of this maintenance run, but that meant mostly giving instructions to the Artilect, which plainly knew far more than she did about what she was supposed to be doing. So she used a wise saying she'd learned from Cliff. Never pass up a chance to shut up. Which was harder to do than she had thought. Can I help?" she asked for maybe the 18th time. "No, I got it." Kurt never took his eyes from the screens, and his headphones whispered constantly with updates from the Artilect. "Going well." Man of few words, bless him. At least Carl didn't ask her over and over about living on the bowl, like the rest of the watch crew. The snakes wriggled some more, did scrub procedures on some parts, and with surprising speed got a discharge capacitor line back up to specs, part of the booster system that allowed them to amp their mag scoop when needed. "Okay," Kurt said. "Come on back out. You guys need a break." The snakes dutifully turned and started on their tortured way back out of the engine labyrinths. "Amazing what they can do," Kurt said, nodding his head. "Makes me wonder how we got by without them." "Barely," Beth said. "Your bio. How did smart snakes ever evolve? They sure didn't Earthside." "Something about their home world," one of them said. "It had plate tectonics gone wild, crazy surface weather, storms that would take the paint off metal. So smart life stayed underground." "How about earthquakes, volcanoes?" "Their world had bands of furious turmoil," they said. Their language has considerable poetic power. "Their land masses butt against each other, kind of like Earth, with its baseball seam wrapping around the globe. Stay away from those, and life underground is somewhat easier," they learned. "Where are you from?" "Großdeutschland. You?" "Every place, mostly away from California. After the collapse, we had plenty of migrants from there." "Okay, snakes got smart, but mein Gott, they are wonders at handling mechanics." Beth grinned. "Look, we don't even know why we're relatively hairless compared with the other apes. Why we walk on 2 legs and can outrun anything over distance. Why we're so damn good at mathematics, at music, you name it. So understanding where an alien species came from is hopeless." The finger snakes came wriggling out of the narrow cap passage into the drive's innards. Ordinarily, she and Kurt would have used smart cables to get in there, running them with a control panel. To her astonishment, the snakes broke into a high wailing song. "Chip, chip, duo, rang, rang, chip, duo, duo." Not entirely unpleasant either. At least it did not last long. Then they formed a wriggle dance, as Red Wing called it, arcing over each other and forming intricate curves that included bobbing in and out of the circle, rolling over and doubling up to make O's, then back into the throng, still singing, though less shrill. They finally ended up standing halfway erect on their muscular tails, their fingers wriggling at the dumbstruck humans in comradeship. Or so whispered the Artilect in Carl's ear. Then, with goodbye hails, they went off to eat in the algae pits, where a repast cooked up by Beth earlier awaited. Carl said, "They're so coordinated, as if it was completely natural for them." "You mean instead of how humans do it? Drill, train, discipline, drill some more?" "Pretty much. The snakes, look at them off to their home in the biospace, all together, chattering. Some species are better at collaboration than we are. How come?" "We're pretty new at it. About 250,000 years ago, Earthside, group hunting became more successful than individual hunting. That started the logic of shared profits and risks. Penalties kept alpha males from dominating. There emerged a kind of inverted eugenics, elimination of the strong, if they abuse power, and the cooperators won out." "Wow, you know this stuff." "It'll be fun seeing you work out all the aliens on the bowl." Beth opened her mouth to say something modest, but he'd brought up what she'd already missed. Back on board, but dreaming at nights of the bowl. Yes. Look, it's time for that self-cook in the mess, she said. Fred was talking while he pounded a wad of bread dough. Physical work opened him as well as anyone could, so Beth tried to pay attention. I kept wondering, the bowl map shows Earth as of the Jurassic period, when all of the biggest dinosaurs emerged. Apatosaurs and so forth. I think I finally have the sequence right. Beth nodded while she did her own kitchen work. He slammed the dough down and punched it for punctuation. A variety of intelligent dinosaurs emerged first. Oof. They must have been carnivores. They invented herding. For millions of years, they must have been breeding meat animals for size. Ah! He looked around and realized that nobody was listening except Beth. You mean all those theories about dino evolution are wrong? This was interesting to her, but apparently not to the others. The crowded kitchen buzzed with low conversation as they worked on aspects of dinner. Fred's jaw closed with a snap. She knew the pattern. If people didn't listen, he didn't talk. Carl handed Beth a handful of roasted crickets that reeked of garlic. Try these. Crunchy. He had pitched in with the cooking before she even got to the ship's mess. Yum, she said. Next came a basket of aromatic waxworms ready to cook. She tossed aside black ones. That meant necrosis. They go bad fast. Hell, I harvested them 2 hours ago. She apologized. The rest are pupating. Just right. Deftly, she peeled back their cocoons and tossed them into the electric wok. Captain Redwing came in and watched, standing straight and tall, smacking his lips slightly. Wax moth larvae, a gourmet favorite. The crew laughed because he always pretended to like the food in the mess, no matter how implausible that was, or else he ate alone in his cabin. After their last culinary disaster, a motley mashed-up dish everyone disliked and called stew in hell, he went on dry rations alone. Carl turned and swept brown roasted crickets up, salted them. Salt was easy to extract from the recycler, and with head tilted back, trickled them into his mouth. How come when you have less to eat, it tastes better? Less is more, Redwing said. Everyone around him raised eyebrows. Look, we're in a tough spot, carrying forward maneuvers nobody trained for. He nodded at Carl, Beth, Ayan Ali, and exploring a big thing nobody even imagined. We've got to do with less until we see our way out of this. Everyone nodded. Redwing finished with, So on to glory. And let's eat. The moth larvae weren't all done. The crew watched the chubby white larvae sway and wriggle in delirious fits as the heat took them. Insect protein was simple to raise on algae and, if well cooked, had a zest that the rest of the menu lacked. Fresh from a skillet, they had a kind of fried fritter some called pond scum patties to go with them. The ship couldn't afford the room or resources to raise muscle and sinew. Some crew came from the North American Republic and weren't used to insect food, or else from experience regarded it as beneath their standards. A few weeks' exposure to the stored rations usually fixed that. Some things, like the trays of gray longworms, few could bear to look at. Those Beth thought it best to grind into a paste for a fake pancake. Beth spread the larvae into a frying pan where they fell into a fragrant, fatty goo Ayan Ali had made. They squirmed as they sizzled and then went still. She stirred them, thinking, amazing what you'll eat when you have to, and then recalled things she had gratefully ingested when she had to on the bowl, sometimes admittedly while deliberately not looking at them. A zesty aroma rose from the crusty larvae, and as soon as she set them out, crew descended on them. Redwing had saved a morsel for this moment, and now trotted out from his personal stock a bowl of honey. That made the dish work. Everyone dug in. As insect vomit goes, Carl said, "Not at all bad." Ayan Ali asked Carl, "Done with that flight analysis?" Carl barely slowed his eating to say, "Realigned the simulation, yes. Fitted it to isotope data from the scoop over the last century." Beth asked, "Meaning?" Ayan Ali said, "We're still trying to understand why the scoop underperformed. It might help us fly it now in this low plasma density regime." Redwing said casually, "How's the detector mote net working?" Beth knew this was one way Redwing liked to turn social occasions into a loose staff report meeting. Certainly his approach made hearing tech stuff flung about a tad more appetizing. Ayan Ali gave herself an extra helping of sauce, much needed since to Beth the woman seemed rail-thin and low energy, and crunched up some more insect delicacies before saying softly to the others, "Carl and I deployed, on the captain's direction, the diagnostic flyers we'd planned to use when we came into the Glory system. They would give us a good 3D map of the mag fields and solar wind when we came in." Redwing said, "So I decided we could send them out on a short leash. They can tell us details about the plasma turbulence, density ridges, things that we can't get a good reading on inside Sunseeker's mag cocoon." This, too, was a Redwing method. Let the crew know there was logic behind his orders, but do so ex post facto. Playing along, Beth asked, "Short leash?" Carl said, "I'm pretty sure we can reel them back in. They're marvels, really, size of a coin, but able to propel themselves by using tiny electric fields that let them sail on magnetic energy to sense plasma and measure waves and report back in gigahertz band. We've got them spread over a big fraction of an astronomical unit, sniffing out ion masses and densities, picking up plasma waves, the whole lot." Beth was impressed with Sunseeker's abilities and kept quiet while the others kicked around their lingo. They loved their gadgets the way ordinary people cherish their pets. The thousands of smart coins sending back data were working well. That they could be fetched back, told to return home for reuse. Amazing stuff. Plus, they had useful results right now. Ayan Ali waved one of her augmented fingers, and a 3D vision snapped into view, sharp and clear above their table. Hanging in air, it showed schematics of the bowl in green, with Sunseeker a tiny orange dot swimming above it. The ship had to stay below the rim of the bowl to avoid the defensive weapons there, but it also had to skate above the upper membrane that held in the bowl's atmosphere. That left a narrow disk of vacuum for Sunseeker to navigate, riding the plasma winds that came direct from the star. But more important, they got plasma spurts from the traceries and streamers that purled off the yellow-colored jet. The churning jet was big in the 3D view, a slow-twisting nest of luminous threads that drove forward. As the crew watched the display, it shifted smoothly, since the bridge artilect tracked human eye movements, to display what interested people. They witnessed the jet narrowing further as it flowed out, then piercing the bowl cleanly at the back, through the knothole and out into interstellar space. Deftly, Ayan Ali pointed to the safety zone disk where Sunseeker flew, and the 3D dutifully expanded until they could see bright blue dots swimming in a grid formation all across the huge expanse. They were sprinkled over a distance of about an astronomical unit, and when Ayan Ali waved her hand, they answered with momentary violet flares, a ripple slowly expanding away from the ship's position. They report in steadily, each staying a good distance from the others. We get plasma signatures in ample arrays. The coins feed on the plasma itself and change momentum by electrodynamic steering. She could not restrain herself, beaming. "Beautiful. Carl nodded. And they got good news in a way. Remember, before we sighted the bowl, our scoop underperforming? Turned out it was eating a lot more helium and molecular hydrogen than ordinary interstellar space has. Some of it got ionized by our bow shock and then sucked into the main feeder. Ah, but it doesn't fuse. Got it, Fred said. This was the first time he had spoken during the entire meal, and everyone looked at him. Hard to tell from inside the ship that it wasn't getting the right food. Beth didn't see, but wasn't afraid to ask. So? Those useless ions slowed us down, just pointless extra mass, and not fuel. Fred dipped his head as if apologizing. Sorry if I get too technical. My obsessions don't translate well. Everyone around the table laughed, including Red Wing's rolling bark. Don't put down your assets, Fred, Red Wing said. Even that dinosaur idea. Beth appreciated Red Wing's methods but wanted to move this along, so she asked, So, our drive's okay? We're managing to keep it flying in interplanetary conditions after all, which it was never designed to do. That's what the smart coins tell us. We're actually getting more plasma than we would if we were in near-Earth space, Carl said. The jet snarls up some, so we get a bit more blow-off plasma from it. That star isn't behaving like a main sequence one either, Red Wing said. I had the Astro Artilect look into it. It says we got the spectral class wrong at first because of the hot spot. It swamped some spectral lines. But as well, the whole jet formation active zone makes the star act funny. Ayan Ali asked, You mean those big solar arches we keep seeing? Big billowing loops? They dance around the hot spot, and every week or two they blow up in huge, nasty flares. Right, Carl said. Those help build the jet, somehow. I really don't see how to build so stable a pillar of plasma from the storm at its feet. Those storms give the jet its power and blow off other plasma, too. The jet's base storms also spatter out a big, highly ionized solar wind, which helps us scoop up more fusion fuel, too. Beth nodded, feeling more than a bit out of it. Pleasant to have some good news for once, Red Wing said quietly. So the smart coins tell us we have some room to maneuver. Good indeed. Smiles all round. Fred nodded enthusiastically. A new flight deck officer Beth didn't know well, one of the recent revivals, came into the mess. Captain, we're getting a tight beam laser signal from the bowl. Did a translation in digital format. It's in English. Visuals cutting in and out, but we can tell who it is. It's Tananarive. 23. As he sat waiting for the signal to stabilize, Red Wing recalled the hammering noise that worked through the ship's plates in the trial run, as acoustics bled from the ram scoop magnetic fields into the marrow of their bones. At the departure reception, a president of one of the major shipbuilders said lightly of the din, To me, it's the sound of the cash register. It had been a major achievement not to deck him right there. And even better later, when the medical teams were putting him under, to reflect that when he next opened his eyes, the shipbuilder would be dust. Now the background rattles and pops and long rolling strums were second nature. He listened all the same, as a captain should. Now he heard a crackling and a carrier hum. Then, Hope this gets through. To Red Wing, Tananarive's smoke and whiskey voice said she had been through a lot, but the timbre of it spoke of her resolution. The screen was blank, but audio came with little pips and murmurs in the background, perhaps static, perhaps the background noise of some alien place. How goes it? He said. After a delay of only 5 or 6 seconds, her shaky voice answered carefully, It goes. Then she coughed. They here want me to talk to you about cooperating on a message. You've seen the feed from Glory, right? He saw a bottom screen crawl line from the bridge comm system say they had picked up the full feed. The screen flickered, and then suddenly an image of Tananarive snapped into full color view. Against a black rock background, she looked haggard and pale, but her eyes flashed with flinty energy. Nothing more in view. Her clothes were the field-issue pants, shirt, and jacket she had gone down in, looking beat up and patched. She also wore an odd gray shawl around neck and shoulders. There was dirt on the left side of her jaw and scratches along the neck. Overall, she looked worn down. "Yes, we have. Very odd," Redwing said. "Best to be guarded." He knew her captors were listening and wished one would step into view. He hungered for a feel of what these aliens were like. The folk, these aliens call themselves, they want to work to, collaborate with us, with you, Captain, on making a message, something to send to Glory. Her eyebrows rose on you, and Redwing wondered what that meant. Something in her voice had roughened, maybe from being in the field so long. It was Anglish with the corners knocked off. She laughed suddenly. "The civilization at Glory, they seem to think we're running the bowl. My, mentors? They want to leave it that way. Keep themselves in the shadows, at least until they know something about Glory. But they need our help for that." "Outstanding. What do they want to say to the Glory hounds?" "Captain, they're still fighting about that. They'll have to talk to us first." "That's it? What about Cliff's team?" He could see conflict flicker in her face. So could Beth and Carl, sitting behind him, judging from the way they stirred in their seats. They were in Redwing's cabin because he wanted to keep this first transmission from the aliens, after months of silence, from the rest of the crew. It was always a bad idea to let crew see policy being made, especially if it was on the fly, as this might have to be. "I don't know anything about that." Her hesitations told more than the words. She was probably trying not to let the folk know how much she knew. Then, to confirm his hunch, she very carefully gave him a wink with her left eye. Left. Something wrong. A common code in visual reporting all across the fleet. Right meant things were right, but more was to be said. "So why don't they let Cliff's team go? And you?" Hesitation, a side glance at whatever was directing her. "They need me as translator." "And Cliff's team?" "And as for Cliff, they don't know where he is." A right-eye wink this time. What could that mean? That the folk knew something but not enough to use? "So, if we work with them on a Glory message, what do we get?" It was time, he judged, to put something on the table. Let them go first. "You are all welcome down here. There is plenty for us." She said this straight, no inflection, staring straight at the camera as if this were a rehearsed line. "Thanks, but mostly we want supplies for the ship. And information." "I believe they want to help with ship repairs." Again the straight stare, no eye movement. "We don't need repair. We figured out that we'd been fighting their jet backwash for a century. Once we're full up on ship stores, we'll be on our way." For the first time she showed a darting, skeptical squint of the eyes. "That isn't what they have in mind." "Tell them we will exchange delegates, perhaps. We can't house more than 1 or 2. "They want you, Captain, for negotiations in person." "Not until they release you and Cliff's people. They've been in the field a long time, need medical and some R&R. You too, Tananarive." I believe they have something more lasting in mind. Such as? They mentioned a generation or two. Enough time, they say, for species to get to know each other. I'm a ship officer with orders to carry out. I'm conveying colonists to glory and cannot change mission. Hesitation, side look, pursed lips. I gather they like to sort of collect species to live here, to work with them. I can't spare people. Colonizing a whole planet takes teams, and they're barely big enough as it is. Cut our numbers and then downstream both halves. Those we left with you and those we took would get inbred. A pause, her eyes dancing, looking off to the side. They say they find us very interesting. The flat way she said it told him that she was also not saying a lot, and he would have to guess it. But what? There came a sudden voice, swift chippering sounds underlaid by deep notes as if someone was speaking in two tones at once. Redwing thought it was the first truly alien thing in this transmission, speech built like a symphony, with several elements rendering part of the message in different sliding tones, sometimes highs and lows scampering over each other. Some notes rang hollow, others full. Yet all this was also oddly resonant, as if the play of words, if the screeches, grunts, trills, and mutters were that at all, made a larger work of greater scale. He really wanted to see who made that voice. The 6-second delay was driving him nuts. She considered for a moment, looking off camera, and then said slowly, "They welcome us with total hospitality. We can live here. They will assign a huge territory to us and help us set up a civilization comparable to—" She paused. "Well, what we had Earthside?" Redwing said, keeping his face blank. "And, from what I've seen, there are rules to keep this whole big habitat working. They impose order. They're very, firm about that. Make a mistake here and you could endanger the whole place." "Like any spaceship," Redwing said. "Open a hatch the wrong way and you die. Maybe everybody in crew dies." She nodded, and her eyes slid briefly to her left, then back. "I think so. They do say we should know for the long run that there are generous upper limits on population. We could have territory bigger than Earth itself. Really, we could choose what part of this whole huge thing we wanted. I'd guess we'd probably want to be on the Great Plain, where it's 0.8 gravs and pretty calm, I gather." "You make it sound pretty fine," Redwing said in a flat voice, no inflection at all. Her tongue darted out, and she looked uncertain. "It is, in its way." "We all have to come down, leave the ship in some orbit?" She paused. Redwing now sensed a presence near her, the target of her glances. Somehow, from the small sounds of muffled movement, shuffles, and long, slow breaths, he felt something nearby. The source of that strange voice, yes. Maybe more of them. Several aliens, watching, listening, no doubt knowing through their technology what he meant as soon as he said it. And what else would they get from this conversation? "I suppose so. They do want to study Sunseeker, they say. There are some aspects of the magnetic throat and drive they might be able to use. One of the folk, a big one who seems in command, though it's hard to tell, really, says the techniques we use may have been known a long time ago and lost. So they're interested." "Lost? How old is this bowl?" "They won't say," she frowned. "Maybe they don't know." Beth and the others kept quiet as Redwing's face furrowed with thought. "And if we don't like to stay long and give over a lot of our people—" "They say this aspect of our interactions is not negotiable. They must acquire some of us. No deal, Redwing said sharply. Then there will be suffering, they say. We've come to threats pretty quick, haven't we? Redwing said with lifted eyebrows. She gave him a quick nod, then the screen went blank. They sat in Redwing's cabin a long time, watching to see if the signal came back on. It didn't. Part 8. Counterthreat. The possession of knowledge does not kill the sense of wonder and mystery. There is always more mystery. Anais Nin. 24. They seem as recalcitrant as you implied, Asenath said, leaning toward Memor and fluttering irked yellows about her neck. Her harsh, warm breath rippled Memor's rough feathers, an unpleasant sensation. Bemor added, More so. They were ensconced in a shadowy side chamber after the transmission to the alien ship. The dark rock walls were of truly ancient times, furrowed with past attempts at adornment, panoramas that once depicted vast sagas of civilizations long vanished. These had nearly worn away, leaving the striations and sparkles of the original grit soil substance from which the bowl was first built. The air of great chilly expanses of time clung to them. Tananarive, the last remaining late invader prisoner, was bending, flexing, pulling her foot to her forehead, sitting up and lying down over and over, with a weight on her straightened hind limbs. The motion was distracting. They were flexible creatures indeed. Memor told herself that the primate was doing it for her health and tried to ignore it. Asenath restlessly gave an agree flutter. I do not enjoy negotiating with those who can see so little of their true position. Memor gave a fan salute of agreement, but said, They are new to all this. No doubt they wish to take their best possible outcome as a beginning position. Bemor gave no feather signals at all, but let his voice range down into low registers. They are not negotiating from strength. I think they imagine they are, Memor said. I could not diagnose that from their speech, Bemor said with a casual, superior sniff. Memor still felt uncomfortable around Bemor and tried to tell herself that his dismissive murmurs and small feather displays were not meant to offend her. Perhaps they were mannerisms he had evolved to deal with staff and lower workers. Stiffening her resolve with this thought, she allowed herself some of what the folk termed lubrications on what she had learned, using images of the primate cast on a shimmering wall projection. I have studied their tells, their limited visible methods of adding meaning beyond their words. They communicate, process, and fully feel emotions by mimicking the facial expressions of others nearby. So I studied the subtle shifts in their captain's eyes, mouth, even the slight expansions and contractions of his nostrils. Apparently, they have no ability to signal with their ears. Ah, their captain is male? Unusual. Bemor looked skeptical. Bemor, there have been other invaders who had male hierarchy leadership, yes? Memor felt this appeal to his greater range of knowledge would mollify her brother, and give a nod to the very idea of male leadership too, though he knew well that his prominence at high levels was a planned aberration in folk social structures. Of course, though we managed them throughout their adoption to cleanse them of that destabilizing structure. They are now all proper matriarchies. But not the Sill, Asenath said. They are young, not fully formed, Bemor countered. Asenath gestured outside the citadel, toward where the primate was hanging from a tree limb, her legs raised to form a V. She remained in that position as the moments passed, but her eyes were on her captors. Distracting. And that one. You watched her during the talk with Captain Redwing. She gave some facials. Of course, Tananarive is under therapy, well-fed, often exercised. This local gravity is closer to her homeworld, too. A fairly simple creature she is, and she used no unusual signals, as I could see. The late invader was still watching her, but surely Tananarive could not follow the swift, layered folk speech. Simple commands, yes, but nothing sophisticated. She might overhear a word or two, but never the feather nuances. The eyes, Bemore said. What does a slow wink mean to them? Puzzlement, I believe, Memor said. Nothing more? I believe not. She used a long, slow wink when questioned by that male captain about the whereabouts of their other party. I noticed, but how much can a single small gesture convey? Could it be a sexual signal? They all found this amusing, since sex among the folk involved ritual feather displays lasting through several meal times, classic dancing and cadences, song trills of expectation and mutual agreed definition, then the ultimate mounting, all with urging songs and the completing union, not a matter to be taken lightly or often. Memor was pleased that this remark drew amusement. She was known for her humor. They are storytelling creatures, transferring useful knowledge from short-term into long-term memory with assigned significance, all by telling a narrative to themselves. Aseneth said, They constantly update this. Without complete fidelity to the original, yes. Remembering a narrative alters it. Bemore said mildly, So they know their inner selves as fictional characters written by themselves, then rewritten? After more agreeable and incredulous laughter, and then a timely arrival of small tasty animals served on sticks by the attendants, Aseneth said, I fear that adds to their lack of realism. We should remind them of it. Bemore looked skeptical, with purple rushes at his neck. That would be... Memor, fetch forth your primate. When Tananarive came hesitantly through the arch, the contrast of her spindly pale skin and dull-toned clothes with the three large full-feathered folk was striking. Her feet slapped the bare cold stones in her frayed boots, and her breath wheezed as she got used to the moist, salty sense of life within a citadel. She was only a bit larger than the attendants, who sat dutifully near Aseneth, Bemore, and Memor, their faces always tilted upward hopefully in the ivory light, watching to see what their superiors might need. How do you think, little one? Bemore addressed the primate with his rumbling voice. Memor was shocked. Somehow, in a mere few sleep times, Bemore had mastered the late invader tongue, solely from Memor's reports and recordings. His pronunciation was accurate, too, strong on the clunky primate vowels. She felt a wash of cold anxiety and not a little fear. My brother truly is quicker, sharper. Can it be because he links so much with the ice mines? Clearly, Tananarive said. Quietly. Bemore gave an amused rustle that no doubt the primate did not fathom. Quite well put, he said in English. Do you think your captain will cooperate with us? If you let go of our people, he will. We will compromise on that. We might very well let many of you go on to glory. Nope. We all go. That is unreasonable. Bemore turned to Memor and in folk said, This is normal. They sail before the 1,000 breezes that blow through their opaque, unconscious undermines, Memor said. She noted the primate was looking at them, but did not worry that this creature could fathom their speech. After all, folk had layered grammars and conditional tenses that primates totally lacked. Bemore huffed skeptically. Informal folk speak, he said. Very pretty. What do we do? They do learn by experience, Aseneth said. Memor herself says so. They are in a wholly strange place and may relapse into patterns from their past, fearing to face their future here. To face their fate, Bemore said. Asenath said, in them there is an undercurrent of strong neurological response to social life. In their neural patterns I read connecting elements, plainly honed by long natural selection. They evolved as hunter-gatherers within a socio-economy where sharing and justice were critical to long-term survival. Yet these fail when extended to larger groups, a major problem of theirs, even now. Judging from the encased memories I read, even their stable societies oscillated between banquets and barbarism. Bemore said formally, our long voyages have revealed much poignant wisdom. I have often viewed from the Hull observatories the vibrant stars glaring in their perpetual dark. That star swarm marks not so much a mystery but a morgue, brimming with once glorious and now dead civilizations. This I learned from the ice mines. Memor rustled at this. Here at last Bemore played his strong card, the slow intelligences of great antiquity. They dozed through the bowl's long voyages, else they might try too many experiments. In this way they were a reserve of long-term wisdom, not of mere passing expertise. They had been present at the bowl's construction, even participating in its design, or so legend had it. How such cold creatures could know mechanics was an ancient puzzle. Bemore used the rolling cadences of formal speech to stress his different status. Infuriating, but she could do nothing overt about it. And she was his sister twin, too. Asenath would falsely assume they worked together. Perhaps Memor saw she could use that in her own favor. You believe they wish to play a role in this glory matter already? Asenath asked intently. Bemore fan-marked yellow agreement tones. They must. The Glorians have technologies we need to ascend to a higher level of communications with minds that have ignored us until now. The ice minds also surely wonder if these primates could ever fit in on the bowl. They have implied such. Asenath said, the primates will have to. Bemore said with casual superiority, if they are able. We live among the long history of spaces and species. We encourage local groupings and discourage long travels across the bowl. These adventurers may not fit in well. They seem obsessed with pushing beyond their horizons. Asenath said, most of our adopted give their names as the people, whom they of course assume to be blessed. Others are, well, not so blessed. Each likes to see itself as central and important even among the vast tracts of the bowl. Many live within a history of faces, bosses and chiefs, matrons and managers on high. As they adapt, these adopted, to the majesty that is the bowl, their history becomes simple. It is about who wore their own species' crown and then who wore it next. Bemore fluttered agreeably. Of course, as planned long ago. The adopted do not any longer reflect upon great matters beneath our eternal sun, untroubled by the universe around them. They dwell in comfort without the horrors of unsteady sunlight, of seasons and slantwise sun. The ice minds see nothing but the entire universe all around them. They are of the constant dark. Memor thought this a bit much, attaching ice-mind majesty to his own agenda, but she said nothing. She thought, though, upon her own past roles in this. Species grew in number until the folk had to shepherd them to their equilibrium value. Belligerence and slaughter ran their bloody course. Borders brought a fretwork of scars, a long scrawl of history made legible on ground. With borders of sand or forest or water, astronomer folk shaped place to match species, boundaries defined. When warring muddles arose, they examined yet again why territory caused them. Often this came from inept borders drawn by yawning bureaucrats far in the past. So Memor and others thrust themselves into the ground truth of locales, letting time brew wisdom from raw rubs and strife. Such lands were often the equivalent of cluttered attics, stuffed by history with soiled rags, dented cans, and old oily wood. A single spark could ignite them. Such running sores, where species war raged unchecked, the folk could only cleanse with great diebacks. Quite commonly, the packing fraction of religious passions in too little space was the deep cause, and had to be corrected. Folk molded the adopted, so none sprawled in an unending tide. Conversations and genetics shaped better and longer than mountains and monsoons could. Tribal beliefs in a tyrannical god figure running an imaginary celestial dictatorship were often easier to manage. They understood hierarchy. Such was the aged truth the folk learned either from the cold mines or from hard experience. Mimor had climbed up with a chilly indifference to necessity, and so now had merited the honor of dealing with the late invaders. "I hope I can capture the renegades and win approval," Mimor thought, suppressing her undermind's qualms. "Or else there will come execution." She felt a shudder from her undermind, something she could not see, a secret of great implication. It slipped away. Her reverie done, Mimor snapped back to attention. Asenath ventured, "So, we should not consider these primates good adoption candidates?" Bemore gestured at the primate, who narrowed her eyes and looked intently at him. "No, I believe they can be broken to the rule of reason in time, but their adoption should not be assumed to be an important value to us. We need them to help negotiate with the glory system, true, but we can then cast them aside like a sucked carcass, if we wish, at little loss." "What habitat would suit these creatures, then?" Asenath asked. Mimor said, "I have plumbed the mind of this primate, Tananarive. I gather they want to be on a height looking down. They prefer open savanna-like terrain with scattered trees and copses, and they want to be close to a body of water, such as a river, lake, or ocean. They prefer to live in those environments in which their species evolved over millions of years. Instinctively, they gravitate toward parklands and transitional forest, looking out safely over a distance toward reliable sources of food and water. They can flee predators from land to water or back, or to forest, where their kind once lived in trees." "What a primitive mode!" Asenath seemed repulsed. "Is this opinion, that the primates are mostly useful for dealing with glory, the sole wisdom the ice minds wish to convey to us at this point?" Mimor asked, turning to Bemore. "I think that is quite enough indeed," Bemore said, rather haughtily, Mimor thought. "But," Bemore moved uneasily, feathers rustling, "the ice minds do not always reveal their thinking. They seem unusually interested in these primates. Still, they wish us to secure the help of these late invaders." Asenath rushed to send an assent flutter toward Bemore, and turned a subtle angle toward him, and so away from Mimor. "So, Contriver, I propose that we give the primate ship a reminder of their true position." Bemore said with a skeptical eye cant. "How?" "They are inspecting the magnetic configurations around their ship, probably to better guide their own craft. But it could be they will use it to disturb our magnetic mechanics as well. Their technique is to spread a wide array of sensors." "Adeptly so," Bemore said. "These are craftily done, hundreds of disks the size of my toenail. I suggest we wipe our skies free of them." "Destroy them?" Mimor asked. "It will serve as a calling card," Asenath said with a smirk flutter. "I'm sure it will," Bemore said, sending an assent corona of yellow and blue. He leaned forward eagerly. "We will at least learn something from their response." "I shall see it is done," Asenath said happily. "I believe these late invaders will be put in their proper place, and soon realize it." Memor wondered if she had been outmaneuvered here. Caution would have been her policy, but Memor seemed bemused by the idea of overt action. "I hope you enjoy it as well as Enith," Memor said, with what she hoped was just the right tone of sardonic agreement. It was always difficult to get these things right. 25. Blessed night, Cliff thought. The soothing qualities of pure deep darkness washed over them all. After months of relentless sun, they had all they wished of sweet shadow. It fell like a club upon their minds, sucking them into sleep. He swam up to blurred consciousness after another long sleep, wrapped in a fuzzy, warm blanket the Sill had found for them all. His team lay around like sacks of sand, feasting on the festival of dark that released their need, after so long in the field, for rest. He was still groggy. Something had sent a twinge, awakened him. He got up, pulled on pants and boots, and left their little room carved from brown rock. His boots were getting worn down, and he wondered how he could get something serviceable. As usual, the right answer was, ask the Sill. Small soft sounds were coming from where they viewed the ice mine's messages. He came in carefully, watching the two Sill speaking in their curious way. There was more eye and head movement than there was talk, and as usual the most active one was Quirt, who noticed Cliff and beckoned him over with an eye shrug. "Ask for wisdom of past," Quirt said. "This got now." On the screen were phrases that might have been answers to Sill questions. Over long times there is no lack of energy or materials, only of imagination. Not having resources makes species resourceful. Anger dwells long only in the bosom of fools. Thanks for having them do this in English. Did not ask. They spoke first to us, now to you. What is this all about? Want to deal with folk. You can help. Ice mines care not for us, care for you. Why? New invaders know new things. So they brush you off with anger dwells long only in the bosom of fools. And you are supposed to forget how the folk killed so many of you? Quirt gave only a tightening around the eyes, and his words were in a cool whisper. Ice mines say we are unquiet in soul. You're handling those deaths better than I have done with my friend Howard. There is more worry to come. Quirt beckoned him toward the large portal that gave a view of the sprawling ice fields. To the side the stars wheeled, and on the dim, icy outer crust of the bowl the vacuum flowers slowly tracked the brightest stars in the moving sky. This was for Cliff still a magical vision. He watched it with Quirt, who after a moment made a simple hand gesture, and the portal flickered. The view jerked, and though the stars still swept across the jet-black sky, now there was a bright object moving counter to the bowl's rotation, skating across the blackness. When it was nearly overhead, a sudden beam flashed into view, and Cliff realized the craft was using a spotlight. A powerful green laser beam fanned out to a 10-meter circle, sweeping. The beam flared briefly as it shone directly into the portal and then moved on. The bright point of the surveying ship tracked on, away and over the horizon. The stars wheeled on. That was a recording? An ascent ratchet of Quirt's eyes. They not see your kind, saw us. Some Sill. If they were looking for us, then we're safe. Folk say Sill not come here. I thought... He stopped, realizing that he had not thought at all whether the Sill were trespassing here. Apparently they were. Once the thought occurred, it seemed reasonable. You don't want riffraff intruding into the provinces of beings who dwell in deep cold. Their mere body heat could cause damage. No one is to come talk to the ice mines? Not allowed by folk. So they'll come after you? Soon. We move. Cliff realized he had thought of this cool, dark refuge in rock as a resting place. They were all tired of moving across strange landscapes. But now they would lose that too. Where to? Warm and hot. 26. Redwing woke from a blurred dream of swimming in a warm ocean, lazily drifting, to a melodious call from the bridge. He hated buzzers in his cabin, and so the strains of Beethoven's Fifth drew him up with their 4 hammering notes. If he didn't answer within 10 seconds, it would double in volume. He got to it in 9. Yeah? Captain, the smart coins aren't reporting in, Ayaan Ali said in a tight-clipped voice. In task rotation, this was her week on the Skeleton Watch. It was 4:07 ship time. How many? He was still groggy. All of them. Their hail marks just winked out. I had them up on the big board along with full stereo visuals in optical. Their hails started disappearing at angle 287, and a wave of them swept across the real space coordinate representation. It took, let's see, 149 seconds to sweep over all of them. I can't get a response hail from a single one. Sounds like an in-system malf. I checked that. The INSYS Artilect says nothing wrong. You called on the other 2? I brought them up into partial mode to save time. With just their diagnostic subset running, I got them to review whole system stats for the last hour. They say there's nothing wrong. The full Artilect is right, then. His mind scrambled over the problem. Got nothing. Run it again. And direct for an all-spectrum search. Plus look at all the particle count indexes. Everything we've got. Yes, sir. Shall I call? Right. Carl. And Fred. Yes, sir. I'll be there pronto. He made it in under 2 minutes. His onboard coverall slipped on easily. He had been losing weight lately, working the weights and doing pace running, and he used Velcro shoes. Ayaan Ali's brow was creased with lines he had never seen before. Worry, not fatigue. Nothing unusual in the all-spectrum, she said, voice high and tight. Particle flux is normal. The magnetosonic and ion cyclotron spectrum is as usual, pretty much. But the Alfvén wave spectrum power is up nearly an order of magnitude. The INSYS Artilect visualized this spectrum cast over the schematic of their near-space environment. It presented as a green front of waves rolling over the zone of the smart coins, silencing each as it swamped them. With an on-screen slider bar, Ayaan Ali moved this map backwards and forward in time. I wonder how these magnetic waves could turn off our coins. Tumbling them, I would think, Carl said. He had come in quietly with Fred just behind. Alfvén waves can non-linearly decay into waves short enough to be of the same size as the coins. That tumbles them and can kill their navigation. And maybe turn them off, too, Fred added. Carl pointed to the wave sequences. They spread out from the jet, notice? An example of what my language has a single word for. Vernichtungswille, the desire to annihilate. So this is the folk reply to our first negotiation? Ayaan Ali asked. Looks like, Fred said. Say, what's that? The back time display ran into earlier hours, and Fred reached over to freeze it, march it forward. As he did, a blue wave rushed across the entire display space. He backtracked it, shifting out to larger frames. Look, it traces back to the jet. What's blue mean? High-energy ions? Ayaan Ali thumbed the resolution until they could make out a snarl in the jet itself. It was a knot of magnetic stresses that tightened, fed by smaller curls of magnetic flux that rushed outward along the jet. Look, Fred said. Kinks came purling along the jet, moving fast. They converged in that knot, and here comes the blue. Carl nodded. From that we get the Alvane waves. Very neat, really. They can control the magnetic fields in their jet. Focus them. To kill our coins, Redwing looked around at them. To show us what they can do. A silence as they looked at him, as if to say, "What do we do?" "Officers of the bridge, I want you to fly a small satellite over the rim of the bowl. We haven't got any recon of the outside of this thing, and Ayan Ali reports that we got a stray signal from Cliff's team just hours ago. It was text only. Said they were under the mirror zone. If we can put a relay sat within range of them on the outside, maybe we can make a stable link." Fred looked at Redwing for a long moment. "You want to risk a satellite?" "I think we need to know how far these folk will go," Redwing said. He kept his tone mild and his face blank. "As for further measures, I have a brief from Carl," giving him a nod, "and we will meet in the mess at 800 hours to discuss it." A pause to let this sink in. Time to go public, he figured. "Dismissed." He started the meeting with news. Ayan Ali delivered it, standing beside an image that flickered onto their wall screen. All exec crew were arrayed around the biggest table on the starship, coffees smartly set in front of them, uniforms fresh pressed from the steamer presser, everybody aware that this was not just another damn crew meet. Grimly, she said, "We launched our satellite toward the nearest bowl rim. It is a microsat with ion drive, so it accelerated fast. I took it over a mountain range that neighbors the rim edge. See the picture sequence." A set of stills ran, in time jumps that made the craggy mountains below zoom past. Their peaks were in permanent snow despite the constant sunlight. Redwing supposed this meant that the atmosphere was thin there, and the outer skin, which they now knew was quite cold, was only a short distance away. The chill of space kept water frozen out. Now the scene stuttered forward to show the bowl rim approaching. The sat probe scanned forward, aft, both sides. At the far left edge, the atmospheric film shimmered, keeping air confined. On the left, a small bright light appeared. "I stop it here," Ayan Ali said. "Note the near UV burst on this view. It appeared within a microsecond frame, apparently a precursor." "Two?" Carl wondered. "This. Next frame." Ayan Ali pointed to a bigger white blotch at the same location, to the sat probe's left. Her smile had a sardonic curve. "And that is it." Carl asked, "What happened? Where's the next frame?" Ayan Ali gave them a cold smile. "There are no more. It stopped transmitting. Here is an X-ray image of that region. I had it running all during the flyout, just in case." They could make out the dim X-ray images of mountains and bowl rim. Apparently this came from minor particle impacts of the solar wind. At the very edge of the rim was a hard, bright dot. "That's our probe dying. From spectra and side scatter analysis, I believe the killing pulse, which we saw the UV precursor of, was a gamma-ray beam." From where? Redwing knew the answer, but he liked to let Ayan Ali keep the stage. "That big cannon-like thing farther along the bowl rim, sir." "It's an X-ray laser?" Ayan Ali shook her head. "This image comes from secondary emissions. I can tell by looking at the spectrum. Also, I had a gamma-ray detector taking a broader picture. It gave this." Another bright dot. This time there was no background at all, just a point in a black field. "The power in this image is 5 orders of magnitude higher than the X-ray fluence." He said flatly, "So, we were right. It's a gamma-ray laser." Redwing looked at Beth. Ever since she returned, he had asked her to attend tech meetings, reasoning that she might have insights called forth by new events. As far as I know, we never found a way to go that high in photon energy. Did you see any signs the folk had tech like that? Now Beth shook her head. Weapons weren't really around us, or maybe we didn't even recognize them as weapons. They didn't need them, I guess. We were trapped. Ayaan Ali said, Weapons of this class would be very dangerous on a rotating shell world. Blow a hole in the ground and you're dead. Carl said, There was an Earthside program to develop high-frequency lasers long ago. I mean, even before we left. And it never got lasing to gamma energies. At those tiny wavelengths, a laser could focus to very small areas, so you wouldn't need very much power to blow something to pieces. Fred said, This is bad news. Now we can't fly a probe over the rim. They can kill any sensors we send out. We're bottled up. No doubt they expect us to come back to them and ask for a negotiation, Ayaan Ali said. Which we won't do, Redwing said. Nobody said anything. Time to change direction. Sometimes that jarred loose a fresh insight. He leaned forward, fingers knitted together. Beth, do you think that the folk would ever let us go forward to glory? Beth sighed and looked at the screen, where the explosion of their probe was frozen in time. They have a very hierarchical society. The big one who interrogated us, Memor, acted as if she owned the world. It's hard to think they'll let us go and reach glory first. Ayaan Ali said, Which we certainly could do, since we won't be facing their jet backwash. Redwing remembered a lecture on alien biospheres during flight training in which someone said, Humans and animals regard each other across a gulf of mutual incomprehension. With aliens, that has to go double. Yet here he was, trying to figure out the negotiating strategy of an alien mind, immersed in a civilization uncountably old. He let them toss ideas around for a while to get them used to their situation. Sending the probe out to get destroyed had given the right edge to this, he decided, and it had laid to rest any notion that the folk were bluffing. So he let the pause grow. They were so quiet he could hear the whisper of the air circulation. Let's send a reply. Carl got up to speak and flicked on the wall display. It showed the jet in an extreme view, magnetic field lines in ruby, the tubes of bright plasma they contained glowing orange, the bowl itself sketched in nearby as abstract lines. We can fire a shot across their bow. The jet is pretty narrow as it approaches the knothole. Notice the helical mag fields that funnel and contain the plasma. Very neat. Beth said, So the idea is, fly into it. Disturb the jet. Let it flicker around in the knothole. They just gaped at Carl. He had a chance to check their teeth and noted that Beth had an incisor with some ragged damage and stains. Beth let out a breath. I flew us up the jet, remember? Remember? It was like taking a sailing ship through a hurricane. Do that again? For a long moment, Redwing watched the naked fear play across her face. He recalled the long hours of strain and sweat as the ship popped and creaked, the racking uncertainty Beth had showed as she stayed with it through surges and awful wrenching turns. All the crew had worked to the limits of their endurance. That had been their only real choice. Through it all, he showed no uncertainty. That was his job, and in the end he did not regret it. But this was not a necessity. They could coast here and play for time. But they could not leave, and they were eating their provisions while Cliff's team was in constant danger. He said slowly, I think we need to show them that we are not going along with their agenda, that we will not be docile members of their big club. A long silence. Their faces tightened and mouths compressed to thin white lines. Startled fright, worry, puzzlement. Carl then said, "I wasn't thawed when you danced through the knothole, Beth, but I checked this out with Fred. The physics is fairly straightforward. It won't last long, maybe 10 hours. Redwing could see they were too stunned to take it in. We'll leave the technical aspects for later. There will be 3 crew rated to pilot on the bridge at all times, in fact all crew present. Warn the finger snakes to anchor themselves." Carl said formally, "I want you all to know I have done calculations and simulations. There is a broad parameter range of what we might face. The navigation artilects have been working full bore to study trajectories, the back reaction of the jet plasma flow on our mag throat. It compresses our prow fields and alters our uptake, but that's mostly good news because we get more thrust from the plasma. There'll be plenty of ions to fuel our fusion burn. I think—" "Yes, technical aspects come later," Redwing smiled and tried to look confident. "Thanks, Carl." Beth looked him straight in the eye. "We don't understand the folk worth a damn, sir." "Indeed." "I have no idea how they'll respond." Beth looked worried, and her eyes jerked around the table looking for support. "They understand negotiation. That's clear from our conversation through Tananarive. They've killed our coins, and now our probe. Let's show them we know tit for tat, too." They looked hard at him. Ayan Ali still had her slightly wide-eyed, shocked gaze. Fred wore his usual expectant, fixed stare. Carl was trying to look confident. Beth's face was pale and strained, eyes fixed on him. He stood. "I want you all to know we'll reply to the folk. But while doing so, we'll navigate toward the jet and make preparations." They left quietly. None of them looked back at him except Beth. She waited until the others were gone and closed the door. "I have to admit, it feels good to be doing something. I didn't like being in their prison. Even when we got out, it was into a bigger prison." Redwing blinked. "One the size of a whole damn solar system?" She laughed, gave him the high sign, and left.